will not raise his bastard, Papa, Luciana Maria Pietro d'Angelo said in a hard voice. She was a pretty girl of 17, petite with skin the hue of ivory, and long, thick hair the deep black of a starless night sky. The hair was carefully contained in a golden caul. Her face was a perfect oval, her nose straight but not too long, her mouth generous, and the brows above her chestnut-brown eyes were delicately arched. "Madonna, do not use such crude language," her elderly female companion said nervously. "You are to be a contessa." "Nevertheless, I will not raise his bastard," the young woman said, stamping her small leather-shod foot. The elegant fingers of one hand plucked irritably at the scarlet silk damask of her gown. "Fiore mia," Master Pietro d'Angelo said soothingly. "As your dear mamma is not here to instruct you in the behaviours a wife must accept, it is up to me to do so. As a wife, you are required to do what your husband asks of you, even when you find it distasteful. The Earl of Leighton honours you with his name and his title, Luciana." "The Earl wishes nothing more than a rich wife to shore up his fortunes and to give him a male heir," the girl replied bluntly. "Do you take me for a fool, Papa, that I do not know why my hand in marriage has been sought by this man? There are many who would have me to wife," she said boastfully. "Not in Firenze," her father reminded her stingingly. Luciana flushed, and the reddish-purple staining her delicate skin was not a flattering colour. "I know there are others who would have had you here, Fiore mia," her father said. "But Robert Bowen, while poor, is of ancient lineage, and more important, he is an honourable man. He will respect you, cara, and treat you well. Do you think I would give you to just anyone? Soon I must return home. I want to know you are in safe hands." "Safe away from Firenze," the merchant thought to himself. "Then perhaps you will not end as your poor mamma did." His daughter was so like his late wife, and yet she wasn't. Carolina had been beautiful and impetuous, but she had not their daughter's intellect. Would that intelligence save his child? He prayed it would. "I do not question your choice, Papa," Luciana said in a softer tone. "But this Englishman needs my dower more than I need him. I can see he is a prudent man who will not squander the wealth I bring him." "And you will advise him to invest some of that coin so his wealth may grow, my clever daughter," her father said. "I will encourage him, Papa. He must not take risks that he shouldn't, but you must assure him my advice is good, though I be a female," Luciana said, smiling. "Ah," Master Pietro d'Angelo sighed. "If only your brothers had your business acumen, Fiore mia. What a merchant you should have made, and Firenze would be all the richer for it. I will tell your lord to listen and heed you in these matters. But how candid should I be with him about your mamma's fragile emotions?" he wondered silently to himself. A servant entered the hall to announce the arrival of the Earl of Leighton. "Bring him in at once," Master Pietro d'Angelo said. "Do not keep his lordship waiting, Paolo." He turned to the two women. "Go with Donna Clara, Luciana. Leave the hall. Presto, presto." "Remember, Papa, I will not raise his bastard," the girl said as she departed. But though Donna Clara urged her charge from the hall, Luciana had decided that she would not go. To her companion's distress, the girl secreted herself behind a carved screen at the back of the hall, where she might both observe and listen. "He is handsome enough," she whispered to Donna Clara, as Robert Bowen, the Earl of Leighton, entered, coming forward to greet her father with an elegant bow. "And neither too old nor too young. He can still father children on me." Her brown eyes silently admired the Earl's lithe figure. The dark blue velvet fabric of his coat was showing wear, but Luciana was pleased to see the dragged sleeves were lined in a medium blue silk brocade. He obviously had style, but not the means to indulge it. "If your papa says you will marry him, it will make no difference if he is ancient or crooked of back, Madonna. You must do as you are bidden," Donna Clara said primly. "Hush, old crow," Luciana scolded her companion. "I want to hear what is said." She leaned forward, listening eagerly. Master Pietro d'Angelo welcomed his guest, inviting him to sit, signalling to his servants for wine and cakes. "And now," he said when they were both settled, "we will finalize the arrangement for your marriage to my daughter, my lord. There are but one or two small details to settle. Luciana's dower is sufficient." "It is more than generous, Master Pietro d'Angelo," Robert Bowen answered. "What small details?" The Earl's blue eyes were slightly wary of some last-minute change to be made in a contract he had already agreed upon. "A trifle, my lord, to be sure," the merchant replied, seeing the suspicion blooming in his companion's look. "Luciana is a carefully raised virgin, with the delicate sensibilities of a true Florentine gentlewoman. I beg that you not burden your pride with the care of your bastard," Master Pietro d'Angelo said nervously. Damn his daughter for putting him in this position, but he knew his wench too well to argue with her on this point. Better he beard the Earl, who was certainly more reasonable and would understand. But even if he didn't, would he be desperate enough to agree? "I have been informed that the child is as dear to you as my Luciana is to me, but my daughter is young and romantic. She wants all of your attention, as any bride would. She wants to bear you your heir, and cannot help but be jealous of another woman's child." He paused, looking hopefully at the Earl. Robert Bowen felt a bolt of irritation, then remembering that the girl's fat dower would rebuild his family's ancestral home, which had fallen into disrepair when early earls had spent what small income they could wrest from the estate going on crusade, he let common sense overrule his pride. Unlike other knights, his ancestors had not returned carrying the treasures of the East with them. They had returned injured, unable to be of further use to anyone, let alone their families. Or they had not returned at all, leaving widows and children to carry on at Leighton Hall. Now Robert Bowen, current and possibly last Earl of Leighton, must marry the daughter of a wealthy Florentine merchant in an effort to restore his family's fortunes and gain sons. He would have to wed the wench if she were a toothless idiot. He drew a deep breath. "My daughter, Master Pietro d'Angelo, is not a bastard. Because I was to wed her mother, who tragically died in childbirth before our union was formally solemnized, I requested that Cicely's birthright be recognized by both Holy Mother Church and English civil law. When she was 3, the papers arrived from Rome attesting to her true birth as my legitimate daughter, and English law accepted my petition just prior to her first birthday. Lady Cicely Bowen is no bastard." Dio mio. He was going to have to say something to justify his daughter's stubbornness. He lowered his voice so no one else in the hall might hear him and leaned forward. "My lord, I beg you to understand. My deceased wife, Carolina, was a woman of the most delicate, the most fragile sensibilities," he began, struggling to find just the right words in English to explain. "If something distressed her, she would alternate between a deep despair, weeping for hours until she was weak, and being so exhausted she would lie abed for several days. Or worse, she would fall into a ferocious rage that was difficult to calm. It was much like a great storm that had to blow itself out to sea. Because she was such a good wife to me, I tolerated these foibles of her female nature. Our daughter, while possessing the intelligence of a born merchant, also has her mother's sensitive and refined nature. You will not be able to change it, I fear." There, it was said. He held his breath, awaiting what the Earl would say now. Would he decide to nullify the marriage contract? Or would Robert Bowen choose to overlook this weakness in his daughter's character because of his own needs? The Florentine merchant gambled that the latter would be the Earl's choice. He was therefore relieved when the Earl responded as he now did. "For the sake of Luciana's fragile sensibilities, I will indulge these delicate emotions for as long as it takes for her to overcome them. I will compromise with your daughter, Master Pietro d'Angelo," the Earl said. "I will domicile Cicely and her nursemaid, Orva, in a large cottage at the far end of my gardens. Then Luciana may come to know Cicely. She will like her, for she is a charming little lass. When that time comes, my child will return to the main house." "It is an equitable arrangement," the merchant agreed, nodding. He had suddenly realised as the Earl spoke that his tolerance would extend no further. But at least Pietro D'Angelo's conscience was clear. He had disclosed his daughter's weakness. There was no need for the Earl to know that his wife, Carolina, had died by her own hand. Only he and Donna Clara knew the truth of Carolina Pietro D'Angelo's demise. The priest had been told that she'd been sleepwalking when she fell from the balcony of her bedchamber. The church did not need to know that Carolina had, in a moment of weakness, taken a lover, and when she found herself incinta, had taken her life rather than shame her husband and their family. Master Pietro D'Angelo never knew the identity of the man who had seduced or been seduced by his wife. No gossip had ever emerged. Hidden behind her screen, Luciana had heard the last words spoken between her father and the Earl. She hissed angrily, but then she allowed her anger to ease. Once she was Robert Bowen's wife, she would have a stronger position in his life. At least the brat would not be under her feet. "He is a real man, your husband-to-be," Donna Clara cackled softly. "You will not twist him about your little finger as you do your father and brothers, Madonna." I will," the girl said in a hard voice. Was she not young and beautiful? And would not the Earl want to please his bride? He would do whatever she desired of him. Men did not refuse her. She would wrap him about her finger, and he would be her slave. Her mouth twisted in a small smile as she already savoured her triumph. She was free now of Firenze, and free of her overprotective father. She would soon be the Countess of Leighton, a great English lady, and her husband would love and adore her because she would make him. Donna Clara sighed. "Aye, you probably will. Men are fools." Then she said, "What a coup for your father, who brought you to London to protect you from the unwelcome rumours surrounding your association with Signore di Alba. Now he may return to Firenze, proud to announce your marriage and to tell all who will listen that his daughter is a contessa. Finally, your younger brothers may make respectable marriages within the great houses, thus strengthening the Familia Pietro D'Angelo. Remember what they say in Firenze. A man without wealth is also a man without esteem." "Ah, if only you had not involved yourself with Di Alba," the older woman lamented. "Nothing happened with Di Alba," Luciana half-lied. "I was only amusing myself while I waited for Papa to make a great match for me." "I believe you," Donna Clara said, although she was actually not certain. Still, if the girl had ruined herself, it was Donna Clara who would be blamed. She was a poor relation and needed to retain her standing within Master Pietro D'Angelo's household. What would happen to her if she were driven away? Better she follow the girl's lead. "Signore di Alba was a knave. He hoped to force your papa into a marriage alliance by making you appear undesirable to a more desirable family." "He was poor," Luciana said scornfully. "Why would I marry a poor man when so many rich men sought after me? Di Alba was a fool, a handsome fool, but a fool nonetheless." "You were foolish, too, to ever involve yourself with him, Madonna." Donna Clara scolded the girl gently. "And now you must wed in England. The Earl is a poor man, too, but he is noble, and I am told he is respected. You will be a contessa. He will gain wealth, and your children will be nobility. 'Tis a good arrangement, and one made many times before through the ages." A servant hurrying from the hall stopped when he saw the two women in the shadows, saying, "My master has sent for you, Madonna. Shall I tell him you are here?" "Buffone!" Donna Clara snapped, reaching to cuff the servant who ducked the blow. "Say the signorina will join the gentleman shortly." She turned to Luciana. "Come, bambina mia, let us freshen your hair and gown so the Earl will be pleased to see you." "Nay, he would show pleasure if my eyes were crossed and my teeth crooked," Luciana responded dryly. She stepped from behind the carved screen and made her way forward. Reaching the two men, she swept them a graceful curtsy. "Papa, my lord," she greeted the gentleman in a deceptively soft voice, her eyes modestly downcast as she moved to take her seat on a stool by her father's side. But the Earl of Leighton took her hand and drew Luciana to him. "Your father has spoken to me of your concerns regarding my daughter," Robert Bowen began. I understand, but you must know and accept that my child is legitimate. As such, she will stand among my legal heirs. If you do not give me a son, she will inherit my estate one day. But I expect you will give me several sons, Madonna Luciana." The blue eyes looked down into her brown ones. "You will walk with the Earl," Master Pietro d'Angelo said to his daughter. "You should know each other better before the marriage is celebrated." Robert Bowen tucked the girl's dainty hand in his arm and led her off. When they were out of earshot, Luciana said, "I am glad you will not make me share you with your daughter." "Her name is Cicely," the Earl answered quietly. "I do not care," Luciana replied. "I shall never see her." "Nay, you do not have to if you choose not to," the Earl told the girl. "You will be far too busy, lady. Your rich dower and your late mother's reputation for fecundity make you worthy to be my wife. I will keep you on your back with your legs open to me until you prove fertile. I want sons, lady, and I mean to have them on your body." He pushed her into a darkened corner of the hall. Then, taking her oval face in his two hands, he kissed her lush mouth with a hard, fiery kiss. Luciana's heart beat rapidly as one of the Earl's big hands moved to clamp about her waist, while the other reached down to squeeze her left breast hard through the fabric of her gown. His fingers found the nipple of that breast stiff with her arousal, and he pinched it several times. "I know the rumours about D'Alba," he growled into her ear. Luciana moaned against his demanding mouth. "Falsehoods," she protested. The Earl of Leighton laughed knowingly. "We shall see, lady," he said wickedly as he bit down on her earlobe. "I am no fool. If you do indeed possess a tiny heart-shaped birthmark upon your left thigh, I will know 'tis you who are the liar, and not D'Alba." His lips moved teasingly across her again. The girl grew pale at his words. "I am still a virgin," she insisted to him. "I swear it by the innocence of the Blessed Mother. I am a virgin." "That too I shall soon learn, lady," he told her cruelly. Robert Bowen laughed again. "Do not fear, Luciana. It is your wealth that attracts me, not your virtue. But be warned, from this moment forth I will expect you to remain faithful to me alone. Should I ever discover you have not been faithful, I will kill you with my bare hands and be lauded for it. Do you understand me? You may whore no more." The blue eyes had turned icy with warning as they looked down into her face. "See, my lord," Luciana whispered. "I understand, but I swear to you that no man's cock has entered my body, and none will but yours." Dio, they had always said that the English were a cold race, but this Englishman certainly was not. He excited her. She felt the moisture pooling between her nether lips. She was already half in love with him and trembled in his strong arms. He would share her with no other man, but she would share him with no other female, even his little daughter. The Earl was not certain how truthful his intended was being with him, but he did believe she was an honourable woman. Whatever had happened before she came to England would not happen again. He had learned by chance from a friend returned from Italy of the stories being bruited about Firenze by one Signore Vincente D'Alba regarding Luciana Maria Pietro d'Angelo. Some gossips even said her father had spirited the girl away because she was with child. Robert Bowen knew that not to be true, for the Pietro d'Angelos had been in London for over a year now. His friend had also told him that Signore D'Alba was heavily in debt and had convinced his creditors that he would soon have a wealthy wife when Master Pietro d'Angelo returned with his daughter. "Do you believe me, my lord?" Luciana said softly, gazing up at him with doe eyes. She pressed herself against him. The Earl laughed softly, recognizing her budding lust. "Soon, little one," he promised, stroking the top of her silken head. "We shall not tarry on our way to the altar." Several days later, the wedding contracts were signed in her father's London hall, the priest from Westminster who had drawn them up overseeing the formality. The spiritual blessing would be given, and the ceremony celebrated shortly afterwards. Then the Earl of Leighton would take his bride home to Leighton Hall in Gloucestershire, where her duties as mistress of his house would begin as she prayed for sons. Luciana was almost weak with her excitement. She took Donna Clara aside. "You are certain I am still a virgin?" she demanded of her companion. "The old witch knew what she was doing." "Our examination showed his fingers had slightly torn your maidenhead, but that it was still intact, Madonna," the older woman said. "But to make sure your bridegroom is fully satisfied, we shall begin this day to treat your sheath and its opening with alum to shrink it. It will make it difficult at first for his cock to penetrate into your body. He will be so aroused by it, and by your cries of innocence, he will not notice that your maidenhead gives way easily, and there should be some blood. But you shall also secrete a small chicken's bladder of blood to break in your bridal bed, so the Earl will have no doubt as to your virtue, Bambina mia." "If my passage is tight, it will hurt," Luciana complained. "I felt his cock through my gown as he held me. He is a large man." "You must bear a little pain, Madonna, so your husband will be content in his mind that he is the only one to have trod your love path. Better that than a lifetime of suspicion," Donna Clara reminded the girl. "My father says you are to remain in England with me," Luciana noted. "I am pleased to do so, for I am devoted to you, Madonna, and not just because we are linked by a small blood tie. I will always keep your secrets," Donna Clara said softly, "and I will always see to your best interests." "Old crow," Luciana said affectionately. "Still, I am glad you will be with me, but you must begin to treat me with more respect now that I am to be a great lady." Secretly, she was relieved her long-time companion was remaining. Donna Clara was often the voice of reason for the girl, and Luciana was intelligent enough to realize it. She would have someone with whom to speak her native tongue, and who could advise her wisely. The Church's blessing of the Earl of Leighton's marriage to Luciana Maria Pietro d'Angelo took place on a bright May morning. A feast was held afterwards, the invited guests coming from the community of wealthy foreign merchants in London, as well as several of the Earl's acquaintances. The newly married couple would remain the night in her father's house. Less than an hour after the bridal pair had been formally put to bed, Luciana's genuine screams of agony as her bridegroom's cock penetrated her could be heard briefly in the hall where the guests lingered. There were nods of approval in Master Pietro d'Angelo's direction, and he smiled and nodded back in return. The rumours set in motion by Signore d'Alba would now be put to rest, and he could return to his beloved Firenze to tell all of his daughter's brilliant marriage to an English nobleman. Upstairs in the bridal chamber, the Earl fingered the heart-shaped mark on his bride's smooth, plump thigh. "How did he know?" Robert Bowen asked her. "A group of us went riding from the city one day. It was hot. We stopped to cool ourselves by wading in the shallows of the river. I raised my skirts too high," Luciana lied as she kissed his mouth. And Robert Bowen chose to believe her, for her passage had been so tight he could not believe any other man had ever gotten into her, and the tears of anguish upon her pale cheeks as he entered her were certainly real. His cock had met enough resistance in her maidenhead that he now believed for sure in her virginity, and there had certainly been a goodly show of blood. She had gained no pleasure from this first joining, he knew, but he would see she did in the future. They'd planned to leave London the following day, but the bride was unable to ride, being sore. He'd used her thrice on their wedding night, and by the third time she'd learned the delights of pleasure. She was open to passion, the Earl was pleased to find. He would have no need for a mistress for the interim. Finally, 3 days after they wed, they rode forth from the town. Master Pietro d'Angelo had promised to pay them a visit before he returned to Firenze. When, several days later, they arrived at Leighton Hall, Luciana was well pleased. The house was in need of repair, but she knew her father would give her whatever she desired to make her new home habitable and to her taste. The gardens looking out over the gentle hills needed serious tending, but the servants were delighted to have a new mistress to guide them. And if sometimes the Countess Luciana's manner was abrupt, they hoped it was just because she was young and inexperienced. Master Pietro d'Angelo arrived 2 months later, in midsummer, prior to his departure back to Firenze. He was very happy to learn his daughter was already pregnant with her first child. He was relieved to find her content with her life and with her lord. He spent an enjoyable few weeks before travelling back up to London, and from there across the Channel as he made his way home. Donna Clara had assured him all was well, and that she would send one of the homing pigeons he had given his daughter with word when the child was born. "She frets only now and again about one thing," the Countess's companion told her father. "His daughter." The merchant knew how jealous Luciana could be. Donna Clara nodded. "The Earl visits his child daily. Have you seen her?" Master Pietro D'Angelo asked his relation. Donna Clara nodded. "She is a charming little girl, Carlo, bright and mannerly. She would make a wonderful companion for the Contessa, but Madonna Luciana will not share her husband. The servants have been warned to not even mention the child in a lady's presence, for her jealousy runs wild. Perhaps in time—" The older woman sighed. Master Pietro D'Angelo shook his head. "Nay, Clara, if she will not accept the child now, she will never accept her, especially as she is carrying her own babe. You know what I say is truth. Pray Luciana births the son the Earl wants. It may ease my daughter's jealousy, but it will never erase it. Just do not allow her to harm the Earl's little daughter. You know how she can get sometimes. I will keep them both safe, Carlo, for the love I bear your daughter, and for the many kindnesses you have done for me, especially after my husband died," Donna Clara said quietly. "I will allow no shame to fall upon the house of Pietro D'Angelo." Then she bade her relative farewell and promised to pray for a safe journey home to Firenze. The summer slipped into autumn and then winter. On Candlemas, the 2nd day of February in the year of our Lord 1414, Luciana, the Countess of Leighton, gave birth to her firstborn, a son, baptized Charles after her father. 13 months later, on the 23rd of March, the Countess birthed a second son, Richard, and 10 months later, on a snowy last day of January, Henry Bowen entered the world. The Earl was more than satisfied with his 3 sons, all healthy and thriving to his pleasure. But he feared for his wife's health, for she was easily impregnated, and 3 babes within 3 years would have killed a lesser woman than Luciana. He voiced his fears to Donna Clara. "I will take a mistress so my lusts may be eased," he told her. Donna Clara shook her head. "She would kill you if she finds out, my lord, and she would find out. You know her jealousy. I know a remedy that I can give her that will prevent her from getting with child again unless you wish it." Robert Bowen raised an eyebrow. "What would the church say to such a thing?" he asked her softly. Donna Clara smiled a small smile at him. "What would they say to you taking a mistress?" she countered. The Earl chuckled. "Do what you need to do, old crow," he told her, using the affectionate term that his wife used for Donna Clara. The older woman knew Luciana too well to suggest she refrain from continuing to populate the nursery at Leighton Hall. Instead, she began to serve her lady a special drink each morning to strengthen her. And when a few weeks had passed, she offered Luciana another beverage that would keep her skin smooth and blemish-free. Being vain, the Countess accepted her long-time companion's advice and sipped from the cup each day. The Earl continued to enjoy his wife's favours, but for the interim there were no more children. On a perfect summer's day, when Henry Bowen was barely 6 months old, he was taken to the house's gardens to be set down upon a small silk blanket, where he enjoyed the sunshine with his 2 slightly older brothers. The Earl of Leighton's heir, Charles, was 2.5. He chased a ball his nursemaid threw for his amusement. Richard, the Earl's middle son, had just learned to walk. He eagerly toddled everywhere, his young nursemaid chasing after him. They suddenly came upon a little girl. "Orva!" Richard's nursemaid greeted the woman accompanying the girl. Then she looked nervously around. "Should you be here?" "The gardens aren't forbidden to my mistress, Alice," Orva said. She was a tall, lanky woman with prematurely iron-grey hair and sharp, dark-grey eyes. "Who are these little lads?" Cicely Bowen asked, curious. "They are your half-brothers, Poppet," Orva answered. She looked to Alice. "Which one is this? The eldest?" "Nay, this is Lord Richard, the second-born," Alice replied, holding him by her side as he squirmed. At the sound of his name, the child broke free of his nursemaid and, giggling, began to run off on fat little legs. Alice shrieked, but Cicely quickly caught the little boy by his hand, laughing. "Nay, nay, naughty one," she said. "You must stay with your Alice." She turned to Orva. "How many brothers do I have now?" "3, Alice volunteered. "We've been on t'other side of that hedge." "Oh, let me see them," the little girl cried, and she dashed around the tall green hedge, where she observed Charles and the baby Henry. "Hello," she greeted them. "I am Lady Cicely Bowen, your big sister." Plunking herself down next to Henry, who was lying upon his back, she tickled his little tummy. Henry chortled with delight, waving his fists at Cicely. The 2 other nursemaids stared, horrified. They knew the difficulties where the Earl's daughter was concerned, although they did sympathise with the little one's predicament. Orva came around the hedge and, taking Cicely's hand, pulled the girl to her feet. "Come along, my lady. Your father has carefully explained to you the state of affairs with his wife. If you are found here with her sons, there will be merry hell to pay." And the words were no sooner out of Orva's mouth than the Countess of Leighton stepped into view, and, seeing the 4 children together, shrieked as if the very portals of hell had just opened and demons were coming to take her away. At once the 3 little boys, frightened, began to howl in response to their mother's apparent distress. "She is attempting to bewitch my sons," Luciana screamed for all to hear. Kill her! Donna Clara! Come quickly, do not let her harm my boys." And the Countess ran forward to grasp Cicely by her long hair and began beating the little girl. "Bastarda!" she cried. "You will not have anything here. My sons are the true heirs. Bastarda! Orva had been taken by surprise by the Countess's attack upon her charge, but now, without hesitation, she stepped forward and pulled Luciana from Cicely. "You will not touch my lady, madam," she said in her deep voice. Then, quickly gathering Cicely up in her strong arms, Orva strode off, carrying the weeping child. But Luciana recovered quickly from her shock at being manhandled by the big woman. She whirled to face the 3 nursemaids, who now stood cowering with their individual charges. "You will all be beaten," she said in a dark and dangerous voice. "There will be no help from my lord for any of you, for you well know the servants are mine to command. Get back to the house now. Leave my sons in more capable hands in their nursery. Then you will come to me for your punishment. How dare you allow that bastard brat near my precious children?" "It were Alice," cried Henry's nursemaid. "She brought them near us." "Aye," Charles's nursemaid agreed, hoping, like her companion, to deflect the worst of their mistress's ire to the unfortunate Alice. "My little master ran away, and I came upon them chasing him," Alice protested, seeing where the situation was headed. "I told them to go away, my lady, I did." "But they didn't, did they?" the Countess said. "You will receive the most blows, Alice. You are indeed responsible." "She let the little girl touch Master Henry," Alice responded, pointing at the baby's nursemaid who had started all of this. "She touched my precious infant." The Countess fell back, one hand dramatically over her heart. "Sweet Jesu, my son has been cursed by the bastarda." Her brown eyes narrowed as they fixed themselves upon Henry's servant. "You," she accused, "you will feel the blows of my rod harder than the rest, and when I have finished with the 3 of you, it is back to the village for you all. You will never care for my boys again." Alerted by the other servants of some altercation in the gardens, Donna Clara had now arrived. "What has happened?" she wanted to know as she stared at the white-faced trio, the 3 howling children and her enraged mistress. They all spoke at once, but from their babble the older woman learned of the incident. She gathered her mistress into the comfort of her arms with soft, soothing words. There, bambina mia. No real harm has been done here. It was an unfortunate happenstance, that is all. You must calm yourself, for you have frightened the boys. Alice and the others acted in accordance with your wishes, I am certain. They did their best to send the Earl's daughter away. You might have never even known of the incident, had you not come upon them." "The bastarda's servant put her hands on me," Luciana cried angrily. "And the Earl shall know of it, bambina mia," Donna Clara assured her mistress, stroking her head. "Come now, and let us return to the house. You are distraught and must lie down. I have a lovely soothing draught that will ease your nerves." "I must beat these women first," Luciana insisted. "They have been disobedient." "Nay, bambina mia, they are good servants, but they were taken unawares. It is no one's fault. They did their best to control the situation, and you must not beat them." She began to draw Luciana away from the others, all the while murmuring to her, half in their native language, "Andiamo, cara mia. Everything is all right now." The Earl was apprised of the situation by Donna Clara. Then he interviewed the 3 nursemaids. Orva was called to the house. "I am told you pulled the Countess away from my daughter," Robert Bowen said. "I did," Orva replied, without a moment's hesitation. "She began to beat my lady. The little one has bruises on her arms, her face, her shoulders and back, my lord. Certainly you did not mean for your daughter to be treated in such a dreadful fashion." Orva's dark grey eyes met those of the Earl without flinching. "Tell me exactly what happened," Robert Bowen said quietly. Orva related the incident truthfully and without emotion as her master listened. He recognised her version as the truth of the matter. His son's servants had been terrified out of the few wits they had by Luciana and their fear of her retribution. He knew that the 3 nursemaids felt their safety lay in lining up on the side of his wife. As for Donna Clara, she had also been truthful with him, admitting she had come upon the chaotic scene after all had been said and done. "Lady Cicely made no attempt to harm your sons, my lord," Orva repeated. "She caught little Lord Richard by the hand when he tried to run from Alice. She sat by the baby and tickled his tummy. She had no contact whatsoever with Lord Charles. The others say she put the evil eye on the 2 elder and muttered cabalistic words in Henry's ear," the Earl told his daughter's nursemaid. "What?" Orva's outrage spoke for itself. Unable to help himself, Robert Bowen laughed aloud. "I know it is nonsense, Orva, but for the sake of peace in my household, I must forbid Cicely the gardens from now on. I will tell her myself when I come to see her. I wish I could control my wife's jealousy, for it is unreasonable and unfounded. But alas, I cannot." "It is wrong, my lord, just plain wrong that my lady is kept from her brothers and her family," Orva said candidly. "But I will obey, my lord." Donna Clara came privily to the Earl that night as he sat reading alone in his library by the fire. He beckoned her forward and gestured to a small chair opposite his. "My lord," she began, "I hesitate to bring this matter to your attention, but I promised my lady's father and my cousin that I would keep her safe, and your daughter too. Seeing Lady Cicely today has unleashed a terrible jealousy in my lady. She has spoken to me of poisoning this little girl in order to be rid of her. I cannot let her do such a thing, but neither must she know I have come to you, my lord. If she believes I have betrayed her, she will never forgive me. She will find a way to revenge herself. But I cannot allow her to do anything foolish and bring shame upon her father's house. Nor must she have the murder of an innocent upon her conscience." Robert Bowen was shocked by Donna Clara's revelation. He knew that Luciana's jealousy could run high, but for her to even consider killing a child in her ire horrified him. "I must send my daughter away from Leighton Hall," he said, realizing as the words left his mouth that he had spoken aloud. "It would probably be best for the little one," Donna Clara agreed. "There is nothing unusual in fostering a daughter out." The Earl nodded. "But to whom?" he wondered. "Tell my mistress of your plan," Donna Clara said. "It will allow me to diffuse her anger temporarily, so you may have time to place Lady Cicely with a good family." The Earl nodded. "You are a good woman, Donna Clara," he told her. "Whatever happens, you will always have a home here at Leighton Hall and a place in my family." She arose and nodded graciously to him. "Thank you, my lord, but I acted not to betray my lady, but rather to prevent her from blackening her immortal soul." "Of course," he agreed, nodding in return as she slipped from the library. Then he sank back into his chair to consider what he must do. He should have never married Luciana. But then whom would he have married? When Anne had died giving birth to Cicely, he had known he could never really love again. Not like he had loved Anne. They had grown up together. She was his household steward's daughter. They shared family, for his steward had been a distant relation from an even poorer branch of the Bowen family. Then suddenly Anne was gone, but he had Cicely, and an estate with a great house in need of repairs. No coin for it, nor to even pay his servants, who remained with him out of duty, loyalty, the need for a home themselves. There had been no choice but to finally take a wife. He might have married the younger daughter from another good English family with a pittance for a dower. He did, after all, have an old and honourable name, as well as a title to offer a wife. Or he could have, as he had done, sought out the offspring of a wealthy merchant willing to pay for that title for his child. Luciana's dower was excessively generous, and Master Pietro d'Angelo eager to see his daughter a countess. The Earl had quietly investigated the family and learned of the gossip about his prospective wife, but as there was nothing proven and in the end she proved a virgin, he had been content, especially as she had given him 3 healthy sons in as many years, and her investment advice was excellent. He was fast becoming a very wealthy man. But Luciana's unreasonable jealousy towards his little daughter was becoming difficult to manage. He could not allow her to harm Cicely, but neither could he expose his wife, the mother of his 3 sons, to a charge of witchcraft and murder. Robert Bowen drew a deep sigh. Donna Clara was right. Reluctant as he was to do it, he knew he would have to foster out his daughter with another family. But with whose family? And what could he offer such a family in return? He needed to think upon it. Leaving his library, the Earl went to his apartments, entering his wife's bedchamber. Luciana was awaiting him. Her face was tear-stained, and when she saw him, she began to sob. It was a familiar scene, and he almost laughed aloud. "What is troubling you, my darling?" he asked her as he came to sit upon the edge of her bed, taking her hand up and kissing it. "I am so frightened, Roberto," she said. "Henry might have been killed today. Your daughter wishes them all ill. What will become of our sons?" she sobbed. "They will, with God's blessing, grow up to be fine men," the Earl replied. "As for Cicely, it is time I fostered her out with another noble family, so she may take her place in the world. One day, sooner than later, I will have to find a husband for her." Luciana's brown eyes grew wide. "You are sending the girl away, my lord?" The tears, the looks of fear she'd been casting at him had suddenly vanished. "As soon as I find a suitable family with whom to place her," Robert Bowen said. "It should not take a great deal of time, and until then she is forbidden the gardens, my darling." He stroked her long dark hair, which was loose in her dishabille. "What of our servant who attacked me?" Luciana's voice was now hard. "Orpha will go with Cicely," the Earl replied. "She should be punished for laying her hands on me," his wife said angrily. "There is a bruise on my shoulder where the creature's thumb dug into me." "You beat my daughter with no real provocation, Luciana." Now the Earl's voice was cold and hard. "Orva tells me Cicely is black and blue all over." "She tried to harm my child," the Countess of Leighton protested. "She is 7 years old, Luciana, and her heart is pure. She knows she has half-brothers, and was excited to finally see them. We both know she made no attempt to harm the lads. You are jealous of my daughter, Luciana, and I've tried to reassure you in this matter, but you will not be comforted. This unfortunate incident will not be repeated, because I will send my daughter from Leighton Hall for her own safety. Know, however, that I've already settled a large amount on Cicely, so that one day I can make a good match for her." It was not often that the Countess of Leighton heard her husband speak so sternly to her, but when he did, she knew that he meant exactly what he said. Still, she would not allow him to cow her completely. "I am satisfied with your decision, my lord," she murmured meekly. "But do not dally in finding a place for the girl," she added sharply. "I cannot have our sons living under the threat of danger." "There is no danger," the Earl said, "but that which you have invented in your imagination, Luciana. Put it aside, and the matter will be quickly settled." Chapter 2. Henry of Lancaster had died on the 20th of March, and his heir was crowned on the 9th of April as King Henry V. The young king was eager to go to war with France. The Earl of Leighton consulted with his friend and blood relation Sir William Rogers as to where he might foster his daughter.
"'Tis a bad time, Robert,"
Sir William said candidly.
"But perhaps there is a chance you can get your lass into an important house if you can offer the king something in return. He's like all the Lancasters, ready to do a favour for a favour."
"He'll need financing for his war," Robert Bowen said. "I can probably aid him there. The Florentine bankers are always looking to make another profit, and I've many friends among them."
"The king will be at Windsor next week," Sir William said. "I'm leaving in another day or two. Ride with me. I can at least get you into his presence." "You have a new daughter, don't you?"
the Earl said to his relation.
"Born on the day the old king died," Sir William responded.
"She'll need a husband one day," Robert Bowen said.
"And he'll need a rich wife," Sir William observed. "My lass won't have much, but I thank you for even considering it." "You don't know what will happen in the next few years," the Earl of Leighton told his kinsman. "Let us wait and see."
When Sir William had departed Leighton Hall, Robert Bowen called for his horse and rode to the cottage where his daughter resided. Hearing his horse approaching, Cicely flew from the little house to greet her father. When he saw her, his heart contracted painfully. She was her mother's image, with her rich auburn hair and her blue-green eyes. When she was grown, she would be every bit as beautiful as Anne had been, if not more so. Even her creamy skin tone was Anne's, and the long, dark eyelashes that brushed her rose-hued cheeks. The perfection of her skin, however, was marred by a purplish bruise upon her left cheekbone.
"Papa, you came. I thought you might be angry at me."
She looked up at him, concerned.
"Now why would I be angry with you, Poppet?"
the Earl asked her as he swept her up into his embrace, kissing her right cheek, gently fingering the bruise, disturbed when she winced slightly.
"I didn't mean to anger your lady wife, Papa,"
Cicely said as he set her down upon her feet.
"Why does she hate me so?"
Taking her small hand in his big one, the Earl led his daughter to a bench outside of the cottage door, and they sat together.
"I cannot sugarcoat the truth, Poppet," he began. "Your stepmother is a jealous woman, Cicely. She wants no other woman in my life but her. Sadly, I cannot change her, which brings me to why I have come today. Orva," he called, "please come and join us."
And when the serving woman stood by his side, he continued,
"For your own safety and for the welfare of your half-brothers, I am going to foster you out to a good family. There will be other girls with you from other families. The lady of the house will teach you all those things you must learn and must know one day when you become the lady of the house. Eventually, I shall make a fine marriage for you, Cicely. Orva will go with you and continue to look after you, as she has always done, Poppet. You could not remain at Leighton Hall forever."
"Where are we to go?" Orva asked the Earl quietly. He looked directly at her.
"I do not know yet. I am going with Sir William to Windsor in a few days. The court is very busy now, and if I am fortunate, I will speak with the king himself. I will choose wisely, Orva. In the meantime, you must keep close to the cottage. There must be no opportunity for the Countess to see you, or to see Cicely. Do you understand me?"
he asked her softly, meaningfully. Orva nodded. "I will keep the little lady safe, my lord."
"Will I ever see you again, Papa?"
Cicely asked her father, and he heard the fear in her young voice.
"Of course you will see me, Poppet," he assured her. "Sadly, your stepmother will not share her excellent household skills with you, and if you are to wed one day, you must have those skills. Most girls your age are sent to other families. You will follow an age-old pattern, Cicely, and while I am at Windsor, Orva will make you some fine new gowns from the materials she takes from the storerooms. You will be the prettiest young lady in whichever household you join."
And Robert Bowen bent and kissed his little daughter's cheek, careful to avoid her bruise. He arose from his seat.
"I must return now to the house. When I come again, Cicely, I will know where you are to go."
"Go into the cottage, child," Orva said quietly. "I need to speak with your papa." Cicely obeyed immediately.
"Would you send her away if it had not been for the incident with your sons?"
Orva asked her master frankly.
"I don't know," he answered honestly. "She does need to know the things that only a lady of rank can teach her. Donna Clara tells me my wife speaks of harming Cicely, for the jealousy assailing her cannot be quenched. Sending my daughter away will keep the child safe, I believe. Don't let Cicely eat anything you've not prepared yourself while I'm gone. Do you understand, Orva?"
Orva nodded, her mouth quirking with her disapproval.
"I have heard these foreigners like to use poison," she noted.
The Earl sighed and shrugged.
"What else can I do but what I'm doing?" he said.
"Find us a good home, my lord," Orva replied. "And find my mistress a good husband when she is old enough."
The Earl nodded. "I will," he promised.
At Windsor, his cousin managed to introduce him to the king, but the young man was more interested in preparing for war than in the fortunes of the daughter of an unimportant man. But Henry V was not heartless. Seeing the disappointment on the Earl's face, he said,
"Such a request is not within my purview at this time, my lord, but I shall send you to my most excellent and well-loved mother, Queen Joan, with my request that she aid you in your endeavour."
Relieved, the Earl of Leighton bowed low and thanked the king, who sent him off with a servant, promptly forgetting him. Queen Joan's antechamber was filled with petitioners. Robert Bowen was forced to wait, but the king's servant waited with him to introduce him and present the king's request of the lady. Queen Joan had been Henry IV's second wife, the daughter of King Charles the Bad of Navarre and his wife, a princess of France. She'd been married first to the Duke of Brittany, by whom she had had 9 children. After her husband died, she had acted as regent for her oldest son until he came of age at 12. She had then married the widowed King of England, a father of 6 children himself. While both the king and queen were still young enough to have children, none were born to them, but Henry IV's offspring adored their stepmother. After sitting in the queen's antechamber for several hours, the Earl of Leighton and the king's servant were ushered into Queen Joan's presence. The Earl bowed low and kissed the elegant, beringed hand held out to him.
"His Highness the King would have you aid this gentleman, madam," the servant said, and then he backed from the room, leaving the Earl to face the Queen, along with her attendants who sat about the chamber sewing and chattering softly.
"You are?" Queen Joan asked Robert Bowen, seated in a high-backed chair, a footstool beneath her feet.
"Robert Bowen, the Earl of Leighton, madam," he told her.
"What is it I may do for you, my lord?" the Queen inquired of him softly. Quietly, as carefully and quickly as he could, the Earl explained his situation. He did not wish to heap criticism upon his wife, but he did need Queen Joan to understand the desperate situation that he faced in the matter of his daughter. The Queen nodded slowly, and when he had finished she said, "Aye, I can see the difficulty, my lord, but you are partly to blame for it. When you took your bride, you were not firm with her. Your daughter should never have been made to live outside of your house in another dwelling. Like my dear late husband's uncles were, you legitimated your daughter. Your wife was obviously spoiled and allowed to have her own way by her parents." Queen Joan shook her head. "But even if your wife had accepted your little girl, it would be better that she be fostered out. She has a dower portion, I assume?"
"With the goldsmith Isaac Kira in London," the Earl said, and then he told the Queen the amount he had placed with the goldsmith.
The Queen drew in a sharp breath. "Indeed, my lord, 'tis a considerable amount. You will have no trouble finding a worthy husband of impeccable breeding for your child one day, but for now we must find a suitable family for her."
"I would be honoured if you could suggest such a family, Your Highness," the Earl said. "My family is old, it is honourable, but we have always lived quietly, avoiding entanglements that might bring dishonour to us or those we serve."
Queen Joan nodded. "There is nothing wrong with being prudent, my lord. Now tell me how old your daughter is."
"She is 7, madam," he answered.
"Has she been taught? What languages does she speak?" the Queen continued.
"She speaks both English and French, and can understand Church Latin, madam," he told her. "She can do sums, she rides well, and her manners are good."
"Then she is fit for the best company," Queen Joan concluded. "Somerset's widow has remarried herself to Thomas Plantagenet, the Duke of Clarence. She has left her children by John Beaufort in the care of others. Henry, the eldest, now holds his father's titles and remains in his own home. His 3 brothers are all fostered out and serve different masters. His sisters are at home. The youngest will remain there for the interim, for she is only 4, but I am considering bringing my namesake, Lady Joan Beaufort, who is almost 9, into the royal household. She is a sweet girl. Perhaps your daughter would make a good companion for her. Yes, I shall bring young Joan here, and your daughter will have a place among her maiden companions." Queen Joan looked at the Earl of Leighton. "It is settled. Bring your daughter to me, my lord." Robert Bowen was astounded. Never had he anticipated such a high place for his wee Cicely. To be fostered within the royal house was an honour belonging to a greater name than his.
"Madam,"
he stammered, and he flushed at his own awkwardness.
"My family is not worthy of such an honour. Forgive me, but are you certain you would have my daughter? I am in your debt to such an extent I doubt I can ever repay you."
"I am told you are clever with your investments, my lord." Queen Joan surprised him again. "'Tis an interesting pursuit for one with so old and respected a name as yours. Is there truth to the rumour?" He nodded.
"My wife is extremely knowledgeable in such matters, having learned from her father in Firenze. I in turn have learned from her. I will advise you in any way that I can, madam. You have but to ask me."
The Queen nodded. "I will send to you now and again, my lord, for your thoughts in certain matters of finance. Now, have your child delivered to my favourite home, Havering at Bower, at the beginning of July. You may send a servant with her. When she is older, I shall suggest a suitable match for her, with your permission, of course, my lord," Queen Joan said graciously.
"Thank you, madam,"
the Earl of Leighton said. He bowed again, as, with a nod and a languid wave of her hand, the King's stepmother dismissed him. Robert Bowen made his way from the Queen's chambers and found his cousin.
"What happened?"
Sir William asked, and the Earl told him all that had transpired.
"What good fortune you have had, Rob," his cousin exclaimed. "You will never have to worry about your Cicely again if she gets on with the other girls in Queen Joan's household. You must instruct her to make certain that she pleases the Queen in particular. If she has that lady's favour, her future will be secured." "I still cannot believe all of this," the Earl said. "Of course, I cannot tell Luciana exactly what has transpired. She'll be jealous that I've obtained such a fine place for my daughter. I think she would have preferred I give Cicely to the church, with a meagre dower portion, and never see my child again. A cloistered order would have been her choice," Robert Bowen said with a wry smile. "Does she not realise that if your daughter makes the right friends at court and marries well, that all of that would be of advantage to your sons?" Sir William said. "No, she does not envision such things," the Earl answered. "When she considers Cicely, she sees only a rival for my affections." "I am sorry for you then, Rob," his cousin replied. "Surely then little Lady Cicely is better off leaving Leighton Hall."
Robert Bowen nodded, but his eyes were sad. He returned home, stopping at the cottage where his daughter lived before seeing his wife. Cicely ran to greet him, welcoming him home. Orva stood in the door to the dwelling, and their eyes met, hers questioning him.
"Let us sit down by the hearth," the Earl said. "The air is damp, and the fog not yet lifted from the fields."
He took his daughter onto his lap as he lowered himself into a chair by the small fire. Orva put a small goblet of wine that was kept for his visits by his hand, and then she sat down too. When Robert Bowen visited his child, they did not stand on ceremony.
"I have had an extraordinary piece of luck, Poppet," the Earl began.
"You have found a family to foster me, Papa?" she asked, and to his sorrow he heard the fear in her young voice.
"Not a family, Poppet, but Queen Joan herself," he replied, forcing an enthusiasm into his voice that he did not feel. "And you will have another young lass for company who is coming to Queen Joan as well. Her little namesake, Lady Joan Beaufort. She is a year or 2 older than you, I am told, but it will be her first time away from her home too. Her father is dead, and her mother remarried. Her older brother is the Earl of Somerset. They are the King's cousins, Poppet. This is incredible good fortune for you to be taken into a royal household, and Orva is to come with you."
Cicely began to cry.
"But I don't want to leave Leighton Hall, Papa," she told him. "Please don't send me away. I will be good, I promise. I will never leave the cottage, and my stepmother will never see me again. I swear it." She sobbed into his shoulder. "Please don't make me go, Papa. Please." His heart was breaking, Robert Bowen thought, but he had no other choice. If Cicely remained, Luciana would work herself into a dangerous fury, and he had no doubt that she would attempt to rid herself of the child in any manner possible. Swallowing down his own anguish, he said to his daughter, "Cicely, you are not being punished. This is a great honour you are being given, being allowed admittance into the royal household. Our family is an ancient one, but unimportant. Our lack of wealth has not allowed us to marry into the more prestigious families, nor gain any foothold on the rungs of power. Now we are gaining that wealth, but we have no entree into the court. If you please Queen Joan with your sweetness and your manners, you will have an opportunity to meet the most important folk in the land, and that will one day help our family to gain ingress into the court. Queen Joan will see that you make an advantageous marriage, and once you are involved in the court, I shall be able to make the best matches for your brothers, thus increasing our family's strength and importance. I need you to take this first step for Leighton." Cicely's sniffling had stopped. She was an intelligent child. She heard and digested her father's words carefully. She understood them. "What will you tell my stepmother, Papa?" she asked him astutely. "She will not be pleased I am going to court." "I will say that I have found a place for you in the house of a wealthy widow," he said with a small smile. "In time she will learn the full truth, but knowing then that you can aid our sons one day will help to temper her jealousy towards you, I am certain." The child nodded. "Perhaps it will," she agreed. "When must Orpha and I leave? Where are we to go, Papa?" "Havering Atty Bower, which is Queen Joan's favourite residence. It's about 15 miles from London. She wants you there in early July, so you have several weeks before you must leave Leighton." Orpha had sat silent. Now she said candidly, "My lady will need proper clothing, my lord. She must have some jewellery and an allowance to be paid quarterly, and her own horse. It won't be easy seeing to these things, for your lady will not want to give Cicely anything. As you can see, the child's gown is shabby and worn, as are all her few gowns. I do my best to keep them in good repair, but the material will go only so far, and Lady Cicely is growing. And I've had to loosen the stitching on the toes of her shoes, for her footwear no longer fits." "How is this possible?" the Earl wanted to know. "My storage rooms are full with whatever you need, Orpha." His look was one of confusion. "But the Lady Luciana holds the keys to those storerooms, my lord. She has refused my last 2 requests for material to make my little lady gowns," Orpha said. "Why did you not come to me?" he asked his daughter's serving woman. "It would have but caused more difficulty for us, my lord. I hoped that in time you would see the state of my mistress's wardrobe and correct the situation," Orpha said. "By the rood," the Earl swore softly. "I will not have this. Cicely shall have everything she needs and more. How dare her stepmother withhold necessities from my daughter?" His arm tightened about the little girl. "You shall be denied nothing, my darling," he promised her. Then he tipped her from his lap. "I must now go and speak with my wife. In the morning, Orpha, you shall have access to the storerooms. Take all you need, but remember I shall have to return the keys to my lady wife the same day, lest I send her into a greater temper than she will already have." Standing, he bent and kissed his daughter on her forehead, then strode from the cottage to ride home. Entering his house, he asked the steward where his wife could be found. Luciana was in her apartments with Donna Clara, who was brushing her hair. "My head aches," she greeted him languidly, waving him to a chair. "Give me the keys to the storerooms," he replied, not sitting. A wary look came into her large brown eyes. "Why do you want them?" she asked him boldly. "Do not stop brushing, it eases my pain," she snapped at Donna Clara. "Must I live in agony always?" "Give me the keys to the storerooms," he repeated, not answering her. "Am I master of Leighton or not, madam?" "Have you found a place for your daughter?" she wanted to know. "I have," he said, "and now I will see that Cicely is properly garbed and equipped for her new home." I am the mistress of this household, Luciana said in a hard voice. It is my duty to see your daughter supplied with what she needs. You have laid eyes on Cicely but once, and not by choice, madam, the Earl said in an equally hard voice. You have denied her serving woman the cloth necessary to make the child gowns. Her garments are worn, shabby. Have you no shame, Luciana? Cicely is an earl's daughter, not some stranger I've taken in.
She is your bastard, Luciana cried angrily.
Her mother died before we could wed, but our daughter was legitimated by Rome, Canterbury, and the laws of England, the Earl shouted furiously. Why do you refuse to admit the truth, Luciana? This was all long before I even knew of your existence. You have given me 3 sons. My respect for you is great. What more do you want of me?
You loved her, the Countess of Leighton accused. Robert Bowen looked surprised.
Loved whom? He asked her.
My lady bird, Donna Clara cautioned. Do not pursue this, I beg you. Your daughter's mother, Luciana spat. And everyone says the brat is her mother's image, the whore who was your servant's daughter. The Earl of Leighton slapped his wife across her angry face. Luciana shrieked, outraged, her hand going to her burning cheek. Donna Clara gasped in shock. Never had she seen her English master lose his control. He was always calm, always the voice of reason. The look in his eyes now, however, was one of uncontrolled fury. Her mistress stood on the brink of disaster. The red haze faded slowly from before his eyes as the Earl fought to regain some measure of control, struggling with himself not to put his hands about her slim white neck and snap it. Finally he felt calm, but he was very angry. His wife stood glaring at him, totally unaware of how close she had come to death. Donna Clara knew, and her eyes filled with relief as Robert Bowen came to himself again and spoke.
I loved Anne, he told Luciana. She was everything you are not. She was beautiful, and Cicely is her image. She was kind and generous. She was genuinely devout. We were bloodkin, madam, but not so close that a marriage between us was forbidden. Old families like mine frequently parcel out the responsibilities of their estates to kin, because in most instances blood will not betray you. Your interests are their interests, madam. Whether your estate is large or small, such loyalty is important. I might have wed the daughter of another noble, but an honourable family like mine was left with little dower. However, I fell in love with Anne, and we planned to wed. The banns had already been posted when her father was killed in an accident. She was his only child, and his own wife, her mother, had died when Anne was 10. The shock of her father's death caused my beloved to go into an early labour. She lived long enough to push our daughter from her body, and then, with a great sigh, she died. I was content to remain unmarried, but Cicely needed a mother to teach her the things a girl of her rank should know, and I needed a legitimate son. And then your father learned I sought a wife. As your behaviour in Firenze had made you unmarriageable, he had to seek a husband for you here in England. I was poor, but I could give you a title. You could bring me a fat dower and give me sons. It was an ideal match, Luciana. I swore to your father that I would honour you and respect you. I have done these things. I have treated you well. You, however, have not kept your part of our bargain.
I gave you wealth, she cried. I have advised you in which trading ventures to invest in, and you have become rich in the process. I have given you 3 sons. I am faithful to you. What more could you want?
I wanted a mother for my daughter, he said.
I told you before the wedding contracts were even signed that I would not raise that child, Luciana said. You agreed.
I believed that once you felt secure, once you had given me a son, that you would no longer feel the need to reject Cicely, the Earl replied. What kind of woman are you that you could hate an innocent little girl so greatly? What could she have possibly done to you before you even met her that you hate her?
You love her. You love her as you loved her mother. But you have never loved me, Robert, have you? The Countess said bitterly.
How many marriages are made for love, Luciana? He asked quietly. Certainly not among our kind, nor even among the poor. Marriages are made to gain certain advantages. Among the peasantry they are made for children to help in the fields, and among the nobility they are made for land, for wealth, for a higher position on the social scale. You are my wife. I have a fondness for you. I am grateful to you for the sons you have given me, for the wealth you brought me, for the knowledge you have given me that has aided me in acquiring more riches. You have my respect in all but one matter, and that is your inability to accept my daughter. For you and for your peace of mind, I have agreed to foster Cicely out, but I will not send her from this house, from her home, without all she needs to survive, to succeed in the world beyond Leighton Hall. But even now, gaining your own way, you cannot be generous to my daughter, which is why I will have the keys from my storerooms from you. He held out his hand to her. Give them to me now, madam. Luciana stood up. Her look was murderous, but she unfastened the chatelaine's keys from her satin girdle and flung them at him. Here, and be damned to you, Robert. But why the wench needs a fine wardrobe in the house of a widow, I do not know. He knew he was being foolish, but she had angered him so greatly he needed to strike back at her. He knew there would be more difficulties with Luciana over it, but he couldn't help himself. She does if the widow is the king's beloved stepmother, the Earl of Leighton said with a wicked smile. Your daughter is going to live in Queen Joan's household. The Queen is fostering her. The Countess of Leighton was astounded. How did you manage to arrange such a thing, Robert? There was new respect for him in her voice, and she was already considering the possibilities for their sons. It was pure luck, Luciana, he told her. But if Cicely does well, she will be able to ease the way to introduce our sons into the court one day. Yes, his wife replied slowly. Perhaps the brat will prove useful after all, and I will not have to see her ever again. Nay, you will not, Robert Powen agreed. Take whatever you desire from the storerooms, the Countess told her husband graciously, although in truth it was all his to take. The wench should not disgrace Leighton. Has she manners? Is she educated at all, or will she be an embarrassment, my lord? She must not be forward in any way. My daughter has manners and enough learning to please the Queen, he said, amused by this sudden shift in her attitude. Even if she proves of value to us, I will always hate her because you love her, Luciana told him bluntly. I love our sons too, madam, and I was never aware that you sought my love. Have I not been a good husband to you, a competent lover? He demanded. I thought it would be enough, Luciana answered him slowly. But I find it is not enough for me now. I suppose it is my warm nature that makes it so. I am sorry, then, that I must disappoint you, the Earl told his wife. But we need not be enemies, madam. Nay, they would not be enemies, yet he could never forgive her for the cruel way she had treated his daughter, would continue to treat Cicely. With a polite bow, he turned and left her. Does he hate me? The Countess asked Donna Clara. Nay, the older woman replied. But had you made the slightest effort towards little Lady Cicely, had you shown her even a modicum of kindness, my lady, you might have gained his love. The love he had for his daughter's mother was one born of familiarity, longevity, and kinship. They had much in common because they were raised together. Do you not recall your brother Gio's first love was your cousin Teresa? He outgrew her, Luciana said. Donna Clara shook her head in the negative. Nay, he did not. He would have willingly wed her, had your father and hers allowed it. But they would not, because each family needed a wealthier mate for their child. Your husband was not as practical a man. He was ready to wed his lover. Only her death prevented it, and then he did what he should have done in the first place. He sought an heiress bride. He might have given you his love had you accepted his daughter. I warned you, my lady, after little Carlo was born, to relent and bring Lady Cicely into the house, but you would not. Now the Earl's patience is at an end. 'Tis you who have driven him to it. I do not care, Luciana said irritably. I do not need his love. I am his wife. I am the Countess of Leighton. Then a calculating light came into her eyes. I shall give him a daughter too. When he has another daughter, Donna Clara, he will not think so much on this one, and she will be gone from Leighton. Donna Clara did not argue with her mistress. She doubted another daughter would change the Earl's attitude towards his wife. Oh, he would love the child, for he was a good man, but he would not love her mistress. "You are worn with birthing your 3 sons in so short a time, Cara," the older woman said. "You must rebuild your strength, for if you are to have a daughter, you will want her to be strong and healthy, as your sons are." The Countess nodded. "Aye, I do want a healthy daughter. You must continue to give me that strengthening drink you prepare each day for me." "I will, my lady. You may be sure that I will," Donna Clara promised her mistress. And as long as Luciana drank the potion, there would be no more children. But of course the Countess of Leighton did not know it. And if her mistress convinced her husband to have another child, Donna Clara would cease adding her special ingredient to the mixture. She was relieved that the Earl had taken her advice and was fostering his daughter out, for her mistress, she firmly believed, would not have let the matter go. On the following morning, Orva came early to the hall and sought out Bingham, the steward. Bingham was filled with gossip. "The Earl fought so loudly with her yesterday that you could have heard them in the next village," the steward informed Orva. "It was about our little lady." He reached into his pocket and drew out a ring of keys. "These are for you. What's going on?" "Come with me to the storerooms and I'll tell you," Orva said, and he followed her eagerly. "He has decided it will be safer for Lady Cicely to be fostered by another family," Orva began, "and I'm to go with her." "Lady Cicely is being sent from Leighton?" Bingham was surprised. "So the Countess has had her way in the matter." "My lord does it for his daughter, not for the Countess," Orva said sharply. "And into whose household are we going?" "We are being sent to Queen Joan herself," Orva crowed. "We'll be a part of the royal court." Her eyes scanned the bolts of material. "God's boots," Bingham swore softly. "How did the Earl manage that? Leighton isn't an important house." "He says it was pure good fortune that put him in Queen Joan's eye," Orva said. "I think St. Anne, to whom I always pray, looks out for her namesake's child." She reached for a bolt of medium blue velvet and, unrolling it to the length she desired, took the scissors on her girdle and cut the piece. Folding it, she then set it on a small table. "Praise God and his blessed mother that the child will be safe," Bingham replied. He was Lady Cicely's great-uncle on her mother's side. "The others will be glad to learn your news, Orva. May I tell them?" "Shout it to the skies, if you will," Orva said, taking another bolt down, this one of burnt orange brocade, and cutting the piece she wanted. "I'll leave you then to your picking and choosing," Bingham answered. "Lock the door from the inside, Orva. That way you'll not be disturbed." And he gave her a broad wink. "The mistress isn't pleased at all this morning, I'm told." Then he left her. Orva took his advice and turned the big key in the lock before going back to her task. There was much to choose from, and Orva took her time. To the blue velvet and the burnt orange silk brocade, she added a dark green, a cream and a burgundy-coloured velvet, along with a violet silk brocade, a medium blue and a grass-green silk. She took a length of deep blue wool and another of rich brown to make cloaks for her mistress, as well as a packet of rabbit fur and another of marten to line the cloaks. She took linen and lawn for undergarments and veils, trimmings, buttons, several narrow lengths of satin, and another of leather to make girdles. The shoemaker belonging to Leighton would make Cicely new shoes and boots. In a dark corner, Orva found a small dusty box, almost hidden beneath several bolts of heavy wool. Curious, she opened it. Seeing its contents, she smiled. Inside the box was a narrow gold chain with a small jewelled cross, a simple band of red gold, and a tarnished wire caul. The gilt flaked from the caul as she lifted it up. These few small possessions had belonged to Cicely's mother, Anne. The chain and the ring had been Bowen family jewellery. Robert Bowen had given them to Anne in pledge of their love. The little wire gilt caul Orva remembered the Earl buying for his love at a Michaelmas fair. She could still picture Anne in her mind's eye, tucking her thick auburn hair into the caul and twirling about happily as she showed it off to Orva and to her father. "These should belong to Cicely," Orva said aloud to herself. The chain and the ring were hardly impressive pieces, and the little caul needed to be regilded.
but the serving woman knew that her little mistress would appreciate that these items had belonged to the mother she had never known. She added the box to her pile. Then, unlocking the door, letting herself out and relocking it, she hurried off to find some servants to aid her in taking her prizes back to the cottage, where she would begin to fashion the gowns her little mistress needed. When the Earl came to visit his child later that day, Orva showed him everything she had taken from his storerooms. The Earl nodded, thinking to himself that Cicely could not be in better hands than Orva's. The serving woman had taken enough material to make his daughter a wardrobe fit for a princess. Then Orva showed him the box with a few small pieces of jewellery that had been Anne's. Robert Bowen's eyes welled up. "I'd forgotten these," he said softly, fingering the chain with the crucifix. "Aye, Cicely should have them. You were right to bring them, Orva. But the call has seen better days, hasn't it?" He smiled at his remembrance of Anne's squeal of delight when he had bought it for her. "A bit of fresh guilt, my lord," Orva assured him. "And 'twill be fine. My daughter should have a real gold call and some bits of good jewellery," the Earl noted. "I will see to it. Remember, my lord, she is still a little girl, perhaps a strand of pearls and 2 or 3 rings. As she grows older, you will gift her," Orva advised. Several days later, Robert Bowen brought his daughter a beautiful long strand of pearls, several gold rings decorated with brightly coloured gemstones or pearls, a fine golden caul, and a gold headband with an oval piece of green malachite in its centre. And when another week had passed, he arrived with a beautiful dappled grey mare with a black mane and tail for Cicely, and a sturdy chestnut gelding for Orva. The weeks flew by, and then it was Midsummer's Eve. There was dancing, and there were games, drinking of sweet honeyed mead, and bonfires on the hillsides. In just a few more days, Lady Cicely Bowen would be leaving her childhood home to be fostered by the widowed Queen Joan. The new king, rumour had it, was preparing for war against France. It would be an exciting time to be at court. On the morning before her departure, Cicely slipped from the cottage. Orva was busy finishing the packing, and would not consider where her little mistress had gone, nor would she worry about it, for Cicely was completely safe on Leighton lands. Walking across the fields, Cicely made her way to her father's gardens and secreted herself within a large hedge. And then the 3 nursemaids came, bringing with them her 3 little half-brothers. She watched them silently, smiling at the antics of the 2 elder, wishing she might be allowed to play with them. Charles looked like their father, she was happy to see. The other 2 favoured both their parents. Finally, she could sit no longer. "Farewell, little brothers," she whispered softly. "I doubt we will ever meet again. May God and his blessed mother protect you all. Bring honour to Leighton." Then Lady Cicely Brown crept quietly from her father's gardens, making her way back across the fields to the cottage where she had spent all of her life. "Where were you?" Orva asked her when she entered. "Out walking and saying my farewells to Leighton," the little girl answered. "I still wish we didn't have to go. Oh, I know the great advantage this is for me, for my family, but I should have been content to remain here forever." Orva sighed. "I know," she sympathised. "This has been my home for all my life too, and now I wonder if I will ever see it again, my little lady." She sighed again, but then said, "Still, it is a great adventure we are about to embark upon. It could be worse. Your father's wife could have convinced him to put you in a convent for the rest of your days." "I would have made a very bad nun," Cicely said, giggling. "So would I," Orva agreed with a chuckle. "Do you think my father will come to say goodbye, Orva?" Cicely wondered. "Did he not tell you, child?" "Oh, perhaps he meant for it to be a surprise," the serving woman said. "Your father is to escort us to Havering Abbey Bower." Cicely clapped her small hands together with delight. "Oh, we shall have time together before he leaves me. I am so glad." She danced about the room. Orva smiled to see the child happy. This sudden change in Cicely's life was a difficult one to make for a child so young. Orva prayed silently that all would be well, and that her little mistress would be happy in Queen Joan's household. She hoped the Earl's daughter would find a friend among the other little maidens certain to be there. She slept restlessly that night, the last night in the cottage she considered her home. The Earl had assured her the cottage would be there for her when Cicely was grown and no longer needed her. It was the one comfort she had in all of this great change. The following day dawned grey and gloomy, certainly not the most hopeful sign or the thought, as she directed the loading of the trunks onto the baggage cart. It would take them a week to reach Queen Joan's residence, which was some 15 miles east of London. The Earl had sent word ahead to 4 convents and 3 monasteries, requesting shelter for his party. Each night they would stop at a religious guest house, where they would be given a bed and 2 meals in the safety of the establishment's sturdy walls. They would travel with a dozen men-at-arms from Leighton to keep them, and Cicely's baggage cart with all her new gowns and other worldly possessions safe. They had travelled no more than a few miles when the rain began, and it continued for the next 2 days. The Earl had wisely considered that they would travel slowly, and so, while uncomfortable, they were able to reach the convent in which they would stay the night. The Mother Superior was impressed that Lady Cicely was to be fostered by the King's stepmother. "You are aware, though, my lord, of the rumours about Queen Joan, aren't you?" the nun asked the Earl. "What rumours?" Robert Bowen inquired nervously. Were all his plans for his daughter to come to naught? "Some say the lady practices witchcraft, my lord, although King Henry does not give such chatter credence," the Mother Superior murmured. "Why would anyone say that?" the Earl wondered aloud. "Well, my lord, her kingly father in Navarre was called the Bad, and then she lived in Brittany for many years, and all know that witchcraft is practised there. And then there is the fact that while she bore her first husband, the Duke of Brittany, 9 children, and our own late king had 6 with Lady Mary before she died, and he succeeded to England's throne, together the King and Queen Joan produced no progeny. Both were young enough to do so. So why were there no more children?" "Perhaps because of their large families, their marriage was by choice a celibate one," the Earl suggested. "As I recall, Queen Joan brought her 2 younger daughters with her when she came from Brittany, Reverend Mother, and they needed her attention. But as I'm not a part of the court circle, my opinion on the matter would be worthless." The nun smiled archly. "Your little girl is very fortunate, my lord," she said. It rained the next day as well, and the monastery guest house they stayed in the second night was very sparse, the supper and meal the following morning scant. But when they awoke the 3rd morning, the sky had turned blue and the sun was shining. The weather held for the rest of their journey, and late in the afternoon of the 7th day, they reached the village of Havering Atty Bower and Queen Joan's residence. The Queen, however, was not there. She would be arriving on the morrow, the steward said, with Lady Joan Beaufort. He could not admit the Queen's new fosterling until she arrived. Anticipating that he might need a 7th night of shelter, the Earl of Leighton had arranged it in the guest house of a small but prosperous convent just outside of the village. The Mother Superior herself welcomed them, smiling. She was quite unlike their hostess on that first night on the road. "So you're to live in the Queen's household," the nun said. "You are a very lucky little girl, Lady Cicely. I have known the Queen since she came to England over 10 years ago. She is very wise and can be a lot of fun. Her daughters, Marguerite and Blanche, came with her then. Of course, they're married back into France now, but I remember them well. 2 of the sisters and I used to take them berry-picking, and the Decembers we had with all the feasting from Christmas to 12th night. Queen Joan always invited us to her table then, for we are a small order. How lovely to learn there will be 2 little girls back at the Queen's house again to bring it laughter and joy." "I believe your words are comforting to my daughter," Robert Bowen said. "She has never before been away from Leighton." "Oh," the Mother Superior said, and she stooped down so she might speak face to face with Cicely. "You must not be afraid, my daughter. You have come to a good place, and within a few short weeks it will be and will feel like home to you. Do you like animals? The Queen's house here is always filled with dogs and cats." "I have a horse," Cicely said. "My Lord Father gave her to me before we departed our home. Her name is Gree, because she is grey. I've never had a dog or cat." "Well, you shall probably find you have several once the Queen is in residence," the nun said cheerfully, standing up again. "Come now, my lord, my lady, we are about to celebrate Vespers. Will you not join us? And then we'll have supper.
I know that Sister Marguerite has made a wonderful vegetable and rabbit pottage for supper. I have smelled it cooking all afternoon."
She reached out and took Cicely's hand.
"But first we must go into the chapel and thank our dear Lord and his mother for your safe arrival."
The convent might be small, but the meal they were served after Vespers was every bit as good as that served at the Earl's table. The rabbit stew was flavourful, the bread warm and crisp, and there was an egg custard flavoured with lavender served last. The beds given them were clean and fresh, free from bedbugs and fleas, and in the morning their second meal of oat stirabout, with newly baked bread and butter, was delicious. The Earl thanked the sisters as they departed, pressing a generous donation into the hand of the Mother Superior.
"I hope we will see you again very soon, Lady Cicely," the nun called after them.
"Do you think the Queen will like me, Papa?" Cicely asked as they rode towards the village again and the Queen's residence. "What of the other girl who comes with her? Do you know who she is?"
The Earl nodded. "You must not fret, Poppet," he told his daughter. "Queen Joan is a good woman, and she cannot help but like you. Everyone likes you."
"My stepmother does not like me," Cicely said softly.
"Luciana does not know you, and she is jealous of the love I bear you, and bore your mother. I wished it were otherwise, but it is not. Queen Joan will like you."
"And the girl? Who is she, Papa?" Cicely asked anxiously.
"Lady Joan Beaufort is the daughter of the late Earl of Somerset, John Beaufort," the Earl began. "His father was the Duke of Lancaster, a son of King Edward III called John of Gaunt, because he was born to Queen Philippa in Ghent. The Duke had 3 wives and outlived 2. John Beaufort, his brothers Henry and Thomas, and his sister Joan were the children of the Duke's mistress and later third wife, Catherine Swynford. The Beauforts were born on the other side of the blanket, as were you, Cicely. But, like you, they were legitimated. They and their descendants are not permitted to be placed in the line of succession, but they are legitimate. You, my daughter, are, however, in my line of succession. When I die, you will receive an inheritance along with your brothers."
"So this other little girl is royal," Cicely said. Her stomach stirred nervously.
"Aye," her father admitted. "She is, but she is still an earl's daughter, as are you."
They were now approaching the Queen's residence, which, like the village, was known as Havering Atte Bower. It was a large dwelling that had been built originally by King William, known as the Conqueror, to serve as a hunting lodge. Over the centuries since it had been added onto and made into a large, livable home. When they had come yesterday, it had been quiet. Now, however, the path to and before the house was filled with carts and horses and servants of various rank. One of the Earl's men rode forward, shouting,
"Make way for my lord, the Earl of Leighton! Make way!"
Carts were drawn to the road's edge, and grumbling people stepped aside until a narrow path was formed, allowing their party through. The Queen's steward met them at the door to the house. Grooms hurried forward to take their horses as they dismounted. Robert Bowen took his daughter by the hand and beckoned over to follow them as the steward led them into the house and the hall. Cicely's little heart hammered with a mixture of both fear and excitement. She had chosen her new burnt orange velvet gown to wear this day. It had a turned-up collar and long trailing sleeves. She wore the gold chain with the little jewelled crucifix about her neck and rings on several of her fingers. Her gold coronet was worn about her head, and beneath it was a delicate lawn veil, barely hiding the rich russet of her hair. She knew she looked most elegant, because Orva had told her so. Still, she worried that she would not please the Queen. She cast a quick glance about the hall. Queen Joan stood waiting for the child to be put into her care. Seeing Cicely, she smiled. The little girl was absolutely adorable. Leaning to the right, she murmured to the child by her side, "Now, Joan, here is the companion I promised you." The Earl reached the Queen's chair. He bowed low with an elegant flourish that his wife had taught him when she'd learned he was speaking with the Queen. He looked then to his daughter, and Cicely curtsied prettily. "So here you are at last, my lord, and this will be your daughter, Lady Cicely Bowen, will it not?" Queen Joan said.
"It is, madam, and again let me express my gratitude for your generosity and kindness in fostering my child," Robert Bowen replied.
Queen Joan nodded graciously, then asked, "This is Lady Cicely's servant, my lord. Come forward." She gestured to Orva. Startled to be noticed, Orva stepped forward and then curtsied politely. "Your name?" "Orva, madam," was the reply. "You are welcome to Havering Ati Bower, Orva," the Queen said. Then she looked to Cicely. "Come here, child, and let me see you better." Cicely stepped forward. "Your father tells me you speak English and French," the Queen said.
"Aye, my lady, I do," Cicely responded.
"And you do sums?"
"Aye, my lady."
"You are a good Christian maid? You make your confession regularly?" the Queen continued.
"Oh, yes, my lady," Cicely said earnestly.
The Queen smiled a small smile. "Do you think you will be happy with us?"
"I do not know, my lady," Cicely said honestly. "I have never before been away from home, but I am told in a few weeks this will be home, and I shall be content."
Again Queen Joan smiled. "Aye, I think you will be. Then you are content to come into my care."
"Oh, my lady, this is a great honour you do me, to my family," Cicely answered her. "My father is not an important man. I am very grateful for your kindness to me."
The child had, of course, been told that the Queen understood, but she seemed intelligent. She knew the advantage being given to her. Queen Joan drew the other girl by her side forward. "This is your new companion, Lady Joan Beaufort," she said. "Joan, this is Lady Cicely Bowen. You will share a chamber and lessons, and learn how to be great ladies in my care. My Lord of Leighton, bid your daughter farewell now." The Earl knelt and drew Cicely into his embrace. He kissed her rosy cheeks, and his eyes grew misty as she put her arms about his neck. Then she whispered,
"I will do my best to bring honour to Leighton, my Lord Father. I swear it on my mother's name."
Robert Bowen's heart contracted. "I know you will," he responded. Then, kissing her smooth forehead, he arose, saying, "Farewell, my daughter. We will meet again, I promise you." Bowing to the Queen, he then turned and left her hall. Cicely stared after her father. She suddenly felt abandoned, as if she would weep. Then a small hand slipped into hers, and a sweet voice said,
"We are going to be such great friends, Cicely. I just know it."
Turning, she looked into the smiling face of little Lady Joan Beaufort. Chapter 3.
"He's looking at you again, Jo,"
Lady Cicely Bowen said, giggling. At 14, she was a slender girl of average height, much admired for her thick and wavy auburn hair and her beautiful, clear blue-green eyes.
"Oh, Cece, please don't tell me that,"
Lady Joan Beaufort said.
"He's been staring at me for weeks now. Why doesn't he just come over and speak to me? If he doesn't stop mooning about, I don't know what I will do. I wish we were back at Havering Ati Bower instead of here at Windsor with the court."
She turned her blonde head to look directly at her admirer, and her blue eyes danced mischievously when he flushed, turning away.
"There," she chuckled. "That will teach him to stare so rudely."
"Who is staring rudely?" a deep voice inquired curiously, and the two girls turned to see that Henry Beaufort, the Bishop of Winchester, had joined them. The bishop was Lady Joan's uncle, and currently part of the Regency Council governing for the infant King Henry VI, who had acceded to his throne 10 months prior, at the age of 8 months.
"James Stuart, my lord," Cicely said. "He keeps looking at Jo, but he will not speak to her. She finds it very annoying."
The bishop chuckled. "The young King of the Scots says he is in love with you, my child. He would speak to your brother about a match between you."
"He would do better to speak with me, uncle," Lady Joan Beaufort said sharply. "Not one word has the man uttered. He just stares. I'll marry no man I don't know or love, but he is not unattractive, I will allow."
"You could be Queen of Scotland," her uncle murmured slightly.
"A queen without a throne," Lady Joan said tartly.
"The regent in the north is dead over a year now, niece. His son is an incompetent fool, as we learned when we held him for ransom with young James years back. A pity the Duke of Albany could not find the wherewithal for his king, although he certainly managed to find ransom enough for his son. Our James will not forget that.
Negotiations are already underway to return this king to his throne in Scotland. The Earl of Athol has arrived along with the Red Stewart of Dundonald and the Bishop of St. Andrews. They've already discovered, to their surprise, that James Stewart is neither an easily manipulated weakling or a fool. He has asked them to deal with your brother in the matter of your marriage, Joan, the bishop said. He was a tall, handsome man with piercing light blue eyes and white hair that had once been blonde. He was the second of the Beaufort sons and had been educated for the church. He had been offered a cardinal's hat by Pope Martin V, but his nephew, Henry V, would not let him accept it. Henry Beaufort was too valuable a politician for England. "Then you'd better discover a way for this exiled king to talk to me," Lady Joan said. "An English queen for Scotland's king would be a valuable asset, considering the age of our current king and the ambition of powerful men, Uncle." The bishop chuckled. "I wish my father were alive to know you, niece. You have your grandmother's fair face, but you have your grandfather's sharp mind. Others might find it disconcerting in a girl such as yourself. I, however, do not. I shall see that James Stewart makes himself known to you soon, Joan. I do believe that you will like him." Then, with a nod of his head, the bishop strode off across the gardens. "The bishop is so handsome," Cicely sighed. "What a waste of a man. The priesthood should be only for ugly men." "He fathered a daughter in his youth," Lady Joan said. "She's named Jane." "Who was the mother?" Cicely asked, fascinated. "They say it was Alice Fitzallen, but no one can prove it for certain," Lady Joan replied. "I saw Jane Beaufort once. She's a pretty child and is fostered by one of the de Bowen family. My uncle will see her well married one day." "Do you think His Grace will introduce you to the Scots king?" Cicely wondered. "Aye, he will," Lady Joan said. "With little King Henry still in leading strings and years ahead of them to govern, my family will want an ally in the north. The little brat had a temper tantrum the other day, as he was about to be brought into Parliament, and it had to be cancelled until the next morning, when he was quite amenable to sitting in Queen Catherine's lap while the lords nattered on for hours. "You know, Cece, I quite like the idea of being a queen," she said with a smile. "I mean, if James Stewart is to finally return to Scotland, whom could he possibly marry there? His mother was some clansman's daughter, not a girl of high rank. The Scots earls are a contentious lot, always squabbling, and each one of them has at least one daughter he would try to place on the Queen's throne. And then the other earls would fight one another over it. Of course, King James might seek a princess bride from France, or one of the northern countries like the Kingdom of the Danes, or even Spain." "You're thinking about it," Cicely accused. "You haven't even met the man, and you're thinking about it, aren't you, Jo?" "Of course I'm thinking about it, Cece. He has to marry. I have to marry. It's true we haven't exchanged a single word so far, but don't you think he looks nice?" "They say he writes poetry," Cicely answered. "And he is handsome." "Maybe I'll start smiling at him then, instead of frowning at him," Lady Joan said mischievously, and the two girls broke into gales of laughter. James Stewart was the only surviving son of King Robert III of Scotland and his queen, Annabella Drummond. With his mother deceased and his older brother David dead at his uncle's hands, his father, King Robert, had finally realised that his only surviving son was in danger. The king had trusted his own brother, the Duke of Albany, when he claimed that Prince David, the Duke of Rothesay, was plotting to overthrow his father. Robert Stewart understood his elder son's ambition, and his own health had always been weak, but he was not going to give David Stewart his throne, not yet. So he had instructed Albany to imprison David, and suddenly his strong, healthy son and heir was dead. "Unfortunate," Albany had said sanguinely. But there were rumours that David had been starved to death and denied liquid of any kind, that the prince had been hurried to his death in a most cruel manner. "Nonsense," Albany had declared, but he offered no explanation as to why his nephew had perished in his custody and so quickly. Fully aware now of where the real threat to his throne lay, King Robert did the only thing he could do. He sent his younger son, James, to safety in France.
But the vessel upon which the young prince travelled, the Mariannicht, which flew the flag of Danzig, was attacked and captured in the North Sea by English pirates. Learning the prince's identity, the pirates had brought the 11-year-old Prince James to King Henry IV, their own king. Henry had paid a goodly ransom for the boy and his companions. Though England and Scotland were at peace, James Stuart remained in England for the next 18 years. His captors were kind. He was treated with the respect due his station. He was educated in languages and the humanities. The king's eldest son, Henry, who would one day be Henry V, supervised his training in the martial arts. James earned his knighthood and even fought in France with the English prince. Yet he was unable to return home. His father, King Robert, was not a well man. Upon learning of his surviving son's capture, he had died quietly within the month. King Robert's ambitious brother, the Duke of Albany, ruled as regent for his nephew, but he was unable to find the ransom necessary to return the boy king to Scotland, although he did manage to ransom his own son, whom the king had secretly sent with James, in hopes that if the two cousins grew up together, they would become friends. It had not happened. Albany, a jealous man, had considered his brother a weakling. He had no intention of giving up Scotland's throne to a mere stripling. To return the lad and then see to his death, as he had seen to the death of David Stuart, would have caused a civil war, with the earls and the lairds taking sides. So he had left James Stuart with his English captors. He well knew that the English weren't about to go to war for his nephew. They had their own problems to deal with now. Henry IV had died several years after James had arrived in England. His son and heir, Henry V, had died just last year, leaving the infant Henry VI as England's king. The little king's guardians had all they could do to rule England in his name. So James Stuart had waited to regain his throne. He grew into a tall, handsome man with dark auburn hair and amber eyes, and one day, looking down on the gardens at Windsor Castle, he had spied the loveliest girl he had ever seen.
"Who is she?"
he asked his companion.
"'Tis Lady Joan Beaufort, the king's cousin," came the reply. "Why?" "I am going to marry her and make her my queen," James Stuart declared passionately, his amber eyes alight. "You haven't even met her," his friend said, laughing. "Besides, her family adores her. Her grandfather was Gaunt, a king's son. She's royal blood. They'll seek a very brilliant match for her." "I am King of Scotland," James Stuart said proudly. "Do you think the Beauforts can find a better match for this girl than a King of Scotland?"
And, of course, they couldn't. Bishop Henry wasted no time in seeing that his niece finally met with James Stuart. The next day in the gardens of Windsor Castle, he introduced them formally, and then took Lady Cicely Bowen firmly by the hand, saying,
"I'm given to understand, young mistress, that you have not made your confession of late. I shall hear it myself now in the royal chapel."
Cicely gasped softly, then said, "But, my Lord Bishop, I have been good, I swear it." The Bishop of Winchester shook his head sadly.
"Ah, the sin of pride," he lamented. "This will take some time, I fear."
But he was near to chuckling, for he knew very well that Cicely Bowen was indeed good. From the moment she had entered the household of Queen Joan, she had endeavoured to bring honour to her family at Leighton. And 5 years ago, when Queen Joan was accused of witchcraft, stripped of her possessions and confined to Havering Abbey Bower, Lady Cicely Bowen had behaved in a most circumspect manner, as she and Lady Joan Beaufort were taken away from that lady to be resettled in Queen Catherine's household, where they knew no one and were virtually ignored. It was that, more than anything else, that had cemented the friendship between the two girls. Queen Joan had been released just the year before, and her property returned to her despite the fact that it was her confessor, Father John Randolph, who had accused her. No charges had ever been filed, and the priest found himself confined to a monastery for the rest of his days. Lady Joan and Lady Cicely, however, were not sent back to Havering Abbey Bower, being considered old enough to be in polite society, and Cicely Bowen's good influence on Joan Beaufort was a deciding factor in allowing the two girls to remain together.
I think perhaps if you remain here in the chapel meditating for an hour or more, Bishop Henry said as they reached their destination, I can absolve you without further ado, my lady.
Oh no, my Lord Bishop. On reflection, I believe I do need to make my confession, Cicely said wickedly. I have questioned why God would choose handsome men for his priesthood instead of ugly ones. Is it not a sin to question God? She looked up at him, her blue-green eyes wide with feigned innocence. He was startled by the question, and then, realizing she was teasing him, he said, My dear child, isn't it nicer to confess one's sins to a handsome man rather than an ugly one? God understands the workings of the female heart, for it is he who created it. Oh, she said mischievously. And I suppose men making their confessions can feel superior to even a handsome cleric, for the priest has given up women and other worldly things, while a normal man may revel in them and then say he's sorry. But if a priest envies a normal man, his sin is greater, is it not? Now the Bishop of Winchester could not refrain from chuckling. The girl was clever and quick. He understood why his niece was so fond of Cicely Bowen.
Very well then, Lady Minx. You will kneel and, placing your hands in mine, make your confession now.
He led her into the chapel and stood on the steps before the altar. Cicely did as she was bidden, all mischief gone from her voice as she asked forgiveness for sins she had long since thought she had put behind her. Anger at her stepmother for not loving her, for not being her friend and mentor, for taking her father from her and forcing her from Leighton Hall. Anger that she had not seen Robert Bowen in 2 years now, and was not even certain he received the letters she wrote to him. And, to her surprise, anger at Queen Joan's confessor for causing that good woman difficulty, and anger at the women of Queen Catherine's household, who did not hold Lady Joan Beaufort in proper esteem. I am not important, my lord, but Jo is royal, and should be treated with kindness and respected. Bishop Henry listened. He understood the anger Cicely kept so carefully hidden away from others. He remembered his own childhood, when people had not respected his beautiful mother and scorned her because of her loyalty and love for John of Gaunt, her lover, and her 3 sons and little daughter, because of the stain of bastardy that touched them. He remembered how their attitudes had changed when his father was finally able to marry Catherine Swynford and legitimate their 4 children. But his mother had taught them all to be proud of who they were and allow no one else's opinions to matter to them. Young Cicely had the same ethic, and he admired her for it, for she was a girl and, but for his niece, without influence. The bishop also appreciated her loyalty to Joan Beaufort, and he was quite interested in what she had to say about the priest who had accused Queen Joan of witchcraft. Though the man had claimed falsely, it was later proved Queen Joan's malice towards Henry V. It turned out that he had learned from a serving girl that she was teaching her 2 fosterlings how to prevent conception once they were wives. Outraged but canny, the priest had decided that accusing Queen Joan of treason against Henry V would gain him more than the truth. He had, of course, been wrong, for Joan of Navarre's love for her stepchildren was a well-documented fact. Still, no stone was left unturned in the investigation, which had never learned the real cause of the priest's ire, but had learned there was no threat to the king. The Bishop of Winchester listened to Lady Cicely Bowen's confession, and then gave her a mild penance that would keep her in the chapel for at least another half an hour. Putting his hand on the head of the kneeling girl, he blessed her and left Cicely to her meditations, smiling. Cicely, however, was not thinking of her alleged sins or her penance. She was wondering what would happen to her when Joan Beaufort married the young King of Scotland. If James Stuart wanted the King of England's cousin for his wife, he would have her. The match was one that would be advantageous to both nations. Where would Lady Cicely Bowen go? Would she be expected to return home to Leighton? If Luciana had disliked the child she had been, she would certainly not appreciate the young woman she was becoming. It was unlikely that Joan could include Cicely among her ladies. Her position as one of the Queen's ladies would be eagerly sought after by families more powerful than hers. Perhaps, however, Joan Beaufort would not like James Stuart,
and would refuse to marry him no matter how advantageous the match to both countries. Just perhaps. But Lady Joan Beaufort was, to her own surprise, as immediately smitten with James Stuart as he had been with her on first sight. She returned starry-eyed from their meeting and their subsequent meetings filled with chatter about his charm, how wise he was, his beautiful poetry, his plans to bring Scotland into the modern age. Cicely grew more and more depressed. Then one night, Lady Joan Beaufort came back to the chamber she shared with Cicely to announce that Scotland's king had asked her to marry him and that she had accepted. When her best friend promptly burst into bitter tears, Joan Beaufort was astounded. "Cicely, what is the matter? Aren't you happy for me?" "How can I be happy when I am shortly to lose you?" Cicely sobbed. "You aren't losing me," Joan protested. "You're going to be married." "So will you one day," Joan replied. "You're going to Scotland. You're going to be a queen, Jo, and I'll never see you again for the rest of my life," Cicely wailed. "You're going to Scotland too," Joan Beaufort said. "You didn't think I was going to leave my best friend in all the world behind, did you? Oh, Cicely, I would never leave you. You will be one of the Queen's ladies." Cicely's tears ceased. "But, Jo, there are nobler families who will want a place in your household. My family isn't important at all." "Your father is a rich man, Cicely, but more, he is clever at investing, and his advice is greatly sought by my family, by Queen Joan, by others. Your family has far more to offer me and the king I am to marry than some spoiled get of a duke or one of my relations. Besides, Scotland is not considered the most fashionable country. Only the families of girls difficult to marry off will be fighting over the places in my retinue." Lady Joan Beaufort chuckled. She hugged Cicely. "I would never leave you behind, Cicely." Now Cicely began to cry again, but this time they were tears of happiness. "I am so happy," she sobbed, and then, as Joan's laughter bubbled up, Cicely's tears turned to laughter too. "May I write this news to my father?" she asked her friend. "Of course. He must, of course, give his permission," Joan replied. "He will," Cicely said. "Luciana does not want me back, especially now. She was quick to give Papa 3 sons, but for years she has shown no signs of having another child. Yet she is soon to deliver another baby. She prays, my father writes, for a daughter. I hope she has another boy, Jo." Her companion laughed. "We will pray for it," she said wickedly. But it took many months for the 3 Scots who had come from the north to settle on a ransom for King James's long sojourn in England, which would be called a remuneration. The price finally agreed upon was 60,000 marks, to be paid over a period of 6 years. And the truth was that the English had indeed taken good care of the young king. And before James Stuart left England, he would marry the king's cousin, Lady Joan Beaufort. The Earl of Leighton's wife delivered an infant girl baptised Catherine Marie. Luciana had a daughter of her own, and her husband would soon enough forget his eldest born, especially as Cicely was leaving England for Scotland. Luciana had considered having the wench assassinated, so as to rid herself of the girl forever, but she decided against it, for Cicely's situation at the English court was proving useful to Robert, and would continue to do so as long as the troublesome wench was connected with Lady Joan Beaufort. Her sons would need that alliance, and one day her daughter would too. Now Cicely was going to another court, and she was in favour with its queen. But Luciana yet resented the very generous dower that her husband had set aside for his elder daughter. Still, if it brought the girl an important husband, so much the better for Luciana's own 4 children. As long as Robert Bowen lived, Cicely would do anything her father asked of her, and Luciana would see he asked whatever was necessary for their sons and daughter. The girl's dower would be more than worth the favours she would return. Cicely needed new gowns. She was growing tall, and a queen's lady needed to be more than presentable, for it reflected well on her mistress. She and Orva visited London's cloth merchants, all of whom were eager to supply the queen's lady and the wealthy Earl of Leighton's daughter with the very best. The gowns she had brought to court with her 10 years prior had been let out and let down until they could be remade no more, and Orva had made one trip home to Leighton for more fabric,
infuriating Luciana, who had insisted her husband have his daughter's future needs taken care of in London. Joan had been correct in her assessment regarding the ladies accompanying her. Several important families had gotten around the difficult situation by offering their daughters' services for half a year or a bit more. To please her eldest brother, the Earl of Somerset, and her 2 uncles, Joan had graciously accepted their services, saying she was certain there would be Scots ladies anxious to be in her service who must not be slighted. James wisely agreed, and everyone was content. The wedding was celebrated on a cold and sunny February 13th in the year 1424. The bridal couple spoke their vows at the riverside church of St. Mary Overy in the village of Southwark, surrounded by her important family, her uncles Henry Beaufort, the Bishop of Winchester, who later feasted the royal couple in his palace, and Thomas Beaufort, the Duke of Exeter, who, like his father, was a great military commander. 2 queens stood as witness, Henry IV's widow, Joan of Navarre, and Henry V's widow, Catherine of France. The little king, however, was left at home. The marriage, unlike many, was a love match. Cicely felt both happy for her best friend and jealous of the time she now spent with James Stuart. However, recognised among the Queen's other ladies for her place in Joan's heart, Cicely Bowen was respected and deferred to, although she did not take advantage of her position. There was just too much to do, packing the Queen's possessions and packing her own for the trip north. Finally, on the 28th day of March, the royal progress set out towards Scotland, crossing the border between the 2 countries on the 9th day of April. Cicely was astounded to see the rough road they travelled lined for miles with the Scots who had come to get a look at their long-absent king. She was thrilled by the cheers that brought smiles to the faces of the young king and queen. As they travelled along towards Melrose Abbey, where they were to meet up with the king's cousins, the border lairds came forward here and there to kneel before James Stuart and pledge their fealty. He accepted it graciously, asking their names, shaking their hands. Cicely heard the Earl of Athol, who was riding nearby, murmur to one of his companions when a tall, rough-hewn borderer knelt before the king.
"By the rood, 'tis the Douglas of Glengorm. I wouldn't have expected him. He usually leaves these things to Archie Douglas, the clan chief."
"Aye," Athol's companion said with a chuckle.
"That way he can do as he pleases, and the Earl of Douglas gets the blame."
Athol laughed.
"The Douglases are a difficult clan, I'll agree, but they say Glengorm, while stubborn, is honest and fair."
Cicely looked at the man now rising and shaking James Stuart's hand. He was the tallest man she had ever seen, and big-boned to boot. He was dressed in dark breeks, a light shirt, a leather jerkin, and leather boots, and wore on his head a velvet cap with an eagle's feather. There was nothing of the gentleman about him, she thought, and wondered if all the men in Scotland were like him. If they were, it did not bode well for a girl who needed a husband, Cicely considered. They reached Melrose Abbey, where the English would leave James Stuart in the hands of his own nobles. The king's late uncle's son, the Duke of Albany, was there to greet him, along with his own 3 sons and a host of noble lords and ladies who had come to welcome their king home. The king was coldly polite to his relations. His cousin's father, the old Duke of Albany, had been responsible for David Stuart's death. He had used one excuse after another in order to delay negotiations for the boy king's release from the court of Henry IV. Not that that had been a bad thing, James Stuart thought silently to himself. With his uncle regent of Scotland, he might have never lived to reach his maturity. James had actually been safer in England, where he was treated with respect, his education continued, and his military training seen to by his captors. He was not the weak and indecisive man his late father had been, bullied by his younger brother and his nobles. Just past his 29th birthday, this King of the Scots intended ruling, as his cousin the Duke of Albany immediately realised, when, upon pledging his loyalty to the king, he was told by James that his fealty came late. In that moment, Murdoch Stuart knew he would not find favour with his king. The king moved on without letting the Duke introduce his sons. Others pressed forward to greet James, introducing themselves and their wives. There were a few men whom he knew, for his uncle had sent sons of the nobility to keep him company in his early years in England. The king's eyes lit up at the sight of Angus Gordon, the Laird of Lochbray, a particularly good friend from those days. He walked forward as greater men gave way, so he might grasp the Laird's hand as they embraced warmly. The Laird's beautiful mistress accompanied him, and as chieftain of a branch of the Hay family, she pledged her loyalty to James Stuart, as did Angus Gordon. Cicely thought the nobles crowding Melrose Abbey didn't look a great deal more civilised than the border lairds. "How will I ever find a husband among these wild men?" she asked the young queen. "They are very different from our English lords, I will agree," Chone said. "But many are very handsome, like my Jamie." "They are rough-spoken," Cicely said. "The king is not, but he was raised in England. These Scots look like brigands." "Are you sorry you came?" the Queen asked her friend. "Nay," Cicely said. "I should rather be happy and unwed than unhappily wed." The young Queen laughed at this amusing sally. On the 20th of April they reached the capital of Perth and settled into Scone Palace, which was located on the grounds of the Abbey. Cicely had to admit that Scotland was a beautiful country. They could see mountains from the palace and were surrounded by many lakes. In the last few days they'd been on the road, they had crossed many swift-flowing streams, which were filled with trout and salmon belonging to the king. The palace of Scone was not grand. The monks from the abbey had originally lived there, but now lived in another building. Cicely and Orva were given a bedchamber with its own fireplace and 2 lead-paned windows that overlooked the hills behind the palace. There was a comfortable bed with a well-made trundle for Orva, a bedside table, a small settle by the hearth, and more than enough room for the trunks. "The bed-hangings are dusty and have seen better days," Orva noted. "A good thing I brought our own from England." She set to work immediately, pulling down the ancient fabrics, giving a screech of surprise when several moths flew from the fabric. "Fold that fabric, dearie, and we'll store it away. If we move, I'm taking our bed curtains with us and we'll have to rehang these others, unless, of course, the Queen tells us otherwise. Royalty do love to move from place to place, and we have some fine castles in our England. But in this wild land, I don't know where they live. This is a pretty place, but it isn't grand, is it?" "Joe says there is a great castle at Edinburgh and another at Stirling, but the king remembers this place from his youth. His mother loved Perth. I think it will be his favoured residence. I will ask a housekeeper to dispose of these old hangings," Cicely said. "And if it is necessary to take our curtains with us when we move, we will." She walked over to the windows, noting that 2 of the wooden shutters that could close out the light and the chill were hanging by a thread. "These shutters must be repaired," the young woman noted. The room had been swept for their arrival. Together, Orva and her mistress hung the bed-hangings, which were of heavy linen and blue velvet. The straw mattress upon the bed was fresh, for they could smell the fragrance of it. Orva lay the feather bed atop it, dug farther down into the linen chest, and drew out a linen sheet smelling of lavender, several feather pillows, and a down comforter. She quickly made the bed, while Cicely carefully lifted her gowns from another chest and hung them in a little stone alcove off the bedchamber. The room had been well aired before their arrival, and was chilly on that late April afternoon. Finished with the bed, Orva started a fire in the hearth that was soon blazing merrily, taking the damp from the chamber. "You had best go to the hall, my lady," she said to Cicely. "I should change first," the girl replied. "The lavender gown with the violet surcoat is pretty," Orva suggested. She helped Cicely dress and brushed out her wavy red-brown hair. Orva then tucked her mistress's long hair into a pretty gold caul, dotted with tiny bits of amethyst. "There, my lady, you run along now. The Queen will be waiting for you." The hall was not overly large or impressive. It had several fireplaces, long, high arched windows, and a grey stone floor. It was the hall of a well-to-do nobleman, but it was full to overflowing with those who had come to meet the new king and hopefully get into his good graces. Everyone already knew that Murdoch Stuart and his sons were not among the favoured. It had been reported that the Duke of Albany had declared that he had brought home his own executioner. Enough agreed that few wanted to be seen speaking with this now doomed branch of the royal family. Cicely entered the hall and sought the Queen. Seeing her, she hurried to join her mistress. "Am I late, Your Highness?" she asked politely. "Nay, just in time to save me from boredom, Cece," Joan Beaufort answered. "The English ladies who came with us are, for the most part, terrified of the Scots. There are more men in the hall than women, too. Look at my ladies all cowering on their stools, afraid to even lift their eyes. Jamie is speaking personally with all those lords who have come to Perth, trying to gauge where he'll have friends or not. He has little time for his wife, but when we're alone, he makes up for it." Joan chuckled with a wicked wink. "Look about you, Cece, isn't it wonderful? And so different from our English court. The men are so rugged and fierce, but I think the few women here are a bit bolder than most of our own ladies. Jamie's friend Angus Corton, the Laird of Lochbray, brought his mistress with him. Fiona Hay is her name. I think we would like her as a friend. And Maggie MacLeod, the wife of the Laird of Benduff. She is a Highland girl who married the man of her heart, a border laird, and infuriated her family in the process. Those two have some backbone, unlike most of those who accompanied us," the Queen said. "Oh, look," Cicely said. "There is that borderer who pledged his loyalty to the king on the road. He's handsome, but too rough-hewn for me." "We'll find you a good husband," the Queen promised. "Remember, my Jamie promised your father before we left England that he would see you well married." "Aye, he did," Cicely said softly, remembering the day when her father came to say his goodbyes.
"You're even more beautiful than your mother was," Robert Bowen told his daughter. "I'm so sorry I could not raise you myself, Cicely." And indeed, he did look quite contrite as he spoke. "I understand, Papa, and as long as Orva is with me, I am content. The Lady Joan treated me like a daughter. She was very kind. By the time Jo and I were sent to court, we didn't need mothering any longer, and now I have been given the honour of serving in the household of a queen. Had you not sent me to Lady Joan, Papa, I should have never had such an opportunity." The Earl of Leighton nodded. "I wish Luciana had felt differently, my daughter, but despite her blindness where you are concerned, she has been a good wife to me and a good mother to my sons."
"She has helped to make you rich, Papa," Cicely said wisely. "And my half-brothers have begun to serve in court through my intercession, a fact I hope my stepmother will remember now and again." She smiled mischievously at her father. The Earl laughed.
"I have been so fortunate in you," he said. "Your heart is a good one, Cicely, even as your mother's was. I will miss you."
"You have a new baby daughter, Papa, and I know little Catherine will make up to you for my loss," Cicely replied. Which is precisely what Luciana has intended, Cicely thought. She thinks my father will put me from his mind and concentrate on her daughter, but she is wrong.
"I will never forget you, my child," Robert Bowen said quietly. "You are my firstborn, and will always remain dear to my heart. It is unlikely, however, that we will ever again see each other, Cicely. I've asked King James to find you a good husband in Scotland. You have a large dower portion, which will make you a most eligible bride, and several men are certain to vie for your favour because of it. I've told the king that you are not to be forced to the altar, my daughter, that you are to be allowed the privilege and courtesy of picking your own husband from among your suitors. Choose wisely. I do not know if you will find love. Love among our kind is rare, but make certain that the man you choose will treat you honourably and respect you. Seek out his reputation, Cicely, and listen to what others have to say. You are clever enough to know when another is speaking the truth or lying. Promise me you will take your time choosing a mate, for once you have promised yourself, you cannot break your word."
"I will be careful, Papa," Cicely assured her father. "I have lived in court long enough to know the difference between a sincere man and a rogue."
"Isaac Kira is the goldsmith I have entrusted your wealth to, Cicely. He is in Edinburgh, but I think the king may prefer Perth as his residence. Isaac will serve you wherever you reside. You will receive an allowance quarterly for your needs, my child."
The Earl of Leighton arose from the settle where he had been sitting with his daughter.
"I must leave you now, Cicely," he said,
his voice suddenly rough, as if he were choking a little. He drew her up and embraced her,
holding the girl close for what seemed like a very long time. Then, taking her face between his two hands, Robert Bowen kissed Cicely on both of her soft cheeks. Looking up at him, she saw the tears in his eyes. "Oh, Papa, do not weep," she said softly, her small hand caressing his face. She gave him a tremulous smile, but her eyes were also moist.
"May God, our Lord Jesu, and his blessed Mother Mary keep you safe always, Cicely,"
the Earl of Leighton said to his daughter.
"May you always be happy, my darling Anne's baby, child of my heart."
He hugged her again. "I will write to you now and again, Papa, so you will know how my life progresses," Cicely promised him. "But I will send my letters in care of Queen Joan, for I believe that my stepmother Luciana would keep them from you."
"Aye, 'tis wise you are, Cicely,"
he agreed. Then, kissing her on her forehead, he turned to depart.
"God bless you, my daughter,"
he said as he went through the door of the chamber where they had been seated in conversation. Thinking back on their farewells, Cicely felt tears welling up and turned away from the Queen. Joan knew intuitively what Cicely had been thinking and tried to turn the subject. "There's a very handsome man staring at you, Cece," she said. "Turn slowly and look across the room. I think he's a Gordon, for he is with Huntley." Diverted, Cicely turned around and saw that indeed, across the hall in a group of gentlemen surrounding the king, one tall, dark-haired man was looking directly at her. "Oh my," she said, quickly turning away. "He is outrageously handsome, Joe. I don't think I've ever seen hair quite so black. And he is very tall, isn't he? Scotsmen seem to be tall. Do you remember that border lord who paid his respects as we travelled? I don't think I've ever seen a man as tall as that. But he was hardly as elegant as the man standing with Huntley. Still, he's probably as ignorant as the rest of these lords. They are rough, these Scots, not at all like our English gentlemen." "Aye," the young Queen agreed. "They have been too long without their master, and I am not certain I trust many of them. Still, once I give Scotland an heir, it is hoped they will settle down." The Queen lowered her voice. "I think I am with child, Cece." "Oh!" Cicely's eyes grew wide. "Does the king know?" she whispered. "And when, Joe?" "Probably by year's end," the Queen said. "So soon?" Cicely didn't know whether to congratulate her friend or be shocked. It was one thing for a woman like her stepmother to birth heirs quickly, but Jo was royal. She should have not had to prove herself to anyone, and yet she seemed happy to do so. Queen Joan chuckled. "The king is a fine and enthusiastic lover, Cece," she teased her best friend. "I wish you the same good fortune." Cicely blushed. "Jo," she giggled. Then, looking up, she saw that the tall, dark-haired man was staring at her again. He smiled, and with another blush she turned away. "He is looking at me again, Jo," she told the Queen. "Oh, he is coming over to us." Taking several strides, the tall man crossed the hall, and then bowed low to Queen Joan. He took her hand up and kissed it.
"I am Andrew Gordon, Highness Laird of Fairlie. I have the King's permission to pay my compliments to you."
"I am pleased to greet you, my lord," the Queen said graciously. "I saw you standing with Lord Huntley and the Laird of Lochbray. Are you kin to them?"
"I am, Highness. A portion of my lands border on Great Loch. It is Gordon country, and a fair land it is," the Laird of Fairlie replied, his eyes going to Cicely. Seeing it, the Queen said, "I am remiss, my lord. I have not introduced you to my companion. This is Lady Cicely Bowen, daughter to the Earl of Leighton, my childhood friend. We spent several years together in the household of Queen Joan of Navarre." "My lady."
The Laird bowed to Cicely. "My lord." Cicely curtsied prettily in return. "Cece, do entertain the Laird. I see the king is looking about for me," Queen Joan said. And then, before Cicely might protest, she moved away across the hall.
"Do you think the Queen is a matchmaker, my lady?"
Andrew Gordon asked her. Cicely blushed to her dismay. "Why would you say such a thing, my lord?" she asked him, her hands going to smooth an imaginary wrinkle from her surcoat.
"She has left me with undeniably the prettiest girl in the hall," he replied gallantly. "You surely saw that I have been staring at you all evening, my lady."
I had not noticed, Cicely lied, and then blushed once more, for he surely knew that she was lying. I thought you looked at the Queen, she finished.
The Queen is lovely, but you, my lady, are fairer by far,
the Laird of Fairlie said.
Will you walk with me?
He offered her his arm. Cicely hesitated a moment, but then she took Andrew Gordon's arm. He was very handsome, and he did not seem as rough-spoken as so many of the Scottish lords were, and there was no odour or smell of heavy scent about him either, which meant he was clean. His clothing was certainly fresh, and even stylish. "Look, Jamie, look! Cece is walking with Huntley's kin," the Queen whispered to her husband. "Don't they make a handsome couple, my love?" James Stewart looked and smiled.
He would be a good match for her, sweetheart. He stands high in Huntley's favour and has lands of his own, and he spent 2 years at the university in Aberdeen. He's not crude and strident like so many of my lords. We must encourage this possible match.
She has to love him, Jamie. You promised her father that she would have the right to make her own choice. I know Huntley would be beholden to you if Cicely decided to wed his kinsman, and I know you need all the allies you can find, but I will not allow you to sacrifice my best friend if it does not please her."
"I know what I promised her father, sweetheart," the King said, "and I will keep my pledge to him. But it cannot hurt any if we encourage Cicely to consider choosing this young man, can it?"
The Queen laughed. "Nay, my lord, it cannot hurt to encourage them." And in the days leading up to the coronation of King James I and Queen Joan, the young royals did indeed manage to see that Cicely Bowen and Andrew Gordon kept each other company more times than not. It would be a good match. Andrew had lived in France briefly, studying at the Sorbonne for a few months. He loved poetry, which of course gave him something in common with King James. The king loved writing poetry, and had even written a poem about the day he had seen Joan Beaufort for the first time, calling her
"the fairest or the freshest young flower that ever I saw."
And if the Queen and her husband were encouraging the match, so too was the Lord Huntley, who better than his besotted kinsman saw the value in the Laird of Fairlie marrying the Queen's close confidant and childhood friend. Any close tie with the king was all for the good, although Huntley, until now, had always thought his kinsman's education a waste and poetry for fools. James Stewart, the Gordon of Huntley had quickly learned, was no fool. Where his late father, King Robert, had been a good but weak man, and his late uncle, the Duke of Albany, a rapacious and ambitious man, James Stewart was intelligent enough to win friends among the border lords and the people. The great lords, Huntley included, were quickly coming to realise that this king would be a strong king. Now the question remained whether they could live with him better than without him. And while Huntley conferred with his fellow earls, his kinsman began to court the Queen's lovely friend. One afternoon the two rode to a nearby meadow where a picnic had been set up for them. It was early May, and the hillsides were abloom with yellow and white flowers. Seated upon a white cloth they ate chicken, bread with butter and new strawberries, while sipping wine from small silver goblets. "I have found that Scotland is very beautiful, though still wild," Cicely said, gazing about her at the green hills and up at the blue sky. Nearby, a small waterfall tumbled over a rocky streambed.
"Fairlie is wilder yet, but beautiful, my lady. Still, I believe you would like it," Andrew Gordon said. "I have a fine stone house with its own tower at the far and narrower end of Lochbray. My kinsman, Angus Gordon, who is Laird of Lochbray, does not begrudge my wee bit of his loch. I have cattle aplenty and even some sheep."
"You are a propertied man, my lord," Cicely replied.
"I have almost everything I want in this world," Andrew said, smiling at her. "I lack only one thing."
"And that is?" Cicely asked, smiling back at him. Blessed Jesu, he really was handsome. He had blue eyes that seemed to reflect the sky. When he reached out to take her hand, Cicely's heart jumped in her chest. Drawing that small, soft hand to his lips, Andrew Gordon kissed it.
"I need a wife," he answered her. "A wife to keep my home, to give me sons."
"And to love?" Cicely asked quietly. One day I must take a husband, my lord, but I must love him and he must love me.
You must respect him, the Laird of Fairlie returned.
I will respect him, but especially if I love him, Cicely answered. I was always told how much my father loved my mother, my lord. I did not know her, for she died at my birth. When my father wed again, it was for wealth to rebuild Leighton's fortunes. He holds my stepmother in high regard because she has given him 3 sons. She in turn respects him and is a good wife to him. I see how King James loves Queen Joan. That is what I want, my lord. I would love the man I marry, and I would have him love me. It is not, I realise, very practical, but it is how I feel. I am not apt to change.
What does your father say to such thoughts, my lady? He asked. Will he not make the best match for you that he can? You are, I am told, an earl's daughter.
He was still holding her hand and did not seem inclined to release it. King James has my father's formal consent to make a match for me, but there is one condition. I have the right to say nay should it not please me, my lord, Cicely told him. Perhaps if I find no one in Scotland who pleases me, I shall return to England. Now, why had she said that, Cicely wondered. There was no going back for her, but the words spoken, she could not take them back without making herself the fool.
Then we shall have to fall in love, my English rose, he told her, giving her hand a little squeeze. But perhaps there is someone else.
Oh, no, there is no one else, Cicely burst out, and then she blushed furiously at her blunder.
You do realise that I am endeavouring to court you,
Andrew Gordon said dryly. Aye, Cicely replied nonchalantly, quickly regaining her equilibrium. Oh, she had been flirted with and teased in the past by various young men, but never courted openly. Still, there was no reason for the Laird of Fairlie to know that. Your attempt, my lord, is a bit feeble, she tormented him. Picking several daisies, she began to weave them into a wreath for her hair. He laughed aloud at her words, and then, taking her small, heart-shaped face between his 2 big hands, he kissed her a deep, slow kiss upon her strawberry-stained lips. He found the surprise in her blue-green eyes very satisfactory as he broke off the embrace.
Is that perhaps a bit better, my Lady Cicely?
Her heart was thundering in her chest. The firm lips on her lips had been thrilling. Once a boy at court had stolen a kiss from her, but it had been chill and swift. Nothing at all like Andrew Gordon's warm mouth on hers. Aye, 'tis better, my lord, she agreed pleasantly. And if you seriously mean to court me, then perhaps you will address me by my name, Andrew Gordon.
Cicely, he crooned to her. Cicely of the beautiful auburn curls and blue-green eyes. Cicely of the sweet lips that taste like strawberries.
And he kissed her again. Her head spun, her heart raced. This certainly had to be the most fascinating thing that had ever happened to her. She couldn't wait to tell Joe. Yet she must not fall like a ripe apple into the Laird of Fairlie's big, eager hands. She pulled gently away from him. You are far too bold, my lord, she scolded him. I would think 1 kiss was enough for this day. You are greedy, I fear.
1,000 kisses would not be enough,
he declared, smiling at her, his hand to his heart.
May I hope you will welcome my attention, Cicely?
First I must speak with the Queen, she told him, suddenly prim. He must not think she could be bought so easily for 2 sweet kisses. And as inexperienced as she was, Cicely knew those 2 kisses had indeed been delicious. She is my mistress, and whatever actions I take must have her approval, Andrew.
Of course, he agreed.
He rather liked the fact that she was careful of her reputation. Scotswomen had the tendency to be bolder than most other women.
Should I ask my kinsman Huntley to speak with the king?
Nay, 'tis far too soon, my lord. If you would court me, Andrew Gordon, then you must do it correctly, Cicely told him. If you would have the prize, you will have to win it. There are never any guarantees in life, are there? He was just slightly offended by her words.
Are you fickle then, Cicely, that you cannot make up your mind in this matter?
The Laird of Fairlie asked her. Nay, I am not fickle, my lord. But perhaps upon better acquaintance we shall learn we do not suit each other. Marriage, as we both know, is for eternity, Cicely reminded Andrew Gordon.
Your handsome face, your tempting lips, and other skills not yet known to me may not be enough. We must be friends as well as lovers, even as the king and the queen are. I will settle for no less, Andrew Gordon." She surprised him, but he was determined to win her over. She was beautiful, she was well-spoken, and to his surprise he could talk with her. And his cousin Huntley had informed him that Lady Cicely Bowen had a considerable fortune. She was a perfect match for him, Andrew Gordon decided. She was fair to the eye, wealthy, with powerful friends, and his clan approved of the English girl. He could certainly do no better, the Laird of Fairlie considered. He was going to win her over, and if truth be told, his heart was already a little engaged by Lady Cicely Bowen. Chapter 4. A few days before the coronation of James I, the king visited his parliament. It was there that the earls and other lords learned for certain that he was not his father's son. Rather, he was like his great-great-grandfather, Robert the Bruce. James was fascinated by the workings of his government and meant for it to run efficiently and honestly. The earls were not pleased to hear him declare in a strong voice, "If any man presumes to make war against another, he shall suffer the full penalties of the law. I will have a firm and fair peace in this land." But as they listened in respectful silence to this king, they were realizing he could not be managed or dislodged. A new era was dawning in Scotland. On the 14th day of May, James Stuart, the first of his name, and Joan Beaufort, his wife, were crowned King and Queen of Scotland in the Abbey of Scone. James stood tall and assured. He was an attractive young man with dark red hair and amber eyes. His face was long, as was his nose. There was an air of dignity about him. The Queen, dainty and sweet-faced, stood next to her husband, her dark blonde hair and blue eyes a delicate contrast next to her tall husband. Afterwards, in their ermine-trimmed royal purple velvet robes, they had ridden through the city of Perth to the lusty cheers of the people. Above them the sun shone down, and everyone was hopeful of good things. And behind them their train of attendants and lords followed. Cicely sat side-saddle upon her horse, although she rarely rode that way. Still, on this day, her behaviour must reflect well upon her mistress. Next to her the Laird of Fairlie rode. He was rarely far from her side now, and it had begun to be noted among those in regular attendance at court. And amid the procession a troop of border lords rode. There were Bruces to whom the king was related. There were Armstrongs, Hepburns, Scotts and Douglases. "He seems a good man," Ian Douglas, the Laird of Glencorm, said to his younger brother Fergus. "He was gracious when I pledged my fealty along the road." "We'll see," Fergus answered. "What have you heard?" Ian asked his sibling. "The people are pleased, but 'tis said the Northerners are not. He's already shown he's not old feeble Robert or Albany. He could be easily bought and was quick to buy allies with his nephew's possessions," Fergus said. "It's different in the borders," Ian answered. "We're not always defying the crown like the MacDonalds, the Gordons and others to the north." "We Douglases have had our quarrels with these kings," Fergus noted. "I'll keep the peace as long as I'm respected by this king," Ian Douglas declared. "How long do we have to stay here?" Fergus asked. "This town is too close for me. I need the open space of our lands, and besides, 'tis spring and time to go raiding." "Our queen is kin to England's king. She's here to make peace between our lands," Ian replied. "Unless we are attacked, we'll nae attack others, little brother." "When can we go home?" Fergus inquired again. "In a day or two," his sibling replied. "What a tale you'll have to tell your bairns one day of how you saw Scotland's king crowned and feasted in his hall afterwards." "I'd as soon find a noisy tavern in which to celebrate," Fergus grumbled. "These high lords chafe me, and besides, the farther north they come from, the more difficult it is to understand a word they say. I'm fearful for my life that I might unknowingly insult one of them and end up spitting the fellow on my sword," Fergus complained. "Then just eat, drink, laugh when those at our board do, and ogle the lovely wenches," his brother suggested. "You're hoping to see that pretty creature who rode next to the Queen that day on the road," Fergus said slyly.
You've spoken of her several times since. She's riding with one of the Gordons. They say he means to have her to wife." "How the hell do you know all this gossip?" Ian demanded. "I drink in taverns instead of the palace hall, and I saw him helping her up onto her horse when we came from the abbey," Fergus replied, grinning broadly. "Who do we know here who would introduce me to her?" Ian wondered aloud. "Sir William will be among those in the hall today," Fergus reminded his brother. Sir William Douglas was Glencorm's overlord. I'm a dunderhead not to have remembered it. Then I shall this day be presented to that pretty wench. Shall I fall in love with her, Fergus?" "Why not?" His younger brother chuckled. "Don't you fall in love with them all before you seduce them? I never knew such a lad for the lasses. Our grandfather would be proud of you, Ian. Father lived but long enough to sire us, and I killed our mam with my birth. But our grandfather was a man for the lasses, just like you are." "Aye, I see his face aplenty among those in our glen," Ian laughed. "'Tis not so fair a face upon the lasses as it is the lads." Then, suddenly finding himself pelted with flowers, he looked up to see a group of women in an upper window watching the procession and waving. Ian Douglas waved and gave them a wink. The maids above squealed delightedly, and he laughed again. "You'd better save yourself if you intend having anything left for the Queen's little companion," Fergus said wryly. Ian Douglas roared with laughter. "Mayhap you're right," he agreed. "But then I always have more than enough for the lasses," the Laird of Glencorm boasted, his hazel eyes twinkling with mischief. Fergus Douglas shook his head. "Our clan would nae tolerate you were you not such a good laird to them," he said. "Ian, listen to me. It is past time you ceased this constant merriment. You need to find a wife, to sire another generation for Glengorm. I know there are none at home who attract you enough to wed, but perhaps this pretty English girl will please you. She looks biddable enough, and the gossip is that not only is she close to her mistress, but she has a plump dower as well. I've never known you to speak twice of any lass, but you have spoken much of her since we saw her on the road." "Advice from my little brother," Ian Douglas teased his sibling. "I'm but 11 months younger, and I already have a wife, a bairn, and another on the way," Fergus Douglas said seriously. "You're my heir, and your bairn's," the lad said carelessly. "Glengorm is safe." Fergus shook his dark brown head. "You are the laird," he said stubbornly. "It is your duty to wed and breed heirs." Ian Douglas shrugged. Then he sighed. "I know," he admitted. "But I must be honest with you, little brother. You say I've spoken often of the girl on the road. 'Tis truth, for I have. There was something about her. I'm not even certain I can put a name to it, but I believe she is the mate for me, Fergus. I must have her to wife. I want no other. 'Tis madness I speak, and I will never admit it to another." "Then we had best find Sir William so he may introduce you to this lass," Fergus said in practical tones. "If she's the one, then you'd best begin your courting quickly, lest the Gordon laird steal her away from you." The two men returned to the small inn where they had managed to find accommodation, thanks to Sir William, who'd wanted a goodly showing of his clansmen at the coronation. Ian Douglas washed his face and his hands. His face bore a skim of reddish stubble, but he had nothing with which to shave. His hair was shaggy, brushing the nape of his neck, not at all the short, fashionable cut worn by the king and many others. He was dressed in dark woolen breeks, a white shirt and a leather jerkin. His dark velvet cap bore his clan badge and an eagle's feather. His boots were incapable of being polished any more. His brother was dressed no better. Returning to the palace, they sought out their clan chief, Sir William Douglas, who, seeing the two young men, greeted them warmly. "Well, what think you of this Stuart king?" he asked them candidly. "He seems a fair man, if hard," Ian answered slowly. Sir William nodded. "Aye, lad, you have a good eye for men." "It's women he's interested in," Fergus chortled. "One lassie in particular." Sir William raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, Glengorm, and who is it?" "I don't know who she is, my lord," Ian answered. "I was hoping you could tell me, and then perhaps arrange an introduction." "Is she here in the hall?" Sir William asked. "Can you point her out to me?"
Ian Douglas scanned the hall, and then he saw her. She was dressed in a grass-green velvet gown, over which she wore a deeper green brocade surcoat. Her auburn tresses were loose this evening, and fell in luxuriant waves about her small face. He couldn't help but contemplate whether that beautiful hair would be as soft as it looked.
"'Tis that lass," he said, pointing. "Near the Queen. The one with the Gordon standing by her side with a proprietary air," Fergus put in wickedly, grinning.
"Ah," Sir William said softly.
"That is Lady Cicely Bowen, daughter of an English earl. She is the Queen's close friend, as they grew up in the same household. The Queen invited her to Scotland. You aim high, Glengorm, but my advice would be to forget the lady. The rumour is that Huntley's kinsman plans to offer for her soon." "He can't have her,"
Ian Douglas said.
"I mean to make her my wife. Introduce me to her, Sir William, I beg you." "Ah, laddie, do not break your heart. The lass is a lady from the top of her head to the tips of her dainty toes. The truth is that Gordon of Fairlie has more in common with her than you ever could. She was raised in a queen's household and has lived in the English court. You're a border lord, Ian." "Does this Gordon have the lands that I do, and the livestock, and a house in which to shelter a wife?"
Ian Douglas asked.
"Or does he live off his lord?" "He has lands and cattle and a house," Sir William said. "And he has travelled abroad, can speak French, and I am told writes poetry, which has put him in good stead with King James. His kinsman is the Lord Huntley, and Fairlie is in his favour. He has much to offer Lady Cicely. Look at the elegance and style of his garb, Ian. The lady appreciates it, and the delicacy of his manners. You cannot compete with such a man, so do not embarrass yourself trying. Accept what you are, a simple border lord. If you are finally ready to settle down and take a wife, I will help you find a good lass with a good dower for Glengorm." "Introduce me to her, Sir William," Ian Douglas said. "I can do my own courting." "Very well," his clan chief sighed. "I suppose if you are determined, nothing will do until you have tried to gain the lady's favour and failed. But do not say you are not warned, Glengorm." "I have everything the Gordon has, and maybe more," Ian Douglas replied stubbornly. "And I will wager I am more man than he." "Do not go looking for a quarrel," Sir William warned. "There will be no quarrel, as long as the Gordon realises that the lass is mine," came the assured reply. "You've said not a word to the lass. You don't know if you will even like each other," Sir William said. "I'll like her," Ian Douglas said softly. "There's more to a woman than a pretty face and soft breasts," Sir William replied. "Why this lass, Glengorm?" "That day upon the road, when I pledged my fealty to King James, was when I first saw her. She sat upon her horse laughing with the Queen. Briefly she looked my way, and in that moment, Sir William, she stole my heart away." "She wasn't looking at you," Fergus broke in. "She was surveying everything about her. I'll vow she never looked at you, Ian." "She looked," Ian Douglas said softly. "God's blood," Sir William swore low. "The lad is lovesick and heartsore. Come, and let us get this over with, Glengorm. I'll present you."
He began to move across the hall, the two younger men in his wake. When he reached the area where the Queen was seated, he waited politely to be recognised. Joan Beaufort saw him there with two other men. She thought one of the men looked familiar, but she could not place him. "Sir William," she greeted him.
"Madam, I should like to present my kinsman, Ian Douglas, the Laird of Glengorm, and his younger brother, Fergus."
"You are welcome to Perth, my lords," the Queen said, as the pair bowed low to her. And then she recalled the big, tall border lord who had pledged his fealty to her husband as they travelled. "We have, I believe, met before, my lord of Glengorm," the Queen said to him.
"Not formally, madam,"
Ian Douglas responded. "You stepped from the crowds along the road to pledge yourself to us, did you not, my lord?" Gracious, Joan Beaufort thought. He is certainly a big, handsome fellow.
"I did, madam, and I am flattered that you'd remember this humble border lord,"
Ian said, smiling. "You are not, I suspect, ordinarily very humble, my lord," the Queen laughed. "But I could not forget you, for you are surely one of the tallest men I have ever seen. So you came to see us crowned, did you?"
"And to meet, with your permission, a certain lady of your household, madam," the laird said candidly.
"I think I know the lady with whom you wish to become acquainted, my lord, for you stared quite boldly at her that day," the Queen replied, laughing again. She turned her head. "See, you have another admirer. Come and meet the Laird of Glencorm." Cicely left the small group of young people with whom she had been chatting. She curtsied to the Queen, and her eyes grew wide at the sight of Ian Douglas. "Cece, may I present to you Ian Douglas, the Laird of Glencorm?" the Queen said. "My lord, this is my dearest friend and companion, Lady Cicely Bowen." Ian Douglas bowed, and then, taking the girl's hand in his big paw, kissed it.
"My lady,"
he said, and then briefly he felt himself tongue-tied, for she was certainly the loveliest girl he had ever seen in all his 27 years. "You are the big man on the road," Cicely said. He nodded. "You've come to court for the coronation?" Cicely inquired politely.
"Aye,"
he agreed. What the hell was the matter with him? He'd never been so damned speechless in all of his life. She was just a lass. "Ah," a little voice in his head said, "but she is the lass you mean to wed." "I find Perth charming, don't you?" Cicely said to him. He was certainly a handsome man, but one of few words.
"I don't like the city,"
Ian Douglas said.
"I prefer my own lands on the hills of the border. The air is fresher and the sky wider when it is not hemmed in by buildings."
"You should not like England, then," Cicely replied. "We have many more towns than I've seen here in Scotland. London is very big and noisy, more so than here in Perth, my lord. Will you return soon to your home, then?"
"In a few days,"
he told her. His hazel eyes narrowed as Andrew Gordon came to be by Cicely's side. Could the man not leave her alone? "Then perhaps we shall see each other again, my lord," Cicely said. Then she turned to the Queen. "With your permission, Highness, Andrew has suggested a walk in the gardens." And when the Queen nodded, Cicely curtsied and, putting her small hand upon the Laird of Fairlie's arm, moved off, smiling up at him and chattering animatedly. Seeing the disappointment in his eyes, the Queen said sympathetically, "I believe your efforts would be better appreciated by another, my lord. The Laird of Fairlie seems to have caught Cicely's attentions. They are much alike, I think."
"I will consider your advice, madam,"
Ian Douglas said. Then he bowed politely to her and, turning, walked away. Fergus hurried after his brother. "He cannot have been that interested to have given up so easily," the Queen said.
"Ian Douglas is not a man used to accepting defeat, madam,"
Sir William noted.
"Nor is he a man to reveal his own thoughts openly or easily. Along both sides of the border he is known as the canny Douglas of Glencorm. One cannot predict what he will do, but he is also not a villain."
The clan chief looked across the hall. Ian Douglas and his brother were gone. Sir William felt just the slightest unease. The two brothers had left the palace, riding back to their lodging. Ian's mood was a dark one, and he furrowed his brow in deep thought. For a time Fergus remained silent, but then he said,
"Well, you were warned." "I behaved like a lad with his first lass,"
the lad said angrily.
"I spoke to her but little. God's blood, Fergus, she is so fair. Her eyes are blue-green, and that hair, it was all I could do not to run my hands through it. Her voice is sweet, and there was the fragrance of violets about her."
"Let it go, brother," Fergus said. "When Andrew Gordon came to her side, she dismissed you easily and went off with him. They say Huntley will ask for her for his kinsman before midsummer. She'll be wedded and bedded by Lammastide."
"No,"
the Laird of Glencorm said furiously.
"Fairlie will not have her. Cicely Bowen is mine, and she will be my wife. We need to know each other better, but how can I make her see that I am the husband for her, if every time I approach her she is either with that damned Gordon or he is hovering nearby?"
"As long as the Gordons remain in Perth, there is little you can do about it, Ian," his younger brother said. "They've set their sights on her. I've already told you that she has a very fat dower portion from her father."
"So the Gordons want her for her wealth, the bastards,"
the lad swore.
"I wanted her the moment I saw her, and knew nothing of her. I would have her even if she came to me in her chemise and could offer nothing more."
"Jesu!" Now it was Fergus who swore. "You're in love.
How the hell can you fall in love with a lass and know so little about her? Or is it lust, Ian?
Both, the lad admitted.
Aye, I want to bed her, but it's more than that. There's something about her. I can't even find the right words to explain myself. I just know she is the one I am meant to wed, to have children with, and to grow old together with.
Then I'm sorry for you, Fergus said.
For it's unlikely you'll gain your heart's desire, Ian. There is naught you can do to change this situation. There is always something that can be done, little brother. But I need to go home to Glengorm and consider well what I shall do next. There is nothing more for us here in Perth. We shall leave tomorrow, but I will dream of Cicely Bowen tonight.
Cicely would have been flattered if she'd heard his words, but she didn't, of course. She walked in a mid-May garden with the Laird of Fairlie. The air was fresh with the scent of early flowers, though still chill. "Does it ever get warmer in Scotland?" she asked her companion.
"Are you cold, sweeting?" he inquired, and put an arm about her.
"A little," Cicely admitted.
"Let us stop and sit," he suggested. "I'll share my cloak with you."
He flung it about her shoulders as they sat down, his arm bringing her closer.
"Is that better?"
Aye, it is," Cicely admitted. "But we shouldn't remain here too long. People will gossip, and I have my reputation to consider, my lord."
"Just long enough for me to steal a kiss, sweeting,"
the Laird of Fairlie said, catching her chin between his thumb and forefinger, tipping her face up to his and placing his lips upon hers. Cicely sighed with delight as he kissed her softly, brushing his mouth over hers. She had entertained a stolen kiss now and again. A maid, even a homely one, didn't get to be 17 and not be kissed. His mouth was gentle and his breath sweet. But after a moment she drew away. "You are too bold," she said to him.
"You did not resist," he countered with a small smile. "Was my kiss so unwelcome then, my lady Cicely?"
"Nay," she admitted, "'twas not. Still, we are but newly acquainted, and I am not easy with my favours like some, my lord. It is said Scots girls are quick to kiss, but I am English, not Scots. You would do well to remember it." Her cheeks felt warm.
"If you married into Scotland, you would be Scots, but then your kisses would have to be reserved for your husband,"
the Laird of Fairlie said. "I have not yet wed into Scotland, my lord," Cicely replied. Her heart hammered with excitement. Was he suggesting that they wed? "Anyone suing for my hand," she told him, "must speak with the king, for it is his decision to make. My father gave him the authority, as he himself is too far distant."
"Then you must wed where the king says,"
Andrew Gordon said. "Nay, I wed to please myself," Cicely explained. "But 'tis King James who will act for me. My father loved my mother, and she him. He has given me the privilege of following my heart, my lord, and I will do so." She arose from the bench where they had been sitting. "We should return to the hall, lest unseemly things are hinted about our absence," Cicely told him.
"Of course,"
he agreed, standing and escorting her back into the palace. He left her with the Queen and went off to find his kinsman, the Lord Huntly. "You are flushed," Queen Joan noted softly. "He hints at marriage," Cicely said slowly. "Do you like him?" the Queen asked. "He is charming, aye, and we have much in common, but it is too soon, Jo. We have known each other but a brief time, and he is certainly on his best behaviour with me," Cicely said. "But I will not marry in haste, and should he press the issue, he will drive me off, for then I shall wonder if he wishes to wed for love or for love of my fortune. The Earl of Athol's wife is a bit of a gossip. Few of our secrets are safe once she has ferreted them out. I am no dewy-eyed girl to be gulled by a handsome man's kisses." "Then he has kissed you," the Queen said excitedly. "A few kisses, which I most thoroughly enjoyed, but today I put a stop to it in a manner not to offend, but one that allowed us both a wee bit of pleasure," Cicely admitted with a small smile. "He was a gentleman, and his breath did not offend. His clan is important, and he stands in favour with Huntly, who has some power," the Queen said. "It would be a very good match for you, Cece." "I want to be in love, Jo. My parents were. You and the king are," Cicely replied. "Jamie and I, your parents, we are not the rule. You know that," Joan Beaufort said. Marriage is made for land, for wealth, for alliances. You have wealth and beauty. You are a queen's friend, all of which makes you valuable. Love is elusive. The best you can hope for is a man who will respect you and be kind. And if you are friends, it makes it even better. But love is rarely part of marriage, Cece. Cicely sighed. She knew the Queen was right, but she could hope, couldn't she? We are still too newly met for me to even consider Andrew Gordon as a suitor, she said. And there are some other handsome men without the encumbrance of a wife here at your court. You have been looking about, have you? The Queen laughed. Who takes your fancy, Cece? I don't know if he takes my fancy, but the MacDonald of Nairn is certainly worth a second glance, and the Douglas of Glencorm, if he were a bit cleaner, is a handsome man. Obviously there is no one to care for him, for his shirt had a ring about the collar. The MacDonald of Nairn is too dangerous a man. He's a Highlander, and he eats little English girls like you for breakfast, the Queen said. As for the Douglas of Glencorm, you gave him very short shrift before you traipsed off with your Gordon. I thought him bold, Cicely replied. He said he barely uttered a word to you, Queen Joan said, surprised. He didn't, but he had a look in his eyes I couldn't fathom. Bold and yet at the same time a bit shy. I felt sorry for him, Jo, especially when Andrew Gordon came to take me away. Andrew was so perfectly dressed, his hair clipped neatly. The Borderer's best had seen better days, and his hair was rough-cut. It touched his shoulders. 'Twas not at all fashionable, but he seemed a decent man. You minx! You think to test Andrew Gordon with another man, the Queen said. It will not work, Cece. If Fairley is after you for your fortune, he'll never admit to it. And who is to say every man who seeks to court you isn't interested in your wealth? Well, Cicely said, if that is so, I hope I am as fortunate as my stepmother. At least Luciana knew my father respected her and would be kind. But before I shackle myself to any man, I would seek love. May melted away into June. The Queen's pregnancy was officially announced. There would be a child before year's end. All of Scotland prayed for an heir. The Laird of Fairley was openly courting Lady Cicely Bowen with the approval of the Lord Huntly. The lady, however, seemed in no hurry to commit herself to him quite yet. Huntly complained to the king that his kinsman was ready to declare himself and make Lady Cicely his wife, but that she went out of her way to avoid any such talk. What is the matter with the lass? Does she nae understand what a good family we are? Why, Andrew could have any lass he wanted, and the wench would fall at his feet with gratitude to be his wife. Cece, Lady Cicely is not ready to leave the Queen, my lord, James Stewart said, although he knew exactly what Cicely was thinking because his wife had told him. They've been together since childhood. Wait until my bairn is born and Lady Cicely feels more settled away from England. I will champion your kinsman's cause with the lady. I think him an excellent match for her, but I promised her father the choice would be hers. I'm not a man to break my word. Tell Fairley if he waits until 12th night he will have my permission to ask the lady, but remind him I cannot compel her. He's impatient, my liege, and I can't say I blame the man. The lass is passing fair, Huntly replied. The lady has complained of being pressed too hard by your man, my lord. He attempts to stifle other friendships, which is unwise, the king murmured as a soft warning. Perhaps he should return home, attend to his estate, and return in December. Is that a command, my liege? Lord Huntly asked. James Stewart shook his head. Nay, 'tis but a suggestion, but one he should consider well. It was a dismissal, and Huntly knew it. The conversation was over. He bowed to the king and departed to find Andrew Gordon. The king watched him go. He was irritated to be bothered with something he considered a trifle. He had a kingdom to rule, and rule it he was, to the dismay of those used to weaker kings and regents. He suggested several new laws to the Parliament, and they were swiftly enacted. Then James Stewart sent out a decree demanding that every lord of the realm, every lady holding property in her own right, every laird both Highland and from the border, bring the patent for their lands to be examined for authenticity. It was little more than a thinly veiled excuse to test for loyalty, both past and present.
Those who could not prove ownership of their lands or titles, and whose fealty was in doubt, lost their lands. The faithful were re-established in their holdings. The king then looked about at lands that belonged to the crown and had been carelessly given away as bribes by his grandfather, father, and uncle. Those lands that were being mismanaged or had simply been usurped by the lords were reclaimed. It was not a popular move, but James Stuart needed to prove he had an iron fist when it came to ruling. He next meant to improve the criminal and civil courts. There was so much to do, and while it was to his advantage that Lady Cicely Bowen marry the Lord Huntley's kinsman, it was the least of his worries. Joan Beaufort grew fat with her expected child. Andrew Gordon lingered until August. Then he returned home to Fairley. The summer ended, and the hills about Scone began to grow bright with their autumn colours, and the scent of September heather filled the air. The wind blew more from the north as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, and then came word of a terrible happening. The king's friend, Black Angus Gordon, the Laird of Lochbray, had gone down into England to bring an orphaned cousin of the Queen's to Scotland. James knew that eventually Cicely Bowen would marry, and so he brought Elizabeth Williams from York in hopes that when Cicely departed, Joan would have a young friend by her side. The laird's mistress, Fiona Hay, had left Scone in October to travel home to Lochbray. She had been kidnapped as she travelled, and the court was agog with excitement over the matter. No one knew for certain who had stolen the lady, but suspicion was directed in the direction of the MacDonald of Nairn. "The Gordons are furious," the Queen told Cicely. "But she was only his mistress," Cicely said. "Did she mean that much to him?" "He had sent her home to prepare for their marriage," Joan Beaufort replied. "Huntley approved it. The king sent Bray down to York to fetch my cousin Beth." Cicely shook her head. "Poor Mistress Hay. How unhappy she must be, being stolen away from the man she was to wed." "The MacDonald of Nairn was very much taken with her. He'll marry her whether she will or no," the Queen confided. "You do not steal someone else's bride unless you mean to wed her yourself, or kill her. But Nairn had no quarrel with Bray. He simply wanted his woman, and now he has her." "I should not like to be in Mistress Hay's position," Cicely remarked. "If a man stole me away, I should not wed him no matter what he wanted." "You might have no other choice," the Queen said. Then she brightened. "Will you go into town today to the lace and ribbon shop for me? I'm ready to trim the future prince's christening gown." "Are you so certain 'tis a prince?" Cicely teased. "Oh, Cece, it just has to be," the Queen replied. "James is moving so quickly to institute all his reforms and changes. While the people already love him, the lords are not pleased at losing many of their privileges, and certainly not some of their lands. We need a strong male heir to help us prevent any rebellion." "I'll go into town for you," Cicely told her anxious mistress. "But you must not fret yourself, Jo, not now when the prince is so near to being born." "It is another 2 months," Joan Beaufort sighed. "Although I would wish it sooner, I can no longer see my own feet. All I long to do is eat and pee. It does not add to the dignity of my office," she lamented. Cicely giggled, but seeing her friend's aggrieved look, she apologised. "I'm sorry, Jo," she said, standing up. "I think while I am in town, I will find some lavender oil for you. It is so soothing. I will rub your feet with it tonight, I promise." "Aye, that would be lovely," the Queen agreed, waving Cicely off. The girl hurried to her own small chamber, where Orva sat mending the hem of one of her mistress's gowns. "I am going into town for the Queen," she said. "Do you want to come with me? I can take a man-at-arms if you prefer to stay." "Nay, I'll come," Orva said, laying aside her mending and standing up. "I've been indoors all day and would welcome some fresh air. Where are we going?" "The lace and ribbon shop at the end of the high street," Cicely answered. They gathered up their cloaks, and Cicely sent to the stables for their horses. Entering the courtyard, they found the beasts saddled and awaiting them. Cicely waved away the man-at-arms. "We're only going to the ribbon shop," she said, and the man nodded his acceptance, for the town was not dangerous. The two women rode the short distance from Scone Palace to Perth's High Street.
At its far end on the corner of Thames Lane was the lace and ribbon shop belonging to Mistress Marjorie, a widow. Dismounting, Cicely promised a street urchin a penny if he would hold their horses while they were in the shop. Then she and Orva entered the establishment. Mistress Marjorie bustled forward.
"My lady, I was not expecting you," she said.
"The Queen sent me to seek lace and ribbons for her child's christening gown," Cicely said with a smile.
"Is the bairn born, then?" Mistress Marjorie asked anxiously. "I had not heard it."
"Nay, 'tis another 2 months, but the Queen is anxious to have everything all ready," Cicely replied.
"Oh, then you've wasted a trip, my lady," Mistress Marjorie said. "I sent my apprentice this very day down to the docks to pick up our new shipment. 'Tis fine French lace from a convent near Paris, and beautiful silk ribbons sent overland from the east. It'll take me a few days to unpack and check my inventory. Can you come back then?"
"Her Highness will be disappointed," Cicely said, "but happy to know that she will have what she requires here in a few days' time. Will you send to me at the palace when the goods are ready for sale, so I may come and inspect them?"
"Of course, my lady," Mistress Marjorie said with a curtsy. "Is there anything else I may help you with today?"
"Oil of lavender," Cicely said. "Where may I find some?"
"The apothecary's shop on the far side of the high street. You passed it on your way here," Mistress Marjorie replied.
"Thank you for your time," Cicely responded politely. Then she and Orva left the shop. The street urchin looked to her anxiously as he returned the reins of their horses to the 2 women. Cicely dug into her purse and drew out a small silver penny. "Here you are, lad," she said, flipping it to him. He caught it easily and, bobbing his head, dashed off as the 2 women rode away. Inside the shop, Mistress Marjorie watched them go. Then she called to one of her apprentices to come to her.
"Watch the shop," she said, gathering up her cloak. "I have an errand to do."
And she hurried forth from her establishment. Making her way from the high street and through a maze of narrower streets, she finally arrived at a small, nondescript tavern. Reluctantly she entered it, clutching her cloak about her so it touched nothing that might soil it. To her relief, the tavern room was empty, but for a lone man. She shivered when he looked at her, for he had but a single eye. His other eye, having been gouged from his head, was no more than a hollow of scar tissue.
"I have a message for the Douglas of Glengorm," Mistress Marjorie said.
"I'll see he gets it,"
the one-eyed man said.
"What is it?"
"Tell the laird the item he seeks will be at my shop in 3 days' time," Mistress Marjorie said.
"Best to make it 4 days,"
the man said.
"'Tis not a short ride here to there and back, mistress, and this day's half gone already."
Mistress Marjorie nodded.
4 days, then,
she said, thinking she must send word to the palace. Then, turning abruptly, she quickly left the dark little tavern. When she had gone, the one-eyed man called out,
"Davy, to me, lad."
"Ida, what is it?"
the young boy who answered him asked.
"Take the horse the laird left us and ride to Glengorm. Tell him Mistress Marjorie says the item he seeks will be at her shop in 4 days' time. Go quickly, laddie, for the laird will barely have time to reach Perth if you don't."
The boy dashed from the room and hurried to saddle the horse in the ramshackle shed behind the little inn. Then he rode off and out from the town. He rode south for several hours until the moon was high. Then he stopped for 2 hours to rest the beast and let him graze and drink from a nearby stream, while he ate an oatcake from his pouch and drank some water from his flask. Leaning back against a large rock where he had sheltered, the boy closed his eyes and dozed briefly. Then, taking advantage of the bright full moon, he rode on until almost dawn, when he stopped to rest his animal once again. He rode through the next day and night, halting at intervals for the horse's sake. Dawn was just breaking when, a day and a half later, the innkeeper's son reached Glengorm. Beneath him the horse seemed rejuvenated. His ears perked up. He tossed his head and neighed a loud whinny. His step quickened as he brought his exhausted rider through a treed glen and up a hill to a large stone house, where he finally stopped. The boy half fell, half dismounted, and going to the large oak door, knocked loudly upon it until he finally heard the locks being unfastened and the door swung open.
"What is it you want?" an elderly woman in an apron asked. "I have a message for the laird from Perth," Davy, the innkeeper's son, said. "Come in then, lad. Are you hungry? You look like you've ridden all night," the old woman said. "2 nights, mistress," the boy told her. "Blessed mother, you must be fair worn. Is the horse still alive?" The boy grinned. "Aye, but as tired as I am, I fear. But I know better than to run a good animal into the ground, mistress. Come into the hall, lad. The laird is just up and having a bit of breakfast," the woman said, leading him into a stone and timber chamber. "Here's a lad with a message for you from Perth, Master Ian." Ian Douglas waved the boy forward. "You'll be Ranald's son, eh?" "Aye, my lord," Davy said with a brief bob of his head. "What message do you have for me, then?" "Mistress Marjorie wants you to know that the item you seek will be at her shop in 4... He stopped. "Nay, that's not right." Then his brow lightened. 2 days' time," he said triumphantly. "'Twas 4 the day I left Perth, but 'tis 2 this morning." "Tell your father you did well, lad. You'll travel back to Perth with me in 2 hours' time. Go with Mab to the kitchens to get something to eat, and rest yourself by the hearth," Ian Douglas instructed the boy. He turned to a serving man who loitered nearby. "Go and find my brother. Tell him we're going to Perth this day." Then he returned to his breakfast. Fergus Douglas came into the hall. "Why are we going to Perth?" he demanded to know. "Marion doesn't like my being away when her time is so near." "We're going bride-stealing, little brother," the lad said with a grin. "Glengorm will very shortly have a new mistress." "What have you done?" Fergus asked his sibling suspiciously. "Before we left Perth last spring, I made the acquaintance of a little lass who serves in Scone Palace. We spent a very pleasant few hours together. She happened to tell me that my lady Cicely goes into town to a certain shop for the Queen now and again. I made the acquaintance of the shop's proprietor, one Mistress Marjorie. She is a widow and inherited her husband's lace and ribbon establishment when he died. Her daughter was with child and without a husband. I found the young man in question and saw the couple firmly wed. And I've paid for a tutor so her son may learn to read, write and do his sums in order that he can one day take over the shop. In return, Mistress Marjorie was to send to me when my lady came to visit the shop next. She would claim the items my lady sought were not available for several days and dispatch word to me. I intend bride-napping my lady Cicely as she browses among the lace and ribbons. Then I will bring her back to Glengorm. Once she comes to know me, she will be glad to be my wife. I told you that the Gardens would not have her. She is mine." "They'll come after her," Fergus said gloomily. "First I must learn where she has been taken," Ian said with a wicked grin. "I met her formally but once, and I've been gone from Perth for months now. Why would any suspicion fall on me?" "What of the shopkeeper?" Fergus wanted to know. "She'll claim we broke into her shop from a rear alley, snatched the lass, and were gone as quickly as we came." "But why didn't she run screaming into the streets calling for the watch?" Fergus asked. "Because she was hit upon the head and rendered unconscious when she began screaming upon our entry," the lad said. "They have to take her word for what happened, and why wouldn't they believe her? Who else is there to say otherwise? I've told her to say she heard the intruders saying that the lass was an heiress. It'll be thought at first that she was taken for ransom," Ian Douglas explained to his brother. "But when no ransom demand is made and the girl doesn't reappear," Fergus queried, "what then?" "By then we'll be safe home, and my lady and I will get to know each other better so we may wed," the lad said. "The lass will come around. They all do eventually, Fergus. You know I have a way with the lasses, but I'll not seduce and leave this one. I will make Lady Cicely Bowen my lawful wife." "What if they find her before then, Ian? What if the king decides to punish us for your temerity? What will happen to Glengorm?" "By the time they discover where she is, Cicely will be mine, little brother," the lad said shortly. "But what if the Gordons come after her?" Fergus wanted to know. "Do you think Andrew Gordon will want my leavings?" Ian replied harshly. "Once I have her and she is here at Glengorm, no one can take her from me." "She would risk offending Lord Huntley and his Gardens, not to mention the king and his wife," Fergus said. "I would risk offending God himself to have Cicely Bowen for my wife,"
the laird said quietly.
"From the moment I saw her, I knew she was meant to be mine, and she will be, brother. She will be."
Fergus Douglas shook his head. There was nothing he could say or do but help his brother in this madness. Ian was in love. Ian! He found it difficult to believe, but there it was. The Laird of Glengorm was in love with a lass who didn't really know that he even existed.
"God help us all,"
he said, crossing himself.
"I hope we don't get hanged for this."
Chapter 5. 4 days after her initial visit to Mistress Marjorie's shop, Lady Cicely Bowen returned to purchase the delicate French lace and the silk ribbon for the expected royal heir's christening gown. Orva had gone off to the apothecary for more lavender oil, for the Queen had slept better than in weeks after having her feet rubbed with it. Cicely fingered the beautiful lace with a sigh. "It's exquisite. Her Highness will be delighted. She sews wonderfully well, you know, and the gown she has fashioned for her baby is beautiful. I will take all of it, for the lace that decorates the gown of Scotland's heir must decorate no other."
"Indeed, my lady,"
Mistress Marjorie said approvingly.
"The ribbon? Did I not bring it out?" the shopkeeper said. "Oh dear, let me go into the storage room and fetch it for you, my lady."
She arose and disappeared into the back of the shop. Suddenly, Cicely heard a scream, and she jumped up, startled, as 2 masked men burst into the room. "Where is Mistress Marjorie? What have you done with her?" she demanded. She bolted for the door, but one of the men caught her by her arm, swinging her about and hitting her on her jaw. The girl collapsed into his arms.
"Yesu, Ian, did you have to hit her?"
Fergus Douglas asked.
"She was about to shout for the watch, damn it," he said. "Come on now, quickly, brother. We need to get her into the cart and out of the gates before she is found missing and an alarm is raised."
Together, the 2 men returned through the rear of the shop, where Mistress Marjorie lay unconscious upon the floor. Ian felt bad about the need to render the shopkeeper helpless, but it would certainly validate her story of what happened, and her outrage would be more convincing. Exiting the building, they carefully put the girl into a sack, its top open so she could breathe, and laid her in the bed of the small wagon. Then they covered the sack with straw to conceal it. Climbing upon the seat of the vehicle, they drove from the back alley and onto the high street, moving with the local town traffic towards the gates. Fergus Douglas prayed silently as they went that they would not be caught. Perth had been a town for centuries. Once it was unwalled, but Edward I had attempted to wall it. Then Robert the Bruce had torn the half-built walls down. Edward III, however, had forced the Scots clergy to bear the cost of building stout stone walls with towers and fortified gates less than 100 years before. The gates numbered 4. Red Brigport was at the end of Skinner Gate in the district populated by the town's tanning industry. While the artisans of this area made shoes and gloves, hides were also exported, along with timber and fish shipped down the River Tay, for Perth was a busy inland port. The other gates were Turret Brigport, at the end of the High Street past St John's Kirk, Speyport at the end of Speygate, and Southgate Port at the end of South Street. There was also a small minor gate that led to Curfew Row, but it was the Southgate Port that the brothers sought now as their wagon moved along. The wagon turned from the High Street into Horner Lane, where craftsmen worked in shops and open stalls, fashioning spoons, combs, and inkwells from cow and goat horns. As they got closer to the River Tay, they could smell the wet wool being fulled before being beaten to thicken it, and then pounded with wooden hammers worked by watermills on the river. Finally, they turned onto South Street, lumbering through the South Gate and onto the Edinburgh Road. Several miles from the town, out of sight in a grove of thick trees, their horses waited for them. In the wagon bed, Cicely began to shake off the bonds of unconsciousness. She struggled to make some sense of what had happened to her, of where she was. She could feel motion beneath her, hear the muffled drone of voices nearby. Opening her eyes, she tried to look about her, but her vision was blocked by the sack in which she realized she was now confined. She moved her limbs gingerly. With relief, she realized she had not been bound. Carefully, she began to stretch herself, and her head pushed from the sack. Wiggling as quietly as she could, she freed herself of the confines of the rough pouch, realizing as she did so that she'd been placed beneath a heap of straw. She stifled a sneeze, freezing momentarily to be certain her captors were not aware she was now awake and alert. Then, in a flash, it came back to her. She had been at Mistress Marjorie's shop, choosing lace and silk ribbons for the Queen, when 2 masked men had burst into the room. One of the men had hit her on her jaw when she sought to flee. Cicely reached up and winced as her fingers touched her face. Her jaw hurt. She would be bruised, she realized. But what on earth was this all about? And why was she in some conveyance beneath a pile of straw being driven? Where? What could these men want of her? She felt the wagon begin to slow down, and realizing that when it stopped, she would have an opportunity to flee these villains, she tensed, waiting. The vehicle had only just ceased its motion when Cicely burst up from beneath the straw covering her, and seeing that the wagon in which she'd been transported had no barrier in its rear, leaped from it and began to run. Exiting the little grove of trees, she turned quickly, hiked up her gown and sped back along the narrow track that the wagon had followed.
"Yea, Sue and Mary,"
a male voice roared, and then she heard the sound of boots pounding behind her. Cicely's legs pumped hard as she ran. Her throat began to burn as her lungs frantically drew in gulps of cold air in her effort to elude her captors. Her caul came loose, and her hair billowed out behind her. She screamed as a hand caught her by her long tresses, yanking her backwards. Spinning about, she flailed at the big man, feeling a small satisfaction as one of her balled fists made hard contact with his cheek. But she cried out as pain shot through her hand.
"Yea, Sue, woman, give over,"
Ian Douglas said. "Let me go, you villain," Cicely shouted at him as she attempted to hit him again. "I am Lady Cicely Bowen, daughter of the Earl of Leighton, friend to Queen Joan. You will hang for this affront. Take your filthy hands off of me at once." The Laird of Glengorm ducked her blow, and tucking her beneath his arm, smacked her backside a hard blow.
"Be silent, you little harridan,"
he said in a fierce tone. Cicely shrieked her outrage, for the blow stung even through her gown. "How dare you strike me? Oh, now you are certain to hang, striking your better." He set her down, and taking her hand in his, the Laird said,
"Now, madam, you are going to get on your horse and ride with us. I will have no more of your rebellious behaviour."
The lass was spirited, Ian thought, pleased. She would give him strong sons. In response to his words, Cicely yanked his hand up and bit it as hard as she could. "Go to the devil, villain," she shouted. "I'm going nowhere with you." Then, as he pulled his hand from hers with a roar of pained surprise, Cicely turned once again and began to run as fast as she could. Fergus Douglas stood, rooted in amazement at the battle raging between his brother and the lass Ian claimed to love. In spite of himself, he found himself admiring the lady. But then his sibling took 3 long steps, catching up with Cicely and picking her up, threw her face down over the horse he had brought for her. While Cicely struggled and screamed, attempting to escape him once more, the Laird tied both her hands and her feet together. Then, taking a piece of silk cloth from his saddlebag, he gagged her, muffling her shrieks.
"Gently, Ian, gently," Fergus cautioned. "She's just a wee lass, after all." "She's got a fiery spirit and will take a bit of taming,"
the Laird told his brother.
"Mount up now, Fergus. We have a long way to go before we get home."
"You can't expect the lass to travel like that," Fergus said.
"For an hour or 2 until she understands that I'm the master here,"
Ian Douglas replied.
"The vixen has sharp teeth, but at least she didn't break the skin on my hand."
He climbed onto his stallion and, reaching down, took the lead rein of Cicely's horse. Then he moved off, Fergus scrambling onto his own mount and following. Cicely felt sick to her stomach. She suffered a brief bout of the dry heaves before she fainted. When she came to herself again, she was being bounced about as she lay across the saddle, for they were travelling at a rapid speed now. She was dizzy, and her eyes would not focus as the horse's hooves pounded and the ground flew by beneath her. She could not survive travelling in this position, and she certainly couldn't escape flung face down over a saddle.
She would have to beg for mercy, and if she got it, she would have time to consider how to escape these two men. What could they want with her anyhow? "Stop! Stop! Please stop!" she called out. The gag had come loose with the motion of the horse. Ian Douglas heard her, but ignored Cicely.
"Ian, for pity's sake, stop and let the lass up. We can tie her to the saddle so she can't escape, but you'll kill her if you don't let her up."
Ian Douglas looked back at his prisoner. Fergus was right. She was only a lass. He brought his horse and hers to a stop.
"Help me, then,"
he called to his brother. Together, the two men lifted Cicely from her animal. The laird untied the bonds about her ankles and lifted her onto her mount again, this time tying her legs beneath the beast. Her bound hands he retied to the pommel of the saddle.
"There, is that better, Fergus?"
The younger man nodded.
"Aye,"
he agreed.
"Then let us be on our way again,"
the laird said. The blood drained from her head, but it took at least half an hour for Cicely's vision to finally clear. The two men were no longer masked, and while one of them was vaguely familiar, she didn't recognize them. Who were they, and why had they taken her? She looked about her as they rode. The land was simply gorgeous, hills now blazing with their autumn colours. She'd never seen any as bright. And once again she marvelled at the abundance of lakes, rivers and streams. Scotland was a beautiful land, but as she had noted on her travels north from England, it was also very desolate. Where was she, and where were they going? They rode for hours, and Cicely found herself dozing, for she was suddenly exhausted. Her temples were throbbing and her body ached. She was hungry and she was thirsty. She tried to make saliva in her mouth to swallow so she might soothe her parched throat. Finally, as the sun began to sink into the western skies, they stopped in a sheltered hollow near a small stream. The two men dismounted and tethered the three horses. The one who had hit her earlier untied her legs and lifted her from her horse. Cicely couldn't stand and, to her embarrassment, collapsed to the ground. Tears sprang into her eyes.
"Scream if you want,"
the big man said to her.
"But there's no one to hear you. You'll only frighten the horses and probably hurt your throat, my lady fair."
He untied her hands, wondering if she would try to hit him again. She glared up at him. "You do understand that you are going to hang for this," she repeated, rubbing her wrists, which had been chafed by her bonds. He grinned down at her.
"Nay,"
was all he said before he sauntered off. The other man came back to her.
"I think you might be a bit more comfortable with your back to that big boulder over there," he said. "May I help you, my lady? And then I'll bring you something to drink and an oatcake to eat."
"Thank you," Cicely replied. This man had done her no harm, and his handsome face actually bore a look of genuine concern.
"I am called Fergus Deuce, for I am my father's second-born,"
the younger Douglas told her. Then he helped Cicely to stand, bracing her while she regained her equilibrium.
"Do you think you can walk now if I help to support you?"
"I think so," Cicely replied, leaning against him as she gingerly moved forward. Fergus led her a few feet across the small clearing.
"Do you—"
His face grew red with his embarrassment.
"Do you need to pee, my lady? I can help you into the bushes and I'll turn my back," he said.
Now it was Cicely whose cheeks grew pink, but she did need to relieve herself. "Thank you," she'd told him. I think I can stand alone now." Fergus brought her to a thick stand of growth, and then, as he had promised, turned away so she might have a modicum of privacy. Cicely turned her back on him and, hiking up her skirts, did what needed to be done. She considered attempting another escape, but the skies above were already swiftly darkening into night. She had no idea where she might be, and there was no dwelling nearby where she might seek help. She would be forced to bear the company of these two villains until the morrow. Mistress Marjorie would have certainly sounded the alarm when she regained consciousness. One of her two apprentices would have found her by now, and the king would send a troop of his men-at-arms after her.
"My lady!"
Fergus's voice sounded anxious. "I'm done," Cicely said. There was no need to be unkind to this poor fellow who'd had compassion upon her. She stepped from the bushes, and he led her back so she might sit down against the large, dark boulder that commanded their little clearing.
She looked about for the other man, but he was not to be seen, although there was a small fire burning. Fergus helped her to the ground. There was a thick coating of moss on both the earth and the rock, making it surprisingly comfortable. The other man suddenly appeared from the small wood carrying 2 dead rabbits. Without a word, he skinned the creatures, cleaned them and set them on a wood spit over the fire to roast.
"These 2 poor conies had the unfortunate luck to come across my path," he said. "We'll have rabbit for supper with our oatcakes."
"I shall not eat a thing from your hand," Cicely said haughtily. He shrugged. "Who are you, and why have you kidnapped me?" she demanded of him.
"You don't recognise me,"
he said, not knowing whether he should feel offended or not. "Your face is vaguely familiar," Cicely admitted. "But I do not know you, do I?"
"I am Ian Douglas, the Laird of Glengorm, madam," he told her, "and I am engaging in what is known here in Scotland as bride stealing."
It took a long moment for Cicely to realise just what he was saying to her. Then she burst out, "You are mad, my lord, totally raving mad. I have absolutely no intention of marrying you. Why on earth would I marry you? I don't even know you." Ian Douglas knelt before her. He took her small face between his thumb and his forefinger.
"The first moment I saw you on the road to Perth, I knew you were the woman for me, Cicely Bowen. I have never given my heart to any, but I'm prepared to give it to you."
His hazel eyes looked directly into her blue-green ones. "I don't want it," she cried, unnerved by both the unexpected declaration and by the passionate look in his eyes. No man had ever looked at her quite like that. Not even Andrew Gordon. That look both intrigued and frightened her.
"Ah, Lady Fair, do not be frightened," he said softly to her. "I will love you."
The gentle tone of his voice frightened Cicely far more than his earlier rough treatment of her had. "You must take me back," she cried. "We will say it was all a misunderstanding. Though I said it, 'twas in anger. I will not let them hang you. But we must return to Perth, my lord."
"I doubt the poor shopkeeper will consider the bump on her noggin a misunderstanding,"
the laird said dryly. "My lord, I cannot wed you," Cicely told him.
"Why not?"
he asked. His eyes were dancing with sudden amusement. "I am already pledged to marry," Cicely lied desperately.
"To the Gordon,"
Ian said.
"Nay, Lady Fair, you lie. The Gordon has not yet asked for you, although I am told he would. What is it, I wonder, that keeps him from it? Is there another he loves, but whose dower portion is not as fat as yours might be? Or perhaps a mistress who needs to be disposed of discreetly before he declares himself?"
"Andrew Gordon is a good man," Cicely defended her suitor.
"Has he ever kissed you?"
the laird wanted to know. "That is none of your business," Cicely snapped.
"He hasn't,"
Ian chuckled. "He has," she retorted. "And I liked it. I liked it very much." In response, Ian Douglas leaned forward and kissed Cicely. It began as a fierce kiss that turned tender and deepened as he felt the petal-soft lips beneath his yield. Cicely's head spun. "Oh my," she thought as she felt herself succumbing to the kiss and kissing him back. The laird drew away.
"Did you like it as much as that?"
he asked her wickedly. "No," she was practically shouting at him. Ian Douglas laughed.
"Ah, Lady Fair, you are a terrible liar. You kissed me back."
Then, standing up, he left her to fume while he went to turn the rabbit on the spit. She hadn't kissed him back. She hadn't. But she had, Cicely was forced to admit to herself. He was a horrible, horrible man. He had kidnapped her, treated her abominably, and when his mouth had closed over hers, she was momentarily lost. It was certainly not going to happen again. Nay, it was not. When the rabbits were well roasted, the laird brought Cicely a small haunch on a leaf along with an oatcake.
"Here,"
he said. Cicely turned her head away from him. "I'm not hungry," she said. "I will eat nothing from your hand, villain. Take it away."
"All right,"
he said pleasantly, his white teeth tearing into the roasted meat as he walked away. Cicely's belly rumbled. She was hungry. She hadn't eaten since early morning after the Mass, and she had eaten little, for she was in a hurry to get into the town. She closed her eyes as if that would block out the delicious smell of the roast.
My lady.
Fergus Douglas knelt by her side. In his hand was another piece of rabbit on a broad, wet leaf.
Please try to eat something. I know all that has happened this day has been upsetting for you, but you need your strength.
He held out the meat. Why do I need my strength? Cicely asked him petulantly.
Because we have a long ride tomorrow, and into the next day. My brother is a wonderful hunter, but he may not be so fortunate finding food tomorrow as he was today, and no one roasts a coney over the fire like Ian. The meat is never tough, and 'tis always moist and sweet.
He smiled at her. Cicely couldn't help herself. There was something so engaging about Fergus Douglas. She smiled back at him. Then, reaching out, she took the meat from him and began to eat. Where are we going? She asked.
To Glengorm. Our home is there. We are the Douglases of Glengorm, a small branch of Clan Douglas. Your new home will be a large stone house with a slate roof that sits on a small hillside overlooking Loch Gorm. Our glen is almost hidden and can be entered only through a small wood. We're surrounded by the Cheviot Hills, which make up the border between Scotland and England, he explained.
Cicely finished the rabbit he had given her and took the small, flat oatcake he offered. It won't be my new home, she told him. It will be my prison until the king arranges for my release. Do you have anything to drink? Fergus undid a small leather flask from his belt and, unstoppering it, held it out. Cicely took the flask and, putting it to her lips, swallowed deeply. A sudden look of surprise crossed her face. She gasped, coughed, and her face turned red. What in the name of the Blessed Mother was that? She demanded when she could speak again.
Whiskey,
he said, and he grinned.
I should have warned you, madam, but it didn't occur to me until you put it to your lips that perhaps you had never tasted whiskey, he said, looking abashed. Would you like some water?
Cicely nodded and handed him back the flask. 'Tis a potent brew, she noted.
Aye,
he agreed. He helped her up.
We've no drinking vessel, so you will have to cup your hands in the stream,
Fergus told her. Then he escorted her to the stream. Cicely knelt by the water. Her throat was still burning from the swallow of whiskey, and she was suddenly overcome with weariness. Cupping her hands, she drank, and then stood up, swaying. Suddenly the laird was beside them. He scooped the girl up in his arms to return her to her place by the large mossy boulder. "Put me down, you lout," Cicely protested feebly, but the truth was she wasn't certain that she could stand if he did put her down. Ignoring her, Ian Douglas set her back on the ground. He had spread the grey, white and black length of tartan he carried with him over the moss. Cicely was already half asleep and did not notice it, nor did she notice that he laid his cloak over her to keep her warm.
"What will you sleep in?"
Fergus asked quietly.
"We'll share your cloak when we sleep, but do without when we keep watch,"
the laird said.
"I'll take the first watch."
Fergus nodded and, rolling himself in his cloak, placed his body in front of Cicely's to shield her. Then he quickly fell asleep. When his brother awakened him 4 hours later, he rose obediently, turning the cloak over to his sibling, then adding more wood to the little fire to help him avoid the damp chill of the late autumn night. Travelling with the lady, they had another day and a half's ride to reach Glencorm. Fergus sighed. He hoped his Marion was all right. The new bairn was due in another few weeks. When the false dawn began to show in the sky, Fergus awoke his older brother. The laird was immediately on his feet.
"Do you think we can move out soon?"
he asked the younger man. He picked up Fergus's cloak and handed it to him.
"It will be slow until dawn, but aye, the road is visible, though the moon be waning. There's still enough light now to get along," came the answer. "I'll wake her ladyship,"
Ian said with a wicked grin. Fergus shook his head. Ian might believe himself in love with Cicely Bowen, but she certainly had no use for him. Given the opportunity, Fergus thought she might gladly do his brother harm. And he wasn't certain that taking her by force to Glencorm was going to alter the situation one bit. The lass was every bit as stubborn as his elder brother was. He'd never known Ian to behave in so reckless a manner. The laird went over to where the girl lay sleeping soundly. His instinct was to kiss her awake, but instead he bent down and shook her by her shoulder.
"Wake up, Lady Fair," he said. "We must be travelling on."
"Go away, Orva. It's too early to get up," Cicely murmured, burrowing back into her bedding. Ian Douglas reached down, grasped his cloak with strong fingers and yanked hard. The material unrolled, and Cicely awoke with a shriek of outrage. He pulled her to her feet.
"Go into the bushes and do what you must. We are leaving in a few minutes," he said to her.
Bending, he picked up his plaid. "Brute," Cicely said furiously, and hit him on the shoulder with her fist.
"Madam,"
the laird said, drawing himself to his full height to tower over her.
"You will have to refrain from striking me in the future, or I will retaliate, I promise you."
Then he turned and walked over to where Fergus was gathering their horses. Knowing she had little choice for now but to go with him, Cicely slipped into the bushes and relieved herself. Then, going to the stream, she put her hands in the icy water, used them to splash some droplets on her face to awaken herself fully, and then drank a few swallows to slake her thirst. When she joined the two men, Fergus put an oatcake into her hand. She ate it quickly, knowing it was likely all she would see for many hours. Cicely mounted her horse, and the laird tied her hands again to the pommel of the saddle, but he did not tie her legs together. She was relieved, for it had been uncomfortable, and also because now she could escape Ian Douglas given the opportunity. Having her hands tied to the pommel was little impediment. A horse was better controlled with one's knees and heels. She smiled to herself. But although they rode from before dawn until sunset, with just a single brief stop, no opportunity had presented itself for Cicely to make her escape. They had travelled very slowly until the sun came up, and then at a good canter until the sun was at its zenith, when they halted to rest and water the horses, eat another oatcake apiece, and ease their personal needs. Mounting up, they rode again until sunset, when they took shelter in a field by a stone wall. The laird would not light a fire, for they were more in the open this night than the previous one. Fergus had saved a small piece of the previous night's meal, and he gave it to Cicely. "We'll share it," she said to him. Fergus gave her a warm smile.
"Nay, lass, 'tis for you. I'm used to travelling with an oatcake to sustain me. You're a lady and need your nourishment." "Would you like to share your meat with me?"
the laird taunted her. "Go to the devil, you villain," Cicely snapped at him. "There's nothing in this world I would share with you." She crammed the bit of rabbit into her mouth, chewing.
"We'll share much in the years to come," he said softly.
"I'd sooner take the veil," she told him.
"You're too beautiful to give yourself to the church,"
the laird told her.
"You're meant for a man's bed, my bed."
"Never, never, never," Cicely shot back, and she swallowed the last of her meal. He knelt by her side, and the knuckles of his hand slipped gently down her cheek.
"Your passion will never be wasted in prayers and fasting, Lady Fair."
Then he tipped her face up to his and kissed her, his lips playing over hers. "Jesu, Mother Mary," Cicely thought. His kiss was intoxicating. Part of her knew she had to resist him, but another part of her was ready and eager to give herself to him. She moaned softly against his mouth. She couldn't let this happen. She couldn't. With the greatest effort she'd ever made in all of her life, Cicely pulled away from him. "How dare you touch me?" she demanded coldly of him.
"You have said you would see me hanged, Lady Fair," he told her. "I should just as well be hanged for a sheep as a lamb."
He had felt her ambivalence, for he was a man well skilled in the amatory arts. Standing up, he moved away into the darkness. Cicely pulled her own cloak about her, and, her back against the cold wall, she closed her eyes and prayed for sleep. But unlike the previous night, when she'd been in shock over her abduction, her stomach filled with hot roasted rabbit and feeling warmed by whiskey, she could only doze. Several times in the night she had awakened cold, hungry, and just a little frightened. She wanted to weep, but she would show no weakness to this bold man who had stolen her from everything she knew. Had she not heard the snores of the two men near her, for tonight both slept, As there was no fire to draw the attention of strangers to them, she did not think she could have borne her condition. Even the horses grazed silently, moving away from the shelter of the wall now and again. Above them, a pale, waning moon shone down, and the still air was icy. She dozed again, and the next time she awakened, the sky was beginning to lighten, to her great relief. She stretched her limbs out and then stood up. Instantly the laird was awake and on his feet. "I must relieve myself," Cicely said quietly, and moved off to the other side of the wall. "I have no intention of running from you until I've peed, and you have fed me one of those flat rocks you call oatcakes. Turn your back, my lord, and give me some privacy." Then, without waiting to see if he complied with her request, Cicely turned her own back and raised her skirts. He had almost laughed, but he did not. Until she was ready to acknowledge him as her lord and master, he would give her no satisfaction. But he had appreciated her dry wit. He would not have expected it of so fine a lady. And then he realized that in his desire to steal her, to make certain that the Gordons did not take her for themselves, he hadn't admitted everything Fergus had been saying to him that Sir William had said was true. He knew absolutely nothing about Lady Cicely Bowen, other than that he loved her and wanted her for his wife. But how did you love someone you barely knew? He couldn't answer his own question. His heart had spoken for him. It would have been better, he knew, if he'd been able to acquaint himself with his lady fair within her own environment, but the damned Gordons would not let him. They had hovered and buzzed about her like a hive of bees surrounding their queen. It had been impossible to get near her long enough to court her. He had had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The Douglases were every bit as good as the Gordons, and when she came to know him better, she would appreciate that. Ian Douglas bent and shook his brother awake.
"If the weather holds, we should reach Glengorm before sunset,"
he remarked as Fergus stood up, stretching. The horses were caught. Oatcakes were handed out, and they mounted up. Once again, Cicely's hands were tied to the pommel of her saddle. "You have chafed my wrists raw," she complained. "Where can I run to, my lord, that you persist in binding me?"
"I don't know," he admitted. "But we are close enough now to Glengorm that I would take no chances with you, Lady Fair. By sunset we should reach home. I do not wish to waste time chasing you over the hills and moors. Do you not wear gloves when you ride, madam?"
"I do, but I also leave them with my horse, which the last time I saw him was tethered outside of Mistress Marjorie's shop," Cicely snapped. "You are a monster, and—" He cut her off.
"I will hang. I know.
The day was grey and lowering as they rode across the hilly countryside. Now and again in the distance a tower house came into view, but they never rode near any dwelling. They saw no one, nor were they seen. There was no one to whom Cicely might appeal for help. Again, as on the day before, they stopped once. But today they did not linger long resting. The laird and his brother were most anxious to reach their home, and at this point so was Cicely. Travelling to Scotland with the king and queen had been an almost leisurely progression. Each night they had stopped at either the home of some noble or at the guest house of an important monastery or convent. When such accommodation had not been available, they had been housed within comfortable pavilions, set up for them by staff who had ridden ahead. They had been served hot meals. It had been most civilized. This journey had been horrible. The laird's home would certainly be provincial, rustic, but it would be warm and dry. There would be cooked food.
"We're almost home,"
the laird said, coming up to her side, for he had ridden ahead briefly. It had begun to rain, and it was an icy rain. There was a north wind at their back now. Ahead of them, Cicely saw a wood rising from between the hills. She hunched down into her cloak, her hood pulled up to protect her from the growing storm. They rode into the wood. In summer it would have been thick with growth, but now the branches of its trees were stark and black against the grey sky. The path through the wood began to move upwards, and suddenly she saw the house atop the hill. It was tall and square, and had a single tower that rose from the south corner of the building. "Why is there only one tower?" she asked, curious, as they rode up the incline.
"Glengorm first began as a tower house," Fergus explained.
It might be a castle if it had more than one tower, Cicely said.
We're not a grand enough family for a castle, Lady Fair, the laird said. But our great-grandfather returned from the Crusades with some treasure. He decided to enlarge our home, for he could think of no better use for his small trove. Our grandfather told us his father often said if he put his prize in stone and mortar, no one could steal it from him,
Fergus added. Someone might have coveted the house, Cicely said, and taken it from you.
Glengorm is too well hidden, and the only bit of it that shows from the surrounding countryside is the tower, which is like so many other tower houses. We are rarely raided, Fergus added. Only our own people know of our existence. Most of the other branches of the Douglas clans do not. You will be very safe here.
Where is your lock? She asked him.
You'll be able to see it from the house,
Fergus told her. What does Glengorm mean? Cicely inquired. Now it was the laird who spoke up.
Glen is our word for a valley. Gorm means blue and green. The green trees surrounding us, the blue loch. It is from them that Glengorm takes its name, Lady Fair. I'm glad to see you showing such an interest in your new home, he said to her.
When the king sends his men for me, my lord, I will go with them, Cicely told the laird sharply. This is not my home, nor will it ever be. I'm here under protest, as you are more than well aware. She glared at him.
You are a strong, proud lass, he said. It pleases me well to see it. Hold on to your faith, Lady Fair, if it helps you to deal with your situation. But know that I hold tightly to mine. You will be my wife. Once you have learned to know me, you will love me, madam. All the lasses do, but 'tis you I want.
Cicely burst out laughing. You think highly of yourself, my lord. Then her face darkened with her anger. But I do not. You have not stolen just one of the Queen's ladies. You have stolen me, and I'm the Queen's favourite, her friend of long standing. Do you actually believe you will be permitted to retain my person when they come for me, and I say nay to you before witnesses, and I will say nay?
We are going to have time to know each other, he and Douglas told her. And how, Lady Fair, will they find you unless they learn where you are? And how will they know if they are not aware of who stole you away? And who will tell them? Only my brother and I were involved in your abduction.
You planned this carefully, Cicely surprised the two men by saying. You had to know where I would be, and when. It was not by chance that you took me when you did. There is someone else involved, and when the hue and cry is raised, as it already has been, you will be found out, my lord. And then I will be rescued from your clutches. I will not plead for you, but I will ask that mercy be shown to your brother, who has been kind to me, and I will plead for your clansmen and women who are innocent of your perfidy. Now it was the laird who laughed, although again her astuteness surprised him.
If you are found, it will be many weeks hence. The Gordons will not want you then, for your virtue will be in question, Lady Fair, after time in my custody. You will end up having to marry me whether you will or no, and the king will consent, Ian Douglas told her boldly. The king cannot consent unless I consent, my lord. If you knew anything about me, you would know that. 'Tis true the king is my guardian, and 'tis true he may make a match for me. But when my father put me in the care of James Stewart, it was with the understanding that I would have the final word on a husband, Cicely told the laird. My father loved my mother well. He wanted no less for me than a love match. He told the king that I must agree to any match, or it could not take place. That is ridiculous, Ian Douglas burst out, very surprised.
Ha, Cicely told him. Now you see your problem, don't you, my lord? Listening, Fergus Douglas was astounded by her words. Here was something his brother had not considered when he stole away the lovely girl he called his Lady Fair. His horse came to a sudden stop, and the younger man realised that they had reached the house. He slid from his animal's back and tossed the reins to the boy who had run from the stables.
We will not discuss this before my servants,
the laird said, his voice now hard. He dismounted, and then going to Cicely's horse, helped her off the beast.
Come into the hall. The rain is getting heavier, and it is almost night.
He took her hand in his. Cicely attempted to pull away from him, but his grip was firm, his step sure, as he led her into the house and down a short passageway into his hall. It was cold, as there was no fire burning.
There were 2 rushlights burning that had been coated with tallow. The fat sputtered and the rushlight smoked, adding to the stink of the hall. There were rushes on the stone floor, and 2 dogs came forth to greet their master. Then they went back to seeking among the rushes for a bone that had not already been chewed. "Why is there no fire?" Cicely wanted to know.
"Why would we burn wood when there was no one here?" the laird asked. "'Tis wasteful."
"It will take hours to warm this draughty hall," Cicely said irritably. "You would have used less wood, keeping it comfortable. And have you no beeswax candles? Tallow is dirty when used for light, and it smokes. And rushes on the floor. Blessed mother, my lord, no one uses rushes any more. 'Tis old-fashioned, and the stink of the place is not to be borne. Tallow, rotting food, and dog piss. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting."
"'Tis to be your home,"
he said angrily. Why had the hall not been warm and clean? He had sent a man ahead this morning to alert the house that he would be arriving by dark.
"Take charge of the servants and make it over to please you, madam. Housewifery is not my province, 'tis yours."
"I am not the mistress here, my lord, and you should not be giving your servants the wrong impression," Cicely replied stubbornly. "Now, where am I to stay while I am forced to abide your company?"
"Bethia!"
the laird roared.
"Where the hell are you, woman?"
After a few minutes, a woman shuffled into the hall.
"You called me, my lord."
Looking at her, Cicely could see why the hall was as it was. Bethia was of indeterminate age, and from the way she squinted, her eyesight was not the best. Cicely shook her head.
"What is it you want of me, laird?" Bethia asked.
"Did you not receive word that I would be arriving before nightfall earlier today?"
Ian Douglas asked his serving woman.
"Aye,"
Bethia answered him.
"Then why is there no fire in the hall?"
he said.
"The messenger did not say precisely when you were coming, my lord. Why would I waste the wood?" the woman replied. "Look, here is Paul to light the fire."
She pointed at a man, who was even now struggling to bend towards a large fireplace.
"Will you be wanting a meal, laird?"
Cicely made an exasperated sound that set her suitor into a furious temper.
"Aye, you witch," he exploded. "We'll be wanting a meal that should erstwhile be cooked and be ready to be brought to the high board, and have my mother's old bedchamber made ready for my guest."
"Is she not to share your bed, laird?" Bethia said. "Since you sent no word to have another chamber prepared, and we were not expecting a visitor, how could I know to make ready your late mam's rooms? It'll take time, as you'll have to send into the village for a lass or 2 to come, and 'tis already dark."
Cicely now snickered. She couldn't help it. The masterful Laird of Glencorm had absolutely no control over his servants. While she knew it didn't bode well for her comfort, she was hard-pressed not to burst out laughing. Seeing the grim look in Ian Douglas's eye, however, she managed to restrain herself.
"I'll be going home now to my wife,"
Fergus Douglas said as he hastily exited the hall. If his sibling had thought to call after him, Fergus would have pretended not to hear.
"Then send for someone or do it yourself. This lady with me is to be my wife."
"I am not," Cicely said firmly.
"Ah!"
A light dawned in Bethia's eye.
"You went bride-stealing, laird, did you?"
She chuckled. Then she looked Cicely up and down.
"She's pretty, and looks sturdy enough to give Glengorm some airs. Why bother with your mother's chamber if you mean to wed her? Send for the priest, bed her, and be done with it. Her people will certainly be coming after her soon enough. You'll want the deed done, laird, or they'll take her back."
"He will not bed me, and when the priest comes I will tell him so," Cicely said. She turned to the laird. "You have a priest in this hidey-hole of yours, my lord? Oh, yes, I will certainly want to speak with him." Old Paul was still struggling to light the fire. Cursing, the laird pushed him aside and did it himself. Then he rounded on Bethia.
"Do as you've been told, woman. See to a hot meal and see to the lady's chamber."
With a shrug, Bethia, followed by Paul, shuffled from the hall.
"Come and sit by the fire,"
the laird invited Cicely.
"You'll be warm in a few minutes. Would you like some wine?"
He moved towards a sideboard. "It will take this hall at least a day to warm, provided you keep the fire going," she said, as she sat herself in a straight-backed chair that was near the hearth. And I think if you have it, I would prefer some of that whiskey Fergus gave me the other night. It took the chill out of my bones quite nicely. He poured the requested liquid into a small pewter half-dram cup and handed it to her.
You liked our whiskey?
It serves its purpose, Cicely answered him, then gulped it down. She gasped and tears came to her eyes, but the instant warmth that spread through her was gratifying. Then she looked up at him. You can't make me marry you, she said quietly. I don't even know you, my lord. What made you do such a foolish thing as kidnapping me? Kneeling before her, he looked up into her eyes.
The moment I saw you on the Perth road that day, I knew you were the woman for me, Lady Fair. I've already told you that. I fell in love with you at first sight, but when I met you at court, I could not pay you my addresses, for Andrew Gordon and his kin were always around you. When you come to know me, you will see I am a better husband for you than he is.
He has land, a house, livestock, and powerful kinsmen who would keep me safe, Cicely answered.
But does he love you? Or does he love your influence with the Queen and your dower portion? My brother tells me you are an heiress.
Cicely smiled. Nay, no heiress, my lord, but my dower portion is substantial.
I love you,
Ian Douglas said.
I stole you away so you might know and come to love me. I could not do that at court with all the damned gardens hovering over you.
How can you love me? You don't know me, Cicely protested. But had not James Stewart fallen in love at first sight with her friend Joan Beaufort? But that had been different, hadn't it? And Joan hadn't fallen in love at first sight with James Stewart. She had gotten to know him, and as she had, her love had bloomed. But this was quite different. She and James Stewart had much in common. Both were royal, both were educated and could speak with each other on a variety of subjects. The sameness that they shared had bonded them. But this was unlike the king and Jo, Cicely thought. She was the daughter of an earl. She'd been raised with a girl who became a queen. She was a queen's friend and companion. This border lord was an ill-mannered rustic. She had absolutely nothing in common with him at all. Could even read or write, speak French, write poetry. How could they possibly have anything in common? He had spent his entire life on the border. She knew about the border lords. The Gordons had little use for them. Brigands and battlers, they called them. And Ian Douglas had certainly proved them correct when he had kidnapped her from Mistress Marjorie's shop several days ago. There is nothing you could possibly do that would make me love you, my lord, Cicely told him. If you will take me back to Perth, I will ask that this entire matter be forgotten, and no punishment will fall upon you or your folk for this ill-advised adventure you have taken upon yourself. Please, my lord, you cannot love me, and love has little to do with a good match, which you certainly must know.
And yet the king loves the Queen, and you've said your own father loved your mother,
he reminded her.
Douglases are every bit as good as Gordons, Lady Fair. I have more land than your Gordon. I have livestock aplenty. My house is sound. I can offer you as much as, if not more than, Andrew Gordon.
Aye, I am certain you speak truth, my lord, but you cannot offer me the one thing that Andrew Gordon can, Cicely told him.
What is that?
The laird wanted to know.
What can he give you that I cannot?
Companionship, my lord. Like me, he has been educated. We have certain likes in common. I think you cannot read nor even write the letters of your own name, my lord. What could you possibly speak of to me? Would you recite me poetry?
Poetry?
He looked surprised.
Why would you want me to spout poetry to you, Lady Fair? I don't want to rhyme with you. I want to make a life with you, share children with you, make love to you.
Cicely blushed at this intimate declaration. Then she said, But I want to do none of these things with you, my lord. I don't know you.
You will after we've spent some time together, he told her pleasantly. And when you know me, you will not seek to leave me. You will be happy to spend your life here at Glengorm as my wife. Now, the first thing you need to know about me is that I both read and write, Lady Fair, and I can recite my church Latin at the Mass. As for French, I have no use for it, so why would I waste my time learning it? I do keep my own accounts. A man who cannot keep his own accounts will end up being cheated. Are you warmer now? The fire seems to have caught nicely.
She was frankly surprised. Oh,
I beg your pardon for thinking you totally ignorant, Cicely said.
Now I've learned something about you, Lady Fair. You're not afraid to admit a fault, and you have pretty manners. I hope you'll teach those assets to our bairns.
Oh, you are the most impossibly stubborn man, Cicely cried.
Aye, and now you've learned something about me,
he replied with a grin. Chapter 6.
The watch! Call the watch!
An apprentice cried, running from the lace and ribbon shop.
My mistress has been attacked! Help! Help!
Orva stepped from Master George's shop, where she had just purchased a supply of lavender oil and balm. People ran past her, and looking down the lane, she saw a crowd beginning to form about Mistress Marjorie's place of business. She hurried down the little street, pushing through the curious onlookers. "Get away from our horses," she said to several men, shooing them with her free hand. "You are startling them, and if they bolt, the Queen will be most displeased. You, boy, what are you howling about? Where is my lady? Where is Lady Cicely?" She pushed the apprentice back into the main room of the shop. "What is this all about?"
My mistress has been attacked,
the boy said, looking terrified.
"And my mistress, lad. She was not here when I returned and found Mistress Marjorie lying upon the floor of the storeroom unconscious, a lump quite visible upon her poor head," the apprentice said. He was young and near tears. "My mistress was not here." Orva was astounded. "Where is she? Our horses are still tethered outside the shop." The boy shook his head. "I do not know," he wailed. "Will my mistress die?" "Show me where she is," Orva said in what she hoped was a calm voice. The lad led her back into the storage area of the shop. Orva knelt beside the fallen woman, who half sat, her back against the wall. "Mistress Marjorie," she said, "where is Lady Cicely?" The fallen woman groaned at the sound of Orva's voice. She opened her eyes briefly, but then closed them. "Gone,"
she managed to whisper. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Orva demanded to know. Before Mistress Marjorie might answer, a man-at-arms strode into the chamber.
"What's going on here?" he asked. "Did you hurt this woman?"
Orva slowly stood up. "I am Mistress Orva, tiring woman to Lady Cicely Bowen, Queen Joan's companion. I left my mistress here earlier to choose some lace and ribbons for the expected heir's christening gown that Her Highness now sews upon. I returned to find a crowd outside the shop, and the apprentice howling about Mistress Marjorie being grievously harmed. I entered to find the poor woman as you see her, and my mistress gone. Something wicked has happened here. Where is your captain? I need to return to the palace immediately and inform the Queen that my mistress is missing."
"Perhaps your mistress had a disagreement with this lady,"
the man-at-arms suggested.
"Mayhap she hit her, and then fled in a fright."
"Lady Cicely would never have done such a thing," Orva said indignantly. "And if she fled this place for whatever reason, she would have taken her horse. It is still tethered outside. Find your captain. I must have an escort to the palace immediately." The man-at-arms looked at Orva. She was very well dressed, and he had seen the two horses outside of the shop. They were excellent beasts. He turned and looked at the young apprentice.
"Are this woman and her mistress known to Mistress Marjorie, lad?"
"Aye, sir. They come for the Queen, and have been here before," he answered. "Kidnapped," Mistress Marjorie's voice said weakly. "They kidnapped the lady."
Orva gave a scream of distress.
"Who kidnapped the lady?"
the man-at-arms wanted to know. This was becoming complicated.
"Go and fetch the captain, lad,"
he instructed the apprentice. The boy ran off. "Who kidnapped my mistress?" Orva demanded of the wounded woman. "Who?"
"I do not know,"
Mistress Marjorie replied. Reaching up with one hand, she rubbed her head, wincing. That damned borderer didn't have to hit her so hard, she thought to herself. Her head ached like merry hell. She was suddenly beginning to think better of her part in all of this. Best to claim ignorance. No one could prove anything. She struggled to get to her feet, but her head was swimming.
"Easy now, mistress,"
the man-at-arms said, and he moved to aid her, guiding her slowly from the storage room. "Help her into the main chamber of the shop," Orva said. She was suddenly suspicious of Mistress Marjorie and wanted to hear more of what she had to say. Why would two strange bandits enter a lace and ribbon shop
and kidnap a woman unknown to them who had come to purchase lace? There was more to this than met the eye. She came over to where the shopkeeper now sat and, leaning down, said softly, "I think you know exactly what happened to my mistress. I shall tell the Queen what I believe as soon as I return to the palace. You had best tell the truth when you are brought before her, for you will be sent for, and soon." The captain of the watch strode into the shop.
"What has happened here?"
he asked. Orva quickly explained the simple facts of the situation, and then said, "I will need an escort back to the palace, for the Queen will want word of this incident immediately, Captain."
"Your mistress is the English lass who travelled with the Queen, the one the Gardens are seeking for one of their own?"
the captain asked. "Aye, the same," Orva replied. Gracious, did all of Perth know everything?
"Perhaps her suitor grew impatient and took her off. Bride stealing is an old custom here in Scotland, lady,"
the captain suggested. "Nay," Orva said. "Lord Huntly was brokering the match between his kinsman and the king, who speaks for my mistress. They had decided to wait until 12th night before announcing any betrothal that was agreed upon, and nothing had yet been agreed upon."
"Even more reason for the Gordon lad to steal your mistress. Winter will soon be upon us, and there's nothing better than snuggling with a loving woman when the snows fly."
He gave Orva a grin and a wink.
"Women like a bold man, my dear?"
She sighed, exasperated. "Nay, that did not happen. Now escort me to the palace. The Queen will be most distressed to learn what has happened, and better I tell her than some fool hears of this incident and rushes to inform her first. Her Highness is great with Scotland's air, man. Would you cause her to miscarry?" The captain said no more. Going outside, he helped Orva onto her mare, and, leading Cicely's horse behind him, he personally escorted the woman to the palace. Once there, Orva thanked him for his courtesy and hurried to the Queen's apartments. Entering, she encountered the Queen's old hiring woman, Bess. "Orva, what is it? You look most distressed," Bess greeted her. She was a woman older than younger and had been with Joan Beaufort since her birth. "There has been an incident in town," Orva began. She paused and then said, "Oh, there is nothing for it but to say it. My mistress has been kidnapped." "Oh, dear." Bess's hand went to her heart. She paled and her eyes grew troubled. "The Queen! Oh, Orva, the Queen will be most distressed by such news." "Aye," Orva agreed. "But we cannot keep it from her. How could we explain my mistress's absence from her, and especially at this time?" "And she's been asking if Lady Cicely is back with the lace yet," Bess said. Then she straightened her spine. "We'll send for the king, and while we are waiting we shall tell the Queen together of this incident." She spoke to a young page who had been dozing in a nearby chair, shaking him awake gently. "Here, lad, go and find the king. Tell him the Queen needs him now. Do not dally. The king must come immediately." The page scrambled up and dashed from the Queen's apartments. "Come along now," Bess said to Orva. "She is in her privy chamber with Lady Stuart of Dundonald and the Countess of Athol, both of whom bore and irritate her by turns. Only Lady Grey of Ben Duff amuses her, but she will return home soon. Poor Lady Grey is very distressed over the disappearance of Fiona Hay, who was her friend, and now this." The two tiring women entered the Queen's privy chamber, where the women sat sewing on garments for the expected heir. The young Queen looked up and, seeing Orva, said, "Is Cece back, then?" "Now, my dearie," Bess began, "you must not be distressed by what Orva has to say to you, but it seems that Lady Cicely has been taken off." "Taken off?" Joan Beaufort's voice trembled. "What do you mean, taken off?" The Queen grew very pale, and Lady Grey quickly hurried to bring her a small sop of wine as a restorative. The Queen gulped it down and then looked at Orva. "When we reached the lace shop, my mistress instructed me to go down the street to Master George's to purchase the lavender oil and balm that have given you such ease. I did as she bade me, and when I departed Master George's, I heard a voice calling for the watch, and, hurrying to find Lady Cicely, I discovered it was an apprentice from Mistress Marjorie's shop shouting that his mistress had been injured. I found the woman half-conscious in her storeroom." There was a murmur of distress from the other women with the Queen. "And my mistress was gone," Orva continued. "The shopkeeper claims she was kidnapped.
And certainly there was no sign of my lady, but Mistress Marjorie knows more than she is telling, your highness. I sense it. She is hiding something."
At that moment, the king burst into the Queen's privy chamber, startling the women there.
"Sweetheart, what is it? Is a child coming?"
He knelt by her side.
"Cicely has been kidnapped from the lace shop," the Queen cried. "You must find her, Jamie. You must."
The king arose and, seeing Orva, said,
"What is this all about?"
Orva repeated herself, concluding with her suspicions about Mistress Marjorie.
"Why do you think the shopkeeper is involved?"
the king queried Orva.
"My lord, why would two masked bandits break into a lace shop at the exact time that the Queen's known favoured companion is there? We were at the shop 4 days ago, and the lace had just come in, for Mistress Marjorie said she had sent her nephew to the docks to retrieve it. Why then ask us to return 4 days later instead of the next day? Nay, the woman is duplicitous and knows more than she is telling," Orva declared.
James Stewart nodded.
"You may very well be right," he said.
"The captain of the watch suggested that perhaps the Gordons stole my mistress away to hurry the marriage that they want. He said bride stealing is a custom here in Scotland," Orva added. "Would they do that, my lord?"
"I hope they have not," the king replied. "But Huntley is here, so let us find him and ask him. In the meantime, we shall send for Mistress Marjorie and see what she has to say for herself. Bess, remain with your mistress. The rest of you ladies are dismissed, but will remain here in the Queen's apartments, for I forbid any gossip in this matter being circulated until the truth of it is known. Orva, you will come with me."
The king strode from his wife's rooms, going to his small library, Cicely's tiring woman in his wake. Once there, he sent his page to fetch Huntley, while ordering 2 men-at-arms to go into town and return with Mistress Marjorie. Huntley came, greeting the king politely, his eyes going to Orva, who sat silent in a corner of the room. The king quietly explained that Lady Cicely Bowen had been taken forcibly from the lace shop. He did not mention the possibility that the shopkeeper might be involved. Instead, he said,
"Has your kinsman in his impatience involved himself in a wee bit of bride stealing? I shall not be pleased if I learn the Laird of Fairlie has stolen her away, especially if the Gordons of Huntley are involved. Given what has recently befallen my kinsman of Lochbray, I am surprised that you would ask such a question of me,"
Huntley replied stiffly.
"Perhaps Andrew Gordon has taken a leaf out of someone else's book," the king suggested. "If he did," Gordon replied, "I was certainly not involved. 'Tis true the girl is a prize worth having, but her connections are too powerful for Andrew to attempt to force the issue. He is not foolish. Besides, he believes his charm will win the lass over."
James Stewart barked a hard laugh.
"'Tis true. I have noted that Fairlie thinks highly of himself. Where is he at this time, Huntley?" "On his lawns," Lord Gordon said. "I stopped to see him 3 nights back on my way to Perth. He was overseeing the refurbishing of his late mother's chambers for his anticipated bride. Besides, his favourite mistress was about to drop her whelp. It's his first child, and he has a soft spot for the mam even now. The wench went into labour the morning I departed. It would have been impossible for Andrew to keep his promise to her and get into Perth to steal Lady Cicely. I only just arrived myself a short while ago." "Then," said the king, "I will accept your word he is not involved. But if I find out later to the contrary that he is somehow enmeshed in this situation, I will punish him severely, and he will not have Lady Cicely as a bride."
Lord Gordon of Huntley nodded.
"I will stand by your side as you mete out your judgment, my lord, but I know Andrew is not so dim-witted as to bride steal." "It is possible that the shopkeeper may know something," the king said slowly. "Do not send to your kinsman until I've had more time to straighten this out. I do not need an enraged suitor here muddying the waters of my inquiries." "Of course, my lord,"
Huntley replied, and then he bowed himself from the king's presence.
"I think he tells the truth," the king said to Orva.
"Aye, but that does not mean the Laird of Fairlie isn't involved in this," she noted.
"Let us see what the shopkeeper has to say for herself," the king remarked. "You will wait here with me until she is brought for questioning."
Orva said nothing more, for who was she to converse casually with a king? They waited, and then a knock upon the door of the king's library came, and it opened to reveal 2 sturdy men-at-arms. Between them was Mistress Marjorie. They half-dragged her before James Stewart. The woman looked terrified out of her mind, and briefly the king felt sorry for her. But then he considered that if she had played any part in Cicely's abduction, she should be frightened of him. He was her king, and his pregnant wife was distressed by her best friend's absence and possible fate. He did not invite the woman to sit. Instead, he stood, and Mistress Marjorie quailed as he towered over her.
"Well, madam, and what have you to say to me? Are you involved in this chicanery? The truth now."
I was attacked," Mistress Marjorie said. Her legs began to shake.
"That we know," the king said sternly. "What I have asked you is if you were involved in Lady Cicely's abduction, madam. Orva thinks you were, and I believe her instincts are correct. Tell me the truth. If you do, your punishment will be mild. But lie to me, madam, and I will know if you do, then my wrath will be most severe."
James Stewart looked the frightened shopkeeper directly in the eye and saw pure terror reflected back at him. It astounded him, for he did not think himself as someone so fearful. And then he realised it was his persona as King of Scotland that awed the woman before him. He would not get the truth if he alarmed her too greatly. He softened his tone.
"I suspect you must have had a most excellent reason for doing what you did," he said. "Could no one else have helped you?"
he asked a bit more carefully. She shook her head, and silent tears began to slide down her pale, plump cheeks.
"I've done my best since my husband grew ill and died," she began. "I had to take care of the shop, do all he had done if he weren't to starve, and mother my bairns as well."
"How many bairns do you have?" the king asked quietly.
"2, a lass born less than a year after we were wed, but the lad was slow in coming, my lord. Lucy was 8 before he was born."
"Tell me what happened," the king prodded gently.
"Lucy was to watch after her brother, while I managed the shop and the apprentices. The shop will be Robbie's one day, and I must tend it well until he can take on the responsibility for himself. I promised my husband on his deathbed that I would do so, but my daughter met a lad, and while my son played, they engaged their time in—"
Mistress Marjorie ceased her narrative briefly and flashed.
"Ah," said the king. "Aye, madam, you need not say it. I understand. Did he get the lass with child?"
Mistress Marjorie nodded silently, hanging her head in shame for her daughter's transgressions.
"And the lad would not accept the responsibility of his actions, eh?" the king said.
The shopkeeper nodded again, now saying,
"And then he came. He wanted my help in what he said was a small matter. I said until I could help my daughter I could not aid him. He asked me to tell him my woes, and if it were possible he would help us. So I did. He listened and said to show his good faith he would see done what needed to be done if I swore I would then do what he needed me to do."
"You agreed," the king said.
"I did, my lord. He found Torquil and had him wed to my daughter. Her child will be born soon, but 'twill not be a bastard. It matters not that Torquil ran off afterwards. My grandchild will be honest born. But then my deliverer put me further in his debt, for he paid school fees for Robbie so he could learn to read, write, and do his sums. He said the laddie couldn't run the shop one day without certain knowledge."
Then Mistress Marjorie began to cry again. Orva had listened to the shopkeeper's entire recitation quietly, but she could no longer remain silent. Jumping up from her seat in the corner, she placed herself directly before Mistress Marjorie.
"Who is he?" she demanded to know. "Who is this saviour of yours, and why did he abduct my mistress?" "Why he did what he did, I do not know," the woman answered honestly. "But I do know who he was, for he told me so that I might send to him when your mistress was to visit my shop. He is the Douglas of Glengorm, a border lord." "A borderer! A rough borderer! Sweet Jesu, help my poor innocent mistress!" Orva cried.
Then she rounded on the woman before her.
"Oh, 'tis a wicked creature you are! My poor child stolen away to God only knows what kind of a fate." "I did what I had to do to protect my own family," Mistress Marjorie defended herself. "Was I to allow a poor innocent to be born with the stain of bastardy upon it? Besides, he said your mistress would not be harmed. Lovesick he was, I can tell you, like a green lad with his first lass."
She turned to the king.
"What else could I have done, my lord, but what I did? My husband's brother would take the shop from me if he could, and give it to his son, And what would happen to my Lucy and her bairn? What would happen to my son and to me? My difficulties did not arise from any mismanagement. They arose from a silly lass who has since learned her lesson to her regret.
But she betrayed Lady Cicely, and in doing so you have distressed my queen, who will soon deliver Scotland's heir. For that you must pay a price, Mistress Marjorie,
the king said quietly. Jailing the poor woman would not help, the king realised.
I but defended my family, my lord, as any man would have done, she replied. You have probably cost my mistress a good marriage, Orva snapped angrily. Do you think the proud Gordons will have her now after this misadventure? Your mistress, if the gossip is truth, is a wealthy young woman, and the Gordons of Huntly are not averse to adding to their wealth, the shopkeeper said sharply. They will wait to be certain she is not with another man's child, and then they will have her happily. Her gold will buy her a husband. If your wench had spent less time on her back, Orva began, but the king raised his hand to silence the two women.
Mistress Marjorie, for the next 12 months, 1/4 of the profit from your shop will be forfeit to the Queen,
James Stewart said.
My lord, there is barely any profit to be had at all. How am I to feed my children, my grandchild? The shopkeeper protested.
But when it is known that your lace and ribbon is sought by the Queen, your business will increase,
the king said cannily.
If I punish you publicly for what you have done, no one will patronise your shop, madam. You betrayed the Queen's friend. While my wife would understand your dilemma, she would not forgive you what you have done without some form of punishment. I shall send my man for an accounting monthly. Do not attempt to cheat me, for if you do, I will show you no mercy at all.
He turned to the other two men-at-arms.
Return Mistress Marjorie to her establishment, and you will say nothing of what you have heard this day. I will tolerate no gossip in this matter.
The men-at-arms spoke in unison.
Aye, my lord.
They understood that this king was not to be trifled with, for he did not make idle threats. They escorted the shopkeeper briskly from the king's library.
Fetch my secretary to me,
James Stewart instructed his page. Then he turned to Orva.
I will send to Sir William Douglas, who is Glengorm's overlord. Your mistress is safe, Orva. If this impetuous young laird is as lovesick as the shopkeeper claims he is, he will not harm your lady. I seem to recall my wife mentioning him briefly. Come, let us go and speak with the Queen and reassure her,
the king said, as he led the way from his library and walked briskly to his wife's chambers.
I wish I felt reassured,
Orva thought to herself as she followed him. The Queen's ladies looked up anxiously as he entered, but the king said nothing, passing them by, Orva behind him, to enter his wife's little privy chamber. Lady Grey was seated by the Queen's side on a stool, sorting coloured threads. Both women looked up, and James Stewart smiled at them.
Lady Grey, I will ask for your discretion, but I may need your help,
the king said.
And the old cats outside will want to know what was said here.
I know how to keep secrets, my lord, Lady Grey said with a meaningful look at the king, for she had, under duress, aided him once before.
Cicely, the Queen asked anxiously.
Abducted by a lovesick border lord,
the king chuckled.
We will get her back. I must send to Sir William Douglas for his help.
The Douglas of Glengorm, the Queen exclaimed. Oh, that poor man, to have done such a reckless thing when it is certain Cicely will wed the Gordon Laird of Fairley. My mistress had not yet made up her mind, Orva reminded the Queen. She found him handsome and charming, 'tis true, but she disliked his attempting to push her into a marriage she was not certain she wanted. You know my mistress well, my lady. She can be brought to the trough, but not forced to drink. Aye, 'tis a truth, the Queen said. Then she giggled. I really do feel sorry for Glengorm, not just because he has been reckless, but because Cicely will not be easy to woo. She turned to the king. That is why he has stolen her, Jamie. He wants a fair chance with her, and the Gordons would let no man near Cicely once Andrew Gordon decided that he would have her. Still, he cannot be allowed this behaviour.
I know,
the king agreed.
Do I not already have enough difficulty with the northern lords, my love?
He sighed. Orva must go with your messenger to Sir William, the Queen said suddenly. Cicely will need her and feel more reassured by her presence, and Lady Grey and her husband must travel with them. Maggie wanted to go home several weeks back, but remained when I asked her to. I was comforted having another woman by my side who was with her first child, but I know Andrew Grey would have his child born at Ben Duff." Lady Grey threw the Queen a grateful look. Helping the King secretly some weeks back had put her in a difficult position. The secret was one she'd been unable to share with anyone, even with her husband. Being at court, where everything reminded her of the part she'd been forced to play in a betrayal, distressed her mightily. She'd wanted to go home weeks ago, but then the Queen had begged her to remain, and she could not deny her royal mistress. "Thank you, Your Highness," Lady Grey said softly. "I very much want to go home to Ben Duff."
"Is it near Glengorm?" the King wondered.
"Aye, they are our nearest neighbours," Lady Grey said. God's wounds, what more did he want of her? A brief smile touched the King's lips, but was quickly gone. He knew exactly what Maggie MacLeod, Lady Grey, was thinking. However, there would be time enough to enlist her aid if he decided he needed it.
"I was simply curious,"
James Stewart said.
"There's so much of my country that I do not know yet."
Outside the door of the Queen's privy chamber that led directly into the corridor, the Gordon of Huntly heard what he needed to hear. Stepping away from the little portal, he wondered if the King would tell him all he knew, or if possibly he should send to the Laird of Fairlie and raise a troop of his clansmen to ride into the borders to fetch Lady Cicely back. Of course, by that time the girl's virginity would have certainly been taken, but as long as she was not with Glengorm's pen, did it really matter? His kinsman was a proud man, but Cicely Bowen's fortune could soothe his pride, especially if she was a good wife to him both publicly and privately. Wisdom, however, prevailed. The Gordon of Huntly decided to wait to see what the King would do. To his relief, the King took him aside that evening to tell him what Gordon already knew but dared not admit to, for how could he explain the knowledge he possessed?
"My men and I can ride into the borders, my lord, and bring Lady Cicely back," Gordon offered. "The Douglases are no friends of ours." "I need no clan warfare between you two," the King said. "Keep your men in check, my lord. I will handle this situation." "I should advise fairly of the situation, my lord, for he's to wed the last son should know she may be sullied," the Gordon of Huntly said. "Advise fairly if you will, Huntly, but Lady Cicely had not agreed on any match, and I cannot force her to one, for I gave her father my word," the King replied. "But surely her father would approve the fine match my kinsman can offer," Lord Gordon said.
The girl was to be given a choice of whom she would wed. Ridiculous.
"The Earl of Leighton dotes upon his daughter," the King answered. "He gave her his word that she could marry the man she loved, and no other, and I gave my royal word that I would uphold the Earl's promise to his child. Tomorrow I will send to Sir William Douglas to aid me in this situation with his cousin. Diplomacy will prevail in this matter."
And with those words, the Gordon of Huntly was dismissed. He bowed and backed from the King's presence. The King's privy chamber was now quiet. James Stewart sat in one of the two chairs facing each other by the blazing hearth. Rising, he took a few steps and poured himself a goblet of wine from the carafe on the table, which was set before the lead-paned windows. Outside those windows the night was black, a sliver of waning moon not yet risen. He turned back to sit again by the fireplace, which was flanked by stone greyhounds. The chamber was small, with panelled walls and a coffered ceiling, but it suited him well and was his refuge from the court. Only invited guests were allowed into the royal privy chamber. James was irritated by the commotion that the Douglas of Glencorm had caused, and his aggravation extended towards Lady Cicely Bowen as well. The Earl of Leighton was a sentimental fool that he allowed his daughter to choose her own husband, and James had been a bigger fool to agree to see to the girl's marriage under such circumstances. But his Joan had begged him, and he had acquiesced to her plea. James Stewart had known that Scotland would eventually recall him, and he would need a queen. It had been fortunate that he had fallen in love with the most suitable candidate for his hand. He was not usually a man to be driven by sentiment. The King had to admit to himself that he would have found himself with a difficult choice had another woman been more eligible. Of course, he would have done what he had to do in that case, but there had been no other, and what tender emotions he had were reserved for Joan Beaufort. Marriages among the nobility, however, were not usually love matches. Did his wife's best friend hold out the hope of a love match? Was that why she was so reluctant to commit herself to the Laird of Fairlie? Andrew Gordon was a perfectly excellent candidate for the girl's husband. He had lands, cattle, the favour of his overlord. What more could the girl want? James Stewart had thought not to interfere in Cicely Bowen's decision, but he had other, more important considerations, like the impending birth of his heir, like the MacDonalds, Lord of the Isles in the north of Scotland, and the Highlands always on the brink of rebellion. He needed to get these matters under his firm control. And he was being distracted by a silly girl who could not make up her mind, and a lovesick border lord who was about to cause a feud between himself and the Gordons of Huntly over her. Well, when he got her back, he would have Jones speak to her, point out the advantages of marrying into the Gordons, and certainly after her sojourn in a rough border keep, Lady Cicely Bowen could be made to see reason. Aye, the king thought, his eyes narrowing. It would be quite to his advantage to have Cece among the Gordons watching out for the interests of the Stuart Queen, and by association Scotland's king. He called for his page, who he knew was sitting outside of the door to his privy chamber.
"Did you find my secretary, Will?" he asked the boy. "Aye, my lord. He is in the outer chamber awaiting your instructions," the boy answered. "Shall I tell him to come in?" "Aye, laddie,"
James Stewart said. The page departed the privy chamber, and a moment later the king's secretary, in his long black robe, entered with his basket of supplies. He sat at the king's command, setting up his inkstand and taking out a piece of parchment. Then he looked to his master for further instructions.
"Is Sir William Douglas still in Perth?"
the king asked the man. He knew that his secretary made it a point to know every and anything that the king would need to know.
"I believe he left for the borders this morning, my lord." "Send after him tonight. It is most urgent that I speak with him," the king said.
The secretary nodded.
"Will that be all, my lord?" "For now, aye," came the reply.
The secretary arose, gathered up his supplies, and hurried from the chamber. When the door had closed, the king added another piece of wood to his fire, and then sat back down with his goblet. Autumn was fading fast, and the winter would be upon them soon. He drank his wine down and called to his page once more. When the page had come, James Stewart said, "Find me Lady Grey of Benduff, and bring her here to me privily." The page went quickly from the king's presence, and returned shortly with Lady Grey. Noticing how heavy she was with child, the king invited her to be seated opposite him before the blazing hearth.
"I have sent after Sir William, who departed for his keep this day. When he returns, I will explain the difficulty. I expect him to disabuse his relation of his foolishness, but if winter sets in, I will expect you to visit once or twice at Glengorm, so you may befriend Lady Cicely and convince her that her best course lies in marrying Andrew Gordon, the Laird of Fairlie," the king said quietly.
"So you would put an unwitting spy among the Gordons of Huntly," Maggie MacLeod said sarcastically. "Even as you put one among the MacDonalds. By the rood, my liege, I wonder if your lords know just how dangerous a man you are."
"Tread lightly with me, madam,"
James Stewart warned her softly.
"Your usefulness to me will not always protect you from my wrath."
Maggie MacLeod looked directly at the king, and her bright blue eyes were sad. Her hands went to her belly protectively. "Were it not for the love I bared Benduff, I should have told the Laird of Bray what you forced me to do," she said to him. "I betrayed a friend, and I shall never be absolved of that sin. Now you want me to do it again? You are a cruel master, my liege, but I will comply for the sake of my husband, and the child I will soon bear him. And this one final act I will perform for you, but when I leave court this time you will never again see my face." The king nodded.
"I understand, madam," he said quietly. "But I am not the monster you think me. I needed Fiona Hay in the north. As for Lady Cicely Bowen, because her father gave her the privilege of choosing her own husband, she is dilly-dallying like the foolish lass she is. The Laird of Fairlie is an excellent match for her, and he wants her. We might have had a betrothal announced at 12th night, had it not been for the rash actions of the Douglas of Glengorm."
"I do not disagree with you, my liege," Maggie MacLeod replied.
I just don't like being put in the position of having to cajole her into a decision she is not ready to make. I know her, and I would not consider her foolish at all. But while he is vain and a bit arrogant, the Laird of Fairlie is not a bad man, and Lady Cicely is a strong girl. She will have him in hand after a short time." The king laughed, breaking the tension in the chamber.
"Aye,"
he agreed, chuckling.
"Cicely will have him well in hand and quickly. Only after he has put a ring on her finger will he realise she has put one through his nose."
Then he grew serious again.
"Sir William will return sometime tomorrow, madam, and you will depart for the border the following day. Cicely's tiring woman will go with you, and Sir William will bring her to Glengorm himself. I am sure both Orva and her mistress will be happy to be reunited. You might make your first visit with Cicely then. I'm hoping we can regain custody of her before the winter sets in,"
the king concluded. "I will do it," Lady Grey said. Then she rose. "If that is all, my liege, I will return to my husband. He will wonder why I'm late from the Queen's chamber." She curtsied and then went from the Privy Chamber. Sir William Douglas returned to the palace in late afternoon and went directly to the king to learn what had made James Stewart send after him. He was brought to the little Privy Chamber because while some at the court already knew that Lady Cicely had been abducted, it was not yet public knowledge, nor was the kidnapper known. The king wanted his privacy, while he attempted to quickly straighten out the situation. Sir William was astounded when he was told of his kinsman's rash actions.
"My lord, I am astonished that Ian would act in such a manner. He is thought to be a careful man, but then he was very taken by the lovely Lady Cicely. He will not harm her, for he is an honourable man. I suspect he will attempt to convince her that he would be a better husband for her than the Laird of Fairlie. What can I do to aid you in this situation?" "Leave tomorrow for Glengorm, Sir William. You will not be able to travel as quickly as you would alone, for I would have you take Lady Cicely's tiring woman, Orva, to her mistress. If the lady has been frightened by this adventure, Orva's presence will calm her. Grey of Bendoff and his wife will go with you as well. I understand that they are near neighbours to Glengorm. Lady Grey knows Cicely. She will reassure her and help her to convince Ian Douglas to release her. If he does so, I will not punish him. A man in love is apt to act in a witless manner." "And Andrew Gordon will have her to wife then, despite all of this? Does he know she has been abducted by Ian Douglas?"
Sir William inquired.
"Hundley will tell him, and if your kinsman is the honourable man you claim he is, then there should be no problem. The girl was a virgin when she left the palace yesterday. She should therefore be a virgin on her wedding night. The decision of a husband is hers to make, for her father promised her, but Fairlie is the best choice for her," the king said. "It would please my queen and me greatly if she wed him." No fool, Sir William understood what the king was telling him. "I shall leave at first light in the morning," he said. "Excellent." The king smiled with his approval. "I shall send the others in your party so they will be ready." Sir William Douglas bowed himself from the king's privy chamber. "Damn Ian," he thought irritably. The bloody man was foolhardy, hot-headed and incautious. Yet until he had laid eyes on Lady Cicely Bowen, he had never been any of those things. He had been a sensible man, always watching over his Glengorm clanfolk. Why had he not accepted his overlord's offer of a bride last summer? "I could have found him a good wife." But nay, Ian Douglas claimed himself in love. What the hell did love have to do with a good marriage? Love was for silly lasses and old women dreaming of a past that never existed. Love? Bah! The inconsiderate fellow had put all of Clan Douglas at risk over a pretty face. "I'll take the wench from Glengorm myself and return her to the king," Sir William determined angrily. But when the morning came, the Douglas lord had calmed his ire. He had known Ian all his life. His actions had been daring, and having fought beside him in many a border skirmish, Sir William knew his kinsman could be adventurous. There was a chance that the lass might actually come to like her captor, and as the choice was hers, she might agree to wed Ian. Her dower was not one to be overlooked, and why should the Gordons get such a prize? Had not the Douglases been loyal to Scotland's kings? Certainly far more loyal than the Gordons of Huntly.
And if the lass was happy and content, the Queen would cajole the King into forgiving the transgressions of Ian Douglas for the sake of her beloved friend. Entering the courtyard of the small palace, Sir William found his party awaiting him.
"Andrew,"
he greeted Grey of Penduff. Then he looked to Lady Grey.
"God's foot, woman,"
he exclaimed.
"Your bairn appears close to birthing."
Maggie MacLeod nodded. "I want to go home," she said. "Penduff's heir should be born in his own home." Two servants aided her into a small padded cart, where an older woman with a dour face sat.
"Aye, aye,"
Sir William agreed. Then he turned to the other woman.
"You'll be Orva, then?"
he asked her. "Aye, my lord, I am," Orva said.
"Since we are all here, let us be on our way,"
Sir William said, as he and Lord Grey mounted their horses, following the cart as it rumbled over the cobbles of the courtyard. They were escorted by a large party of both Grey and Douglas clansmen. It was unlikely under these circumstances that anyone would attack them. The trip, which might have taken 2 to 3 days riding, was made in 7 days. It was at dusk on that 7th day that they approached the entry to the Glen of Gorm. "'Tis a lonely land," Orva noted. It had been a grey day, and now rain clouds were gathering overhead. She leaned forward to tuck a lap-robe about Lady Grey. "Aye, but it has its own wild beauty, even as my Highlands," Maggie MacLeod said. "I don't know what I would have done without you, Orva, these past few days. It has been a difficult trip, but you've made it so much easier for me. I thank you." "Why did we not go straight to Penduff?" Orva asked her. Maggie smiled. "Because the King would have me speak with your mistress," she answered. "He thinks I can influence her to his will." "Do you think you can?" Orva asked quietly. Lady Grey shook her head in the negative. "Your mistress is strong-willed. She will make her own decisions in this matter. She will listen politely, and then do precisely what she meant to do in the first place. But my conscience will be clear, for I will have done my best. The King will not be able to fault me, and if your mistress does what the King wants her to do, he will credit me for her behaviour." She laughed. Orva chuckled. "You understand, my child," she said. "Aye, she will do as she pleases." "Does she like Fairlie enough to wed him?" Maggie asked, curious. "She likes him well enough, but finds him a bit overbearing. Still, she knows she must marry, and he is a most suitable candidate," Orva replied. "The King hopes she will wed him, and then spy among the Gordons for him," Lady Grey said quietly. "Then Jamie Stewart is doomed to disappointment," Orva told her companion. "My mistress will be totally loyal to her husband. She would never tell tales. It is not in her nature. Now tell me, my lady, for we have spoken on everything else over the course of our journey, what is this wicked laddie who stole my mistress really like?" Maggie MacLeod smiled warmly. "Ian Douglas is a good man. His clanfolk love and respect him. He is brave in war, honest and generous of heart. He is known here in the Borderers as the Canny Douglas, for he is quite clever, and he will defend the women he loves against all comers. Your mistress would not be unhappy with him." "My mistress is probably still very angry at him," Orva said. "She does like getting her own way, and being dragged off into the wilds of this land will not be pleasing to her, I can promise you. The man will need the patience of a saint to win her over. My husband tells me that as a lad, Ian tamed a fox-kit. He would sit for hours in the heather, observing the wee creature. He let it come to him rather than forcing himself on the little fox. I think he has patience enough, Orva." They entered the glen, the little wagon rumbling down the narrow path. Sir William now rode ahead so that his kinsman could be made aware he was about to have company. He wondered what Ian was going to say to him. He wondered what Lady Cicely would say about her situation. Ian would not be able to refuse them hospitality, and poor Lady Grey needed a warm fire and a soft bed. Had the King not ordered them to Glengorm first, Sir William would have taken the Greys home to Penduff. He wasn't certain that Maggie MacLeod would be able to birth her husband's heir in her own bed. Seeing the house ahead, he spurred his horse to hurry. The rain was beginning to fall. Chapter 7 The house that Sir William's party would shortly enter was hardly the house that Ian Douglas had brought Cicely to 9 days prior. As she sat by the fire in the hall that night, digesting everything he had said to her, Cicely found his gentle words had done nothing to soften her anger. And then Bethia came stumbling down the stone stairs into the hall covered with soot and coughing heavily.
"The chimney in the lady's chamber will not draw, my lord," she told the laird. "It looks as if some bird or beastie has made its nest there."
"I'm not surprised, given the condition of this hall," Cicely said dryly. "I suspect your stables are cleaner. It is obvious you have no control over your household." Ian Douglas gritted his teeth. She was right, of course, but there hadn't been a woman managing his house since his grandmother had died when he was 10 years old. Mab was really too old now, and Bethia lazy, but who would replace them?
"You can sleep in my chamber, Lady Fair," he said.
"I will not," she replied angrily. "How dare you even suggest such a thing? Will you destroy my reputation entirely, my lord?"
"I'll sleep in the hall," he told her. "You're my guest."
"Nay, I will sleep in the hall," Cicely said. "And I will remain in this hall until I am rescued from your clutches, my lord."
"It should be a few days before anyone figures out what has happened to you, and we've already travelled several days," the laird said to her. "There'll be no fighting over you, Lady Fair. They will come to parley with me, and until we have come to know each other better, I will not be of any mind to negotiate. I want nothing of you but your time, Cicely Bowen. If, after we've come to know each other, you decide I am not the man for you, I will reluctantly release you. I have never had to force a woman to my will, Lady Fair. I do not intend starting now. And to show you I am a man of my word, who will accept your decisions, you may sleep in the hall tonight, if that is your preference."
"You are used to getting your way with women, aren't you, my lord?" Cicely said. He gave her a slow, wicked smile.
"Aye,"
he drawled.
"I am."
"You will not get your way with me," she told him. Mother of God, he was the most irritating man she had ever met. But in a few days they would come for her, and she would tell him that if he were the last man on the face of the earth, she would sooner die a maiden than marry him. But in the meantime she would occupy her time in seeing that his hall was cleaned properly. She could not bear idle time on her hands.
"Come to the table, my lord."
Bethia had shuffled back into the hall with another old lady.
"Mab has done her best, but 'twas short notice," she complained.
"Your lord sent ahead to you this morning," Cicely said sharply. "You had plenty of time to prepare a decent meal for him." Cicely seated herself at the high board next to the laird. "Where is a man to serve?" she demanded to know.
"Can you not help yourselves?" Bethia asked. "There is not so much upon the table that you need to be aided."
Cicely looked at the table. There was a small, cold joint of some animal, a loaf of bread, and a wedge of cheese. She shook her head despairingly. "I will serve you, my lord," she told him, reaching for the bread. When she began to slice it, she discovered it was stale and crumbled beneath the knife. The cheese, on closer inspection, showed a spot of white mould, and the joint had the distinct unpleasant odour of rot about it. "This will not do," Cicely said angrily, standing up and shoving the food from the high board. The dish holding the joint shattered noisily upon the stone floor of the hall.
"Then you'll go hungry," Bethia said, equally angry.
"There is no fresh bread baked, no cheese without mould," Cicely demanded. The dogs in the hall had come to sniff at the joint on the floor. "Look, even the dogs refuse that piece of meat," Cicely said, pointing as the 3 hounds walked away from it. She turned to the laird. "There is no excuse for this, my lord, none."
"I agree," he said quietly. "Now, what will you do about it, Lady Fair?"
Cicely's first instinct was to tell him that he was the master in this place, but instead she stepped down from the high board. Her gaze went past Bethia to Mab. "Take me to the kitchens, woman. What is your name?"
"Mab, my lady," came the reply. "If you will follow me, please."
She led the younger woman from the hall and down a flight of stone steps. The kitchen was of a goodly size. There was a large oak table opposite a big hearth where a fire was burning. A large pot hung over the fire. A delicious fragrance was coming from it. Cicely looked in and saw a pottage with vegetables and chunks of meat bubbling away. "Have you any trenchers, Mab?" she asked.
Mab shook her head in the negative.
"We'd no one here I do not bake daily," she said apologetically. "But I have wooden bowls to put the stew into, my lady."
"Why did you not serve it?" Cicely wanted to know. "It smells wonderful."
"Bethia said bread, a joint and cheese would do," Mab replied.
"A hot meal after a long ride would have been preferable," Cicely noted. "Is there any other cheese?"
"I have a small wheel in the pantry," Mab answered. "Shall I bring it with the stew, my lady?"
And she curtsied. Cicely smiled slightly and nodded. Then she turned to Bethia. "Clean up the mess you caused to be made before the high board," she said. Then she walked back upstairs to rejoin the laird. Oh, yes, there was much to be done here to put everything right. Bethia would have to go, and new servants brought in to serve the laird.
"Haughty bitch," Bethia said angrily. "You had best watch your tongue," Mab warned. "This is the girl he has talked about for weeks. He means to wed her, and she will be mistress here." "She says she won't have him," Bethia said smugly.
Mab laughed.
"Ha! More fool you if you believe that," she said. "The laird means to make her his wife, and believe me, in the end he will, Bethia. Do not make an enemy of she who will soon be our mistress." "I'll not serve the English bitch," Bethia said angrily. "Then you'll end up back in the village, and your husband, who prefers you here so he can live in peace with his old mother, will beat you for losing your place," Mab told the angry woman. "Frankly, I'll be happy to see the back of you, Bethia Douglas." "The laird needs me," Bethia said. "Who else can care for his house?" "The laird needs a wife more than he needs you," Mab said with a toothless grin. "He'll win over the lass of his heart. I'll wager you'll be back with your man in a day or two."
She cackled as she filled 2 wooden bowls with stew, took the small wheel of cheese from the pantry, and ascended the stairs back to the hall. The laird thanked her as she set the bowls neatly before him and his guest. His eyebrow rose just slightly as she put the cheese upon the cutting board and curtsied.
"Forgive me, my lord, for not serving you the pottage, but Bethia said the other was good enough."
Ian Douglas dipped his spoon into the bowl and brought it to his lips. Swallowing it down, he smiled broadly.
"You may be an old hag, Mab, but by the rood, no one can cook as well as you can. 'Tis delicious."
"Indeed it is," Cicely agreed. "Thank you, Mab. I hope you will always be here to cook for your master. But from now on you must live by your own rule. No one should tell you how to cook or what to serve but the laird. 'Tis your kitchen, after all."
"And I give you free rein for now to do as you please," the laird told the woman.
"Thank you, my lord."
Mab bobbed another curtsy. Then she said,
"Would it be possible for me to have some help in my kitchen, my lord? I have been alone for months now, and I am, as you have observed, not as young as I once was."
"Find those who would suit, and bring them to Lady Cicely for her approval," the laird replied.
"My lord." Cicely gave him a stern look, but the laird shrugged it off.
"Finding the right servants is a woman's task, Lady Fair. Please do this for me," he said in an almost pleading tone.
"Oh, very well, my lord," she finally agreed. "Having seen the disgraceful state of this house, I cannot help but want to put it to rights. And you have asked me nicely. It is a challenge, and I do love a good challenge," Cicely told him.
"As do I,"
he replied meaningfully with a wicked grin in her direction. Mab chuckled softly at their sparring. Aye, this lass was the right one for the laird, despite being born on the other side of the border. She wouldn't crumble beneath his hand. She knew how to fight and defend herself.
"I'll bring some folk in on the morrow for your approval, my lady," Mab said to Cicely.
"What is this?" Bethia demanded to know as she returned to the hall.
"My lady is to bring new servants into the house,"
Ian Douglas said to Bethia.
"As you cannot get along with her, you will return home tomorrow to your husband."
"My lord, I have served you faithfully," Bethia cried.
"Your service was barely passable for a man alone," the laird told her. "But I was too lazy to correct you or make a change. Housewifery is not a man's task. You will have been paid at Michaelmas past for a year's service, and you may keep that coin, though you have rendered barely 2 months of that service."
Bethia threw aside the broom she had brought into the hall and stormed from their presence, muttering curses beneath her breath as she went. They would pay. Oh, yes, they would pay.
Brought to Glengorm as a captive, she had accepted her lot, married a Douglas and been faithful. Did it really matter that she stole a wee bit here and there from her master to earn extra coin? All servants stole. Didn't he have more than one man needed? Those in the village were quick enough to purchase her goods. Yet, despite her good service, she'd been tossed into the road like so much refuse. She would find a way to repay the Douglas laird in kind if it took her years. Mab picked up the broom and swept the remains of the meat platter, the rancid joint, the crumbling bread, and the mouldy cheese into a pile.
"I'll be back with a bucket to pick it up," she told them, and hurried from the hall on suddenly spry legs.
"You've made an ally,"
he and Douglas said quietly. "She's old, yet hard-working and loyal," Cicely replied. "But Bethia is a bully. I'm glad you sent her away. She would continue to cause trouble. Now let us eat before this pottage grows any colder, my lord." After the meal, the laird attempted to convince Cicely to take his chamber for her own until the chimney serving his mother's rooms was cleaned and the chamber freshened, but she refused him. "Tell me about your mother," she said, engaging him in conversation.
"I don't remember her," he said. "She died when I was barely a year, birthing my brother Fergus. She was a steward. Our father died 2 years later. He was an honourable man, I am told. They were good but unremarkable people. Our grandfather Douglas was still alive, however, and grandmam too. They raised us. I'm named for him. He taught us how to fight, how to drink, and how to wench. Our grandmam taught us manners. I am called the canny Douglas, for I am a careful and thoughtful man, but he was called the wenching Douglas."
The laird chuckled.
"And the women loved him for it, even grandmam. No man alive could make a woman feel more beautiful or desirable than my grandfather. You'll hear the tale eventually, but he died in the bed of one of our village women. He brought her to total ecstasy, roared with his own pleasure, and then fell over dead. I do not think he ever thought about dying, but I suspect he appreciated the way in which he did."
"Your grandfather sounds like a wicked man, and you obviously take after him," Cicely said. Her cheeks were pink with his story of the wenching Douglas. What kind of man, or woman for that matter, enjoyed coupling? Coupling was for the sole purpose of procreation. Certainly people didn't enjoy it.
"You're blushing,"
the laird noted. "Your tale is indelicate. I'm not some tavern wench you need to impress," Cicely said in a tight little voice. He looked closely at her, and then he laughed softly.
"Didn't anyone tell you, Lady Fair, that coupling is pleasing?"
Cicely's blush deepened. How had he known what she was thinking? "My lord, our Holy Mother Church teaches that there is but one reason for coupling."
"And whom will you believe, Lady Fair? A man who is coupled with many women, or a dried-up old husk of a priest whose cock is but a conduit for peeing?"
"You speak blasphemy, my lord." She stepped down from the high board and made her way across the hall towards the hearth. He caught up with her in a single moment, spinning her about to face him.
"There is no blasphemy in passion. Your friend the Queen would tell you that if you asked her."
Wrapping an arm about her, he pulled her to him. The knuckles of his other hand gently grazed down her soft cheek as he momentarily lost himself in her blue-green eyes. Holy Mother, Cicely thought, as she realised how hard the body pressed against hers was. And it felt so right, yet how could it be? This brazen laird had no right to handle her in such a way. But while her heart was beating fiercely, she realised that he excited her, and part of her wondered how far he would go. If the truth be told, Andrew Gordon had never excited her like this. But it was wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. "Unhand me, my lord," Cicely said in what she hoped was a stern tone. His arm dropped from her waist, but before she could move, his 2 hands captured her small face between them. His mouth closed over hers, and he kissed her fiercely. The full, soft lips beneath his yielded reluctantly, but they yielded. Finally lifting his head, he stared down into her face.
"Was that blasphemous, Lady Fair?" he asked softly.
Then, turning away from her, he walked from the hall, leaving her alone. For a long moment, Cicely stood rooted to the spot where she was standing. Then, stumbling to the fireplace, she sank down into a chair. What was the matter with her? She should have slapped his arrogant face for daring to kiss her. She was practically promised to another man. But was she? Did she really want to wed Andrew Gordon? The king wanted her to wed him, although Cicely knew he would not force her to it. And she was not so much of a fool that she didn't realise the king would want her to spy on the Gordons to make certain they remained loyal. But if she married into Clan Gordon, she would be loyal to her husband's family, unless they attempted to betray James Stewart, but she could not report their daily activities or whom their guests were. And was Andrew Gordon really the man for her? Oh yes, he was handsome enough. He could speak French with her, and he wrote passable poetry he liked to recite. But he was also a little haughty, and had been dismissive of her attempts to speak with him on more serious matters. Sometimes Andrew gave her the impression that he was doing her a great favour by considering her for his wife, and he had already attempted to exert control of her by pressing her into this marriage, which was why she had hesitated. He did kiss nicely, however, and while his first kisses had been delightful, for she had never been kissed before, they had not thrilled her from her head to her toes the way that Ian Douglas's kisses had. But the Laird of Glengorm was a barbarian. He had kidnapped her from Perth, made her ride at breakneck speed for almost 3 days, trussed up much of the way like a doe ready for butchering. He had made her sleep on the cold ground and starved her. Had they not reached this house, she was certain she would have had chilblains on her hands in another day. His servants were slovenly, his home filthy, and she was tired and cold. Cicely began to cry softly. Never in her life had she been treated so ill. And what was the cause of all her misery? Men. Andrew Gordon, who behaved as if she were his possession, chasing away any others who would pay her court. And Ian Douglas, who snatched her from Mistress Marjorie's shop and had already commenced his rough wooing of her with his heated kisses. Well, she wouldn't have either of them. Cicely wasn't even certain now that she wanted a husband. But she knew she wasn't about to give herself to the church either. So a husband she would have to have, sooner or later. The chair in which Cicely sat was sturdy oak with carved armrests. It had a padded back of leather and a loose-cushioned seat with a rough woven cover. The girl seated in it sighed sadly. Her head fell to one side as her eyes closed, and an exhausted sleep overcame her, her cheeks still wet with her tears. Old Mab crept silently into the hall with an armful of wood. She added some to the fire and stacked the remainder on the hearth. She pulled a large woolen shawl in the black, grey and white Douglas plaid from her hunched shoulders and tucked it about Cicely. Then, sitting down in the smaller chair near the fire, the old woman drew her own worn shawl about her shoulders and settled down for the night. Now and again she would awaken and throw another log on the fire. When the false dawn touched the sky, Mab rose from long habit and, going down into the kitchen, took a bowl of dough from the table where she had left it to rise beneath a damp cloth several hours back. Kneading it with half-crippled fingers, she fashioned several loaves and put them into the oven to bake. Her lady would have fresh bread each day from now on. Her nephew's lad came into the kitchen bearing a basket of newly laid eggs.
"Good morrow, Gavin,"
Mab greeted the boy.
"Good morrow to you, Auntie," the boy replied. "Bethia returned to the village last night. She has gone from cottage to cottage saying the laird's new whore threw her from the house and threatened to kill her. She showed us the bruises the whore inflicted upon her. She says she fears for the laird, for he has been ensorcelled."
Mab snorted.
"Bethia's bruises are probably from the beating her husband gave her when she returned home to tell him the laird sent her away for her slovenly ways, and ill temper towards the lass he means to wed. The laird went bride-stealing, Gavin, and brought back a fine lady from King James's court."
"She is not a whore."
The boy sounded almost disappointed. He had never seen a whore, but they did sound both dangerous and exotic to him.
"Nay, Lady Cicely is a grand lady, laddie. Bethia has been dismissed because she is lazy and dirty, and was sullen and rude. It was the laird who sent her from the house. Go to the cold larder now for me, and get me both milk and cream," Mab said to the boy. "The bread is baking, and I'm making eggs with cream sauce to go with the porridge."
"Bethia says no one should come into service here until the whore is driven out,"
Gavin said. He went into the cold larder and brought out a pitcher of milk and one of heavy cream, which he set on the large oak table.
That bread smells good, Auntie. When will it be done?
He grinned at her.
'Twill be done when it's done. Now go back to the village and tell all the young lasses and lads to whom we are closest related that the laird needs new servants for the house. There will be a nice slice of fresh bread and butter with jam for you when you return with our kin. I'll do the first choosing. Then it's up to the laird and his bride. Off with you now, Mab said, shooing him from her kitchen with her apron. There, she thought after he had gone. Our own kin will fill the places needed. I want none of Bethia's people here, and neither will the lady.
Cicely awoke, surprised to find a warm fire still burning and a thick plaid shawl wrapped about her. Where had they come from? She stood stiffly and stretched in an effort to ease the soreness from her limbs. Her nose twitched at the distinct smell of baking bread. She needed to pee, but had no idea where to perform such an act, so she directed her steps to the kitchens, for she knew Mab could help her.
"Oh, my lady, you're awake," Mab said. "Good morrow to you." She curtsied.
"I need somewhere to freshen myself," Cicely said shyly.
"Of course," the old lady replied.
She led the young woman to a tiny room off her kitchen.
"In there, I'll bring you some warm water."
She relieved herself in the pot and was glad for the basin of warm water Mab brought her. She washed herself as best as she could. Her hair was filthy and filled with dust from their long ride. She wondered if a bath was possible. Removing her caul, Cicely let her hair fall loose about her, then, combing it with her fingers, tucked it back into the bejewelled gold net. Cicely brushed her green velvet gown with her hands, shaking her skirts, pulling the embroidered surcoat straight. She'd never worn the same gown for so long. She stepped from the small room back into the kitchens and was surprised to see a dozen young men and women now crowding into the warm gathering place.
"My lady, these young people are from the village. They've come to see if they might fill the positions vacant for so long in our staff," Mab said. "How many of them shall I bid remain?"
"All of them," Cicely responded. "There is a great deal to do to put this house back to rights and keep it well. Please feed them, Mab, and then after the laird has broken his fast, send them up to the hall." Then, with a nod of her head and a smile, Cicely ascended the stairs and was gone from their sight.
"She seems a nice enough lass, though she be English," a voice commented. "She's a good lady," Mab said.
"And she asked you to feed us first,"
said another voice.
"'Twas well done," remarked a third approvingly. "Well, sit you down at the table," Mab said. "I've fresh bread, cheese, and hard-boiled eggs, as well as a nice pot of porridge. Eat up now, and then two of you can serve the hall. The laird is always up with the sun, and you want to get started with your work as soon as he's spoken to you. Gavin, you're still small enough to sweep a chimney,"
Mab told the boy as she put the bowl of eggs on the table and began cutting slices of bread.
"The one in the room her ladyship will occupy has a nest in it that needs removing. Do you think you can do it?"
The boy nodded agreeably.
"Aye," he said. "I'll be the house's sweep, and you'll need a knife boy too, Auntie. I can fill both positions."
"You're a good lad,"
Mab said, as she handed him the promised bread with butter and jam. She looked about the table.
"Tam, you and Arthur can serve the hall this morning. Shinna and Ceci will clean the apartment that once belonged to the laird's poor mam. The lady will live there. The poor lass slept last night in the hall. The rest of you will go before the laird and his lady after they've eaten. Eat up now. There's work to be done here. Who among you will serve in the stables?"
Cicely returned to the hall just as Ian Douglas entered it. "Good morrow, my lord," she greeted him, curtsying. "Thank you for putting the shawl about me last night."
"Good morrow, Lady Fair," he replied. "But I gave you no shawl."
"Then who did?" And then Cicely smiled. "Of course, it had to be Mab, and she will have kept the fire going, bless her. The meal will be served shortly. The fresh bread was just about to come from the ovens, my lord, and the kitchen is full of young people eager to serve you. You will help me choose after we have eaten." Ian Douglas could not remember the last time he'd been greeted so pleasantly in his own hall in early morning, and even from here he could smell the freshly baked bread.
He smiled broadly.
You see, Lady Fair, he told her, a woman's touch is just what has been needed here at Glengorm.
And you will remember that I will not bide long with you, my lord. The king will send a troop of men-at-arms to rescue me from your clutches, and I will go with them. You cannot hold me here forever. Before he might reply, however, Mab appeared in the hall carrying bowls, spoons, and 2 silver cups that had been newly polished. She set the high board, saying, "The meal is coming behind me, my lord, my lady. Please be seated. With your permission, I have assigned 2 young men from the village, Tam and Arthur, to serve at table. If they do not suit, I will find 2 others." Tam and Arthur now came into the hall carrying a bowl and 2 platters. Behind them, Gavin carried a board with fresh bread, a crock of sweet butter, and a small wedge of cheese. He sneaked a long look at Cicely, deciding whether she was a whore, as Bethia said she was. But if, as his old auntie related, she was to be the laird's wife, then Ian Douglas was a fortunate man, for the lady was certainly the prettiest lass he had ever seen. The hot food was set upon the table. One platter held slices of ham, the other eggs poached in cream sauce with dill. The bowl was filled with steaming porridge.
"My lady,"
the lad called Tam offered to spoon some porridge into Cicely's bowl. When she nodded, he spooned in a small but adequate amount and then looked to her.
"'Tis enough, my lady,"
he inquired politely. "Aye, 'tis perfect, thank you," Cicely responded.
"Cream?"
Tam asked, holding a small pitcher. And when she nodded, he poured some, again seeking her approval and smiling when she nodded once more. Tam then filled the laird's bowl almost full with the hot cereal and heavy cream. Then he stepped back to await further instructions. They ate in silence, and when the bowls were emptied, Tam removed them swiftly, and his companion Arthur offered the eggs and the meat while Tam sliced bread.
"I'm astounded by this meal,"
the laird finally said to Cicely. "Why?" she responded. "Mab is a wonderful cook, but she was being bullied by Bethia, who, I will wager, was stealing from your larder, so that you ended up being poorly fed while she profited by selling in the village what she stole," Cicely reasoned, and seeing the quick look pass between the 2 young servants, she knew she was right.
"You know I love you, for I have said it,"
Ian murmured to her.
"Now do you see how much I need you to care for me, Lady Fair?"
Cicely was forced to laugh at his declaration. "While I'm reluctant to admit it, you have charm, my lord," she said. "But Glengorm is not at all the home I envisioned for my married life."
"Then make of it what you want,"
he said to her.
"Have you been to Fairley's home? Is it any better?"
"I have not been to Andrew Gordon's house," Cicely admitted. "But I am certain it is clean, and his servants well trained. A man who keeps himself neat will surely have a well-ordered domicile, my lord."
"Would you marry into such a house knowing that though you are mistress, its lord will always have the last word?"
he inquired of her.
"In my house you would have full autonomy over the servants, for as a man I am but interested in a hot meal and a warm bed. Fairley, I will wager, is concerned with every small detail of his life and his possessions, Lady Fair."
Cicely was silent. The truth was, he did make a strong point about the Laird of Fairley, and how could he have come to know the man that well in such a short time at court? That was a question she asked Ian Douglas.
"I know men, Lady Fair,"
he said quietly.
"Life here on the borders is not easy, and you need to be able to read other men quickly to know if you deal with friend or foe. The Laird of Fairley is a proud man, proud of his name and of himself. It is obvious by the way he dresses, by the way he speaks with others, that he holds himself in high regard, and he judges others by his own standards. He considers your beauty and wealth worthy of him, but he is not quite as sure of himself as he would have all believe. That is why he kept other suitors from your side, Lady Fair, and that is why it was necessary for me to resort to such reckless measures."
"Andrew is a proud man, but the Gordons are one of the finest families in Scotland," Cicely defended her other suitor. But Ian Douglas was right about his rival. Still, did not a man have a right to be proud of himself and his possessions?
"Fairley is a fool,"
Ian Douglas said frankly.
"If he were not, he would have swept you off to the priest long since, Lady Fair." "Priest? Who speaks of a priest in such bold tones?
A tall man in a long black robe tied with a white rope belt strode into the hall.
God's balls, is that decent food on your table, Ian? I had heard you finally sent Bethia back to her husband, poor fellow. Ah, and this'll be the bride.
The tall man grinned and gave her a scant bow.
Father Ambrose at your service, my lady.
He settled himself at the table next to Ian, shoveling the remaining eggs onto the platter that still contained 2 slices of ham, and then he began to eat.
I did tell you that we had a priest,
Ian Douglas said.
Bless me,
the priest said.
Old Mab hasn't lost her touch in the kitchens.
He closed his eyes briefly, savouring the sauce on the eggs. He looks like you, Cicely finally said.
I should, my lady,
Father Ambrose said with another grin.
For I am this rascal's uncle, the last of the winching Douglas's bastards. It was only natural I go into the church to make up for my old father's sins.
He chuckled.
Welcome to Glengorm. I will wager no one has said that to you yet.
Nay, they haven't, thank you, Cicely replied, warming immediately to the priest. Now, I should be most appreciative if you would tell your nephew to return me to Perth. He probably won't even have to go the entire way, for the king will have sent after me by now, you may be certain.
Regretfully, my child, Ian does not take direction well, I fear.
Then he turned to the laird.
Why, in the name of all that is holy, have you stolen a bride that King James will want to retrieve, nephew? I love her,
Ian Douglas answered his uncle.
It is said our king fell in love with his queen at first sight, and so it is with me. I saw my lady fair on the road to Perth the day I pledged my fealty to King James, and in that moment, uncle, I knew no other woman would do for me. I went to court to woo her, but some damned Gordon had already marked her for himself. No other man could get near her. I had no choice but to abduct her and bring her to Glengorm.
Are you betrothed, my child? Father Ambrose asked Cicely. Nay, father, I am not. I made no promise to Andrew Gordon, though he did beseech me to pledge myself to him, Cicely replied honestly.
Do you love this Andrew Gordon?
The priest inquired. Cicely hesitated. Then she answered candidly. Nay, I do not believe that I do. But you know that love is not the point of marriage. Marriage is for procreation. Matches are made for wealth, land, power, good father.
More's the pity,
the priest answered her, thinking she was a true daughter of privilege and had been well taught.
It is said that the king loves his queen. Is that so?
Oh, yes, he loves her deeply, and she him, Cicely said. And my own father loved my mother, but when he married a second time, it was for more practical reasons. The priest sighed.
So you have 2 men who would have you to wife. One has declared his love for you. Has the other?
Cicely shook her head in the negative. Nay, Andrew has not said he loves me.
You say you would wed for sensible reasons, Father Ambrose said. And you claim to love neither of your suitors. Yet you must wed, so why would you not wed the man who claims he loves you, as opposed to the one who has not said those 3 words so dear to a maiden's simple heart?
His argument gave Cicely pause for thought.
At last, Ian gloated. Someone to take my side in this matter.
Of course he would take your side, Cicely snapped. He is your bloodkin.
If Mab is going to continue to cook like this, the priest said, I shall take my meals with you.
He snatched up the last crust of bread, scraped the remaining butter from its stone crock with his thumb, and spread it over the bread before popping it into his mouth, chewing with great relish. When Tam and Artair had cleared the table, Mab returned to the hall with a group of young men and women. Good morrow, my lord, my lady, Father Ambrose, she said. I have brought you this group of men and women eager to enter your service, my lord, my lady. They are hard-working and honest, and will not steal like some others who shall remain unmentioned. Tam had told Mab of Cicely's intuitive remark. She curtsied to the laird and waved 6 girls forward. I should like Bessie and Flora to remain in the kitchens with me. Shin, Ceci, Una and Effie are more than competent to work above stairs, if it please your ladyship. She curtsied again. Cicely turned to Ian. My lord?
"'Tis your choice, Lady Fair," he replied. "They're all Mab's nearest kin and good choices,"
Father Ambrose murmured softly. The laird is pleased to welcome these girls into his service, and Tam and Artair have done well this morning. Who are the others, Mab? Cicely asked the old lady.
My nephew's lad, Gavin, who will sweep the chimneys and keep the knives sharp, she said, pulling Gavin forward. He ducked his head to the highboard.
He looks a fine lad, Cicely responded. He is welcome.
The other lads will care for the stables, my lady, Mab told her.
You've done well, Mab, and the laird thanks you. Thank you all. She stood up from the highboard. Come along, lasses. We have a full day's work ahead of us.
"You will work with them?"
The laird was surprised. I am nobly born and nobly raised, Ian Douglas, Cicely said. But I was brought up in the household of Queen Joan of Navarre, who did not tolerate sloth or idleness. She believed that for a woman to direct her household, she must know exactly how all that needed to be done was done. I will teach these lasses the proper way to keep your household, so that when I return to Perth, your home will not fall into slovenliness again.
"Ah, nephew, I see your lass is a stubborn girl,"
the priest said softly, and he chuckled wickedly. It was a most unpriestly sound.
"When that time comes, Lady Fair, you will not want to return to Perth,"
the laird said.
"For your heart will be mine, as mine is already yours."
Cicely shook her head. I have never known a man so big or so soft-hearted as you are, my lord. You are a conundrum. But she gave him a small smile as she turned, and gathering the young maidservants to her, began to direct them in their duties.
"You have discovered a treasure for yourself, Ian," the priest said low. "Now you must find a way to keep her. Will the king send after her?" "Undoubtedly," the laird answered his uncle. "My Lady Fair is Queen Joan's best friend. They were raised together." "Sweet Jesu," the priest exclaimed. "Could you not have fallen in love with an ordinary lady, nephew? Aye, they'll be coming for her, and for your head as well." "She's mine,"
Ian Douglas said, and his eyes went to Cicely, who was now showing the new maidservants the proper way to polish his ancient oak sideboard.
"Look at her, uncle. Does she not belong here in this hall directing her staff? I will give her anything she wants to make this the home to suit her. Perhaps if you get lucky we'll have an early winter and they'll have to leave her until the spring. That will give you time to work your wiles on the lady. Aye, that's your only hope, Ian, and I'm going to pray for it,"
Ambrose Douglas said. By day's end the hall was cleaner than it had been in years, but while Cicely had worked side by side with her new maidservants, old Mab had sent for several of her older relations, for she was determined that the lady not spend another uncomfortable night in the hall. Mab meant to see that the bedchamber was ready for an occupant. Gavin spent half of his day in the chimney that drew the hearth in the bedchamber. He swept the passage free of soot and removed several birds' nests, one built on top of another. Then he lit a small torch and, stooping down, held it to see if the chimney would now draw properly. When he saw it did, he notified Mab, and immediately a trio of women he recognised as his own kin hurried to the chamber with mops, buckets and brooms to sweep, wash and dust its furniture, window and floor. By day's end the bedchamber was clean, a bright fire burning merrily in its hearth. The room had a lead-paned double window that could be opened by swinging the twin halves out. The window had a wide stone sill. There was a large, comfortable oak bedstead with a tall linen-fold headboard and 2 turned posts at its foot to hold up the plain wood canopy. The natural-coloured linen bed curtains that old Mab found in a trunk had seen better days, but they were clean and serviceable. Mab set Gavin to polishing the brass curtain rings, and when he was done, the bed curtains were hung. There was a small, round oak table by the bed. It was now topped by a small brass candlestick that contained a short beeswax candle. There was a beautiful brass-bound trunk at the foot of the bed, and a single tapestry-backed oak chair by the hearth. The rope springs on the bed were tightened, and a newly made mattress placed upon it along with a feather bed. Fresh linens, plump pillows, and a warm comforter completed the bed. Mab came to inspect her relations' hard work.
"Ah, cousins, you've done well, and I thank you for it. Her ladyship will be most comfortable here." "You like the lass," one of her kin said. "I saw her in the hall with my daughter and the others scrubbing with her own hands. For all she's a lady, she has no fear of hard work," the woman noted approvingly. "She'll make a grand mistress for Glengorm House," Mab said. "If she'll have him," another of the women said. "I heard the king is sending to fetch her back to her mistress, the queen." "The laird needs but a bit of time with her," Mab replied. "He'll win her over." "I hope our laird does," the first woman agreed. "She looks strong too," the third woman said. "She'll give Glengorm heirs. I'll not rest easy until we have them, and know we're safe for another generation." The others nodded in agreement with her. Then Mab had them pick up their brooms, buckets and mops, and they returned them to the kitchens, departing for their own cottages in the village. Cicely had sent the maidservants home just before dark. The servants' quarters weren't ready for them yet, and after all the hard work they'd done that day, she felt they deserved a comfortable bed to sleep in this night. Mab came back up from the kitchens to see Cicely walking slowly about the hall, taking the measure of it, inspecting it all, her hand running over an ancient sideboard as she wore a smile that bespoke her pleasure in a job well done. "My lady," Mab addressed the girl. Cicely looked up. "Aye, Mab, what is it?" "Will you come with me for but a moment, my lady?" And when Cicely nodded, Mab led her upstairs and to the chamber that had once been the room of Ian and Fergus Douglas's mother. Opening the door, she ushered the girl inside. "We cleaned and freshened the chamber today. You cannot continue to sleep in the hall, my lady. 'Tis not right that you should. This chamber belonged to the lady before you," she said. Cicely looked slowly around. The fire had warmed the room. Beyond the windows she saw the blazing horizon, the sun gone. The room had been aired, the floors were spotless, and the bed. Oh, how comfortable that bed looked. She was startled to feel Mab's hand touch hers. The old lady was handing her a key. "'Tis yours, my lady," she said quietly. "The door can be locked from the inside." "Is there a tub that might be brought to this chamber so I could bathe?" she asked. "I'm filthy from my travels and especially from my exertions today." "Will you bathe now or after the meal?" Mab asked her. "After," Cicely quickly said. "'Twill give everyone more time to prepare it for me." "Oh, Mab, how can I thank you for this? And you must thank your helpers too." Mab smiled, very well pleased. This was the first step in making the lady comfortable, and certainly she would be more amenable if she were content at Glengorm. But instead she said, "It were a mercy you didn't catch an ague in that hall last night." "You were there too," Cicely replied, knowing who had kept the fire going and who had covered her with that thick woolen shawl. "It seems I owe you much." "After the meal I'll take your garments, my lady, wash what I can and brush what I can't," Mab told her. Then she bustled off, leaving Cicely to examine her chamber more closely. The meal that evening was a merry one. Suddenly there were men-at-arms coming into the hall to be fed. The word had quickly spread that Bethia had been sent home, and that Mab was cooking again without interference. There was venison stew, bread and cheese below the highboard. There was a capon and trout at the highboard, along with a salad of braised lettuces, bread, butter and cheese. And Mab had found the time to bake apples for the laird, which she knew were his favourite. Ale flowed generously to the men. Cicely drank red wine. Father Ambrose, true to his word, was the first into the hall and ready for his meal. He did it full justice, mopping his pewter plate with bread until it seemed as clean as if it had been scoured in the kitchen sink with sand. There were 6 baked apples, and having devoured 2, the priest gleefully took the last one from the platter as the laird eyed it for himself. Ian's look of disappointment and the priest's chortle of triumph made Cicely laugh. Ambrose Douglas grinned conspiratorially at her. "Is not greed a sin?" the laird asked dryly. "I'll give myself a penance," Ambrose replied. He turned to Cicely. "Will you come to Mass in the morning? I have a small church in the village, and I say the Mass daily. If you follow the path from the house down the hill, you will find the church at its foot.
I will absolve you from daily attendance for now, but do come and satisfy the villagers' curiosity. Bethia is claiming you are a wicked whore, while those who have met you cannot say enough good things about your character, the priest told her.
I'll have Mab awaken me, Cicely said. Then she arose from the board. I would go to my chamber, my lord. I'm exhausted, and I have a lovely bath waiting. The laird nodded.
The hall has not looked so well in my entire lifetime, he told her. Thank you.
Cicely curtsied and departed their company.
She has a bath waiting. How did she manage that?
Ian Douglas said to his uncle.
If I want a bath, I have to swim in the loch. Perhaps you have never asked as nicely as she has for what she wants, nephew. You roared your orders. The lady is courteous. She asks and she says thank you. I'm pleased you thanked her for what she did this day. It was well done, and if you continue to behave in a civilised manner, you may have a chance with her. She's sleeping in my mother's chamber tonight,
the laird said slowly.
Aye, Mab and her kin spent the day cleaning. The lad Gavin swept the chimney directly after the morning meal. I'm told he removed 3 rooks' nests, the priest said. Then the women cleaned and freshened the chamber for the lady. She will be comfortable tonight, and if she begins to become more content and your rough manners improve, you will please her well. Ambrose, I have never felt this way before, the younger man admitted. It isn't just lust, though I will admit to wanting to better. I know that compared to Gordon I'm roughshod and wild, but if she came to me in nothing but her chemise, I would want her to wife. She is beautiful, is she not? That rich auburn hair, those blue-green eyes. I could lose myself in those eyes forever, uncle. At the sound of her sweet voice, my heart leaps, even when she is scolding me.
He laughed ruefully.
I do not believe that I can live without my lady fair. God's balls, nephew, Ambrose Douglas exclaimed. You are indeed in love, and may God and his blessed mother have mercy upon you. Well, you probably have 2 or 3 days in which to win your lady fair over. I will pray that you can.
He arose.
Well, I'm off to my bed, having been so well fed. It probably wouldn't harm your cause to come to Mass on the morrow.
Then the priest strode out of the hall. The laird came down from his high board and sat for a brief few minutes by the fire. Aye, he would go to Mass tomorrow. It would please his lady fair, he had not a doubt. He thought of Andrew Gordon. He didn't want to be like him, but certainly he could change enough to win Cicely over. Cicely, he whispered her name aloud. If you need nothing more, my lord, I will go to my kitchens. Mab was by his side. The lady is settled.
What are you carrying?
He asked. Her clothing. It needs attention, for she'd been wearing it for several days. I found a chemise that belonged to your mother and gave it to her to sleep in. Your mother has been gone for years, yet there this garment was, neat and clean in the trunk. She curtsied and left him after seeing there was nothing more he needed. The laird stood up. It was time to make his rounds to ascertain that the house was safe for the night. He barred the doors, snuffed the candles, banked the fire in the hall and ascended the stairs to his bedchamber. In the upstairs hallway he heard her singing softly, and determined to stop so he might bid her good night. Knocking upon her door, he opened it and stepped into the chamber. "My lord!" Cicely scrunched down in the small oak tub, clutching the washing cloth to her breasts. Blessed mother! She'd never felt so vulnerable in all of her life as she did at this very minute. Would he force her to his will, thereby sealing her fate?
"I came to say good night,"
Ian said, as if bidding such a sentiment to a lady in her bath were quite normal and something he did regularly.
"Do not worry, Lady Fair. You are so hunched over there is little but the graceful angle of your back that is visible to me."
He grinned wickedly.
"That and your beautiful outraged face."
"Go away," she said, attempting to shrink herself further from his bold look.
"I can see you will need a larger tub," he said thoughtfully. "I will order the cooper in the village to begin building one tomorrow, madam."
"Do not waste his time," Cicely snapped. "I will certainly be returning to Perth shortly, my lord. I'm quite certain the king's men will be here for me tomorrow." Ian could scarcely take his eyes from her. Her rich, long auburn hair piled atop her head, obviously newly washed, the creaminess of her skin, and those blue-green eyes. He watched those eyes widen as he walked to where she sat in the small tub. She almost cowered from him as he reached out to tip her face to his. She was helpless to resist him, else she revealed that which should not be seen. He bent, and his lips touched hers, gently at first, and then more fiercely. Her heart was beating so rapidly that she could hear the sound of it in her ears, but when his mouth closed over hers, Cicely could not resist kissing him back. Blessed Mother, she thought to herself. What am I doing? But she simply couldn't help herself. There was something so compelling about his kiss she was unable to withstand him. He broke off the embrace, smiling down into her face. "Good night, Lady Fair," he said, and then he left her. Cicely sat in the cooling tub for several minutes. This was madness. It had to stop. His kisses left her weakened. And what would happen when he did not stop at one kiss? What would happen if one kiss blended into another and another? The very thought of it made her sigh with longing, and that was terrible. Did their kiss make him feel the same way as she did? Probably not. Men were freer with their kisses than respectable girls were. And again the notion slipped into her thoughts that Andrew Gordon had never made her feel the way Ian Douglas did. She had to escape the Laird of Glengorm before she allowed herself to do something very foolish. Surely her rescuers would be here tomorrow. But they were not. It wasn't until the 10th day of her captivity that Sir William Douglas and his party rode into Glengorm, even as an icy rain was beginning to fall. Chapter 8. Maggie MacLeod, wife to Andrew Gray, Laird of Ben Duff, was helped into Glengorm's hall, supported by her husband and Orva. The child in her belly was going to be born soon, and there was no denying it. The hall was warm and inviting. Once Maggie was safely seated by the hearth, Orva looked about. She and Cicely spotted each other at the same time and flew into each other's arms. "Oh, my baby, have you been harmed?" Orva said, stepping back and looking her young mistress over carefully. "I will kill the brute myself with my bare hands." "Only my pride," Cicely said wryly. Taking Orva's hand, she walked across the hall to where her guests were being greeted by Ian Douglas. "Maggie," she signalled to Tam to bring refreshments. "You are as pale as the moon." "I think my bairn is coming," Maggie said softly. "Perhaps I'm just weary, so make no fuss lest you frighten my poor Andrew." She accepted a small dram of whiskey that Tam offered her, and, sipping it, closed her eyes. "I'll have a chambermaid ready for you," Cicely said. "Tam, fetch Shin to me." "You speak like the mistress here," Maggie noted. "I've spent my time awaiting my rescue, putting the Laird's house in order. It was a pigsty when we arrived 10 days ago. I brought in staff from the village, and the Laird sent the housekeeper, a nasty creature named Bethia, packing. The cook Mab has been a godsend. Who is that with your husband?" "Sir William Douglas, clan chief of this branch of the Douglases. He's been sent by the king to reason with your laird," Maggie said. "There is no reasoning with Ian Douglas," Cicely replied tartly. "The man is impossible. He insists he loves me and that he will wed me." "Well," Maggie said, "you must have a husband, and you couldn't seem to make up your mind about the Gordon affairly. Do you like Ian?" "I don't dislike him," Cicely evaded. Maggie laughed softly. "I can see his charm is beginning to touch you," she said. "Has he made any overtures towards you?" "He kisses me," Cicely replied. "And you like it?" Maggie probed. "Aye, I do," Cicely admitted. "I shouldn't, but I do. He doesn't force himself on me. Suddenly he is there and kissing me. One kiss, no more, but oh, blessed Mother, how sweet that kiss is. 'Tis nothing at all like Andrew Gordon. His kisses were quite nice, but after the first time I never tingled. With this wretched border lord I tingle from the top of my head to the soles of my feet each time he kisses me, and I shouldn't." "Why not?" Maggie asked innocently. "Because I shouldn't," Cicely said vehemently. "He's practically no better than a bandit, Maggie." "I've known Ian Douglas ever since I came into the border from my Highlands and married my Andrew Gray," Maggie said.
He is respected and well thought of by his fellow border lords, Cicely. He isn't a suitable husband for me at all, Cicely said. Why not? Maggie inquired. He's a ruffian, Cicely declared. Most Scotsmen are, Maggie chuckled. His family has no stature, Cicely said. The Douglases are very loyal to the king. If they were not, he would not have entrusted Sir William to come and reason with his kinsmen in this matter, Maggie pointed out. The Gordons, on the other hand, cannot always be trusted. They live in the Eastern Highlands, and their loyalties are often torn between Scotland's kings and the great Highland lords who rule more like kings from their lands. The king, I think, wants me to marry Andrew Gordon, Cicely said. Do you love him? Nay, I don't, but is not love the exception to the rule when one marries? The Queen is the best friend I have ever had. I was sent away when I was barely 7, because even though I did not live in my father's house, I lived on his estates. My stepmother, Luciana, hated me before she even met me. She was very jealous of any attention my father lavished upon me. She accused me of trying to kill my little brothers. My father knew then that if I were to be kept safe, I would have to be sent away. I entered Queen Johanna's house at the same time Lady Joan Beaufort did. We became friends immediately. Jo did not have to bring me to Scotland with her. I might have been left behind. But my stepmother bore my father a 4th child, this time a girl. My father begged the Beauforts to see that I went with the new Queen Joan, for Luciana began anew to fret about my small presence in their life. Oh, she'd been happy enough when I used my tiny influence to get my little half-brothers places at court. Fortunately, King James agreed I might go with them. While it is my decision whom I marry, my father asked the king to see that I married well. I think, like the king, he would want me to wed where I might be of use to the Stuarts. Cicely sighed. But I will admit, Maggie, that after these few days, Ian Douglas is growing on me. The canny Douglas does have his charms. If your father gave you the right to choose your husband, then you must choose the man who will make you happiest, Cicely. But if you'd be practical, be warned that the Gordons will do what is best for the Gordons, and not necessarily Scotland. Maggie advised the young Englishwoman. The Douglases stand firmly for King James. But one of the king's best friends is a Gordon, Cicely said. The Laird of Lochbray, who was in England with him for a time when they were boys. A shadow crossed Maggie's pretty face. If the Laird of Lochbray knew the secret I keep for the king, they would no longer be friends, she said, low. Then, seeing the curiosity in Cicely's eyes, she held up her hand. Nay, do not ask, for I will never divulge it. Just trust me when I tell you that you are better off with Ian Douglas than you would be with your Gordon suitor. She shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She felt a little better now that she was warm and dry. But she still did not believe she would reach Ben Duff in time to birth her child there. I believe my bairn will be born here, she told Cicely. We can help you and keep you safe, Cicely promised. My lady, Shin was by her side. See that a bedchamber is made ready for Lady Grey. She believes it is possible her child will be born here shortly. Ask Mab what is needed, and see that it is upstairs for us. At once, my lady, Shin said, and she curtsied. Orpha now came to be with them. How do you feel now, my lady? She asked Maggie solicitously. Your colour is coming back. I'm better, but the child will be born here, Maggie said. I can go no farther. Orpha nodded understandingly. Then she turned to her mistress. I brought a trunk of garments for you, she said quietly. But we shall not be here long, Cicely insisted. Although I will say I am glad of clean clothing, for I've worn this same gown since I was taken from Perth. Mab has done her best to keep it fresh. Oh, Orva, you will like her. She is the cook and has been my friend since the day I arrived. Well, thank goodness for that, but I have been worried sick about you. She paused. This laird is a bold man, but as long as he has not harmed you, I am content. Sir William Douglas, the older gentleman who brought us to Glencorm, is his clan chief. He will see all is made right, my dearie. The king has sent him to bring you back to Perth. The Queen has been so fretful in your absence. She's almost ready to deliver her child. I have, Miss Jo, but we shall shortly be on our way back to Perth. I hope the king will not punish the Laird of Glengorm too severely for this. He's told me because he says he loves me. It's really very sweet, Orva. He says he couldn't court me in Perth because the Gordons wouldn't let any man but the Laird of Fairlie near me.
Did he now? Orva replied. Well, I can't fault him too badly if he says he loves you, for he's not mistaken about the Gordons. There were several young men who sought to catch your eye, and might have but for the Gordons.
Her tone was disapproving. She should not marry Fairlie just to please the king, Maggie MacLeod broke in.
Do you know this ruffian who stole my mistress? Orva asked.
Maggie nodded. He's a good man, respected, and his holding is as big as, if not a wee bit bigger than Fairlie's. I've known him since I wed Grey and came into the borders. Ian Douglas has said he loves Cicely, Orva. That should count for something. You know her father. Which would he choose for her?
Orva smiled, nodding her head.
He would choose the man who loved his daughter, for he has always loved her. He has always wanted my lady's happiness.
At this point they were joined by Sir William Douglas. He bowed to Cicely.
I do not have to ask if you are well, my dear, for I know that Ian would not mistreat you. Ian tells me that you are responsible for this miraculous transformation of Glengorm. I have never seen this hall so clean and welcoming.
Thank you, Cicely said, smiling. The king has sent you to bring me back to Perth, I assume. When may we leave?
Ah,
Sir William said with a sigh.
Well, I have indeed been sent for you. I am afraid that my kinsman is not quite ready to release you. He tells me that he loves you and wishes to make you his wife. He says if you are not ready to remain of your own accord, then he must continue to keep you here, so he may convince you that he is the husband for you, and no other.
But you speak for the king, Cicely said, suddenly angry.
I do, madam, but I am one man with a few men-at-arms accompanying him. I cannot remove you physically from Glengorm, for I could not defend either you or my actions, I fear. I will, however, return to Perth and tell the king of the Laird's wishes in this matter. You have but to be patient. We will negotiate this situation and bring it to a successful conclusion shortly.
Sir William patted her hand in what he hoped was a comforting gesture.
Glengorm is a pleasant habitat, my dear, and I can see that you are not uncomfortable here.
Your kinsman promised that when the king's representative came, if I was not content to remain here, I might depart, Cicely said furiously. He has lied to me, then.
I suspect your sweet company has only made him more determined to win you over, and he has changed his mind. Do not women change their minds?
Sir William asked her with a twinkle in his eye. Maggie giggled, and even Orva was forced to smile at Sir William's remark. Cicely stormed across the hall to where Ian and Andrew Grey were now in conversation. You said you would let me go, she fumed at him.
I thought better of it,
he replied calmly. Liar, Cicely shouted. If you really loved me, you would let me go.
To Fairlie? Never,
he shouted back.
The Gordons would crush your spirit and squander your dower. I love you, Lady Fair. I will not allow that to happen. I am the husband for you, and soon you will realise it.
I would sooner take the veil than marry you, you loutish border ruffian, Cicely told him.
Now who is telling lies? He and Douglas chuckled. Look, here is the priest. Ambrose, the lady would enter a convent. Can you arrange it for her?
Cicely was standing near the sideboard. Reaching out, she grasped a small silver goblet and held it at the Laird of Glengorm. Oh, I hate you, she raged. The little vessel whizzed past his head, falling to the floor. Ian Douglas leaped forward and, catching hold of Cicely, turned her over his knee, smacking her bottom several times through her gown.
No, you don't, he said. Then, were you never taught, Lady Fair, not to hurl objects at people's heads?
He tipped her back onto her feet. Cicely stamped her foot at him. How dare you strike me, you monster! Then she swung at his head with her small, balled-up fist. He caught the fist in his big hand, and, yanking her into his arms, the Laird of Glengorm kissed Lady Cicely Bowen a hard, long kiss. Then, heedless of their guests, he looked down into her face and murmured against her lips,
I love you, you impossible little termagant. I love you.
And he kissed her again slowly, passionately, his mouth moving over hers until he felt the anger seeping from her slender form, and her lips worked on his, kissing him back, and she sighed a sweet sound of contentment.
"Oh my," Maggie MacLeod said. "There is one maiden who will never be a nun," Father Ambrose said with a grin.
Finally, the laird released Cicely.
"Now go and see to our guests, Lady Fair," he told her. "We'll need to feed and house them all this day."
Orva had watched the interaction between her mistress and the Laird of Glencorm with interest. Ian Douglas wasn't lying when he said he loved her mistress. The poor man did, heaven help him. And Cicely, Orva realised, even if her mistress didn't, was falling in love with the big border lord. Her interaction with the Gordon Laird of Fairlie was polite and pleasant. There was no fire between Cicely and Andrew Gordon. She hurried over to her bemused mistress's side, putting an arm about her.
"Come along, dearie, and take me to this Mab who's been so kind to you." She met the laird's look. "If you would see that my lady's trunk is brought to her chamber, my lord," she said. He nodded his acquiescence, giving Orva just a small smile, before she turned and took his Lady Fair from the hall.
"She's a high-strung mare,"
Sir William noted. Then he turned to greet the priest.
"What think you, Ambrose Douglas, of a match between this lady and your nephew?"
"It would be a good match for them both," the priest replied. "He does love her, my lord, and despite what just took place, she has been softening towards him. The Glengorm folk like her too. She's brought order to this house again. I can't recall it ever being this clean, even in my father's time. Ian and Fergus's mam was a frail lass. It was all she could do to birth her 2 sons." "Was Fergus involved in this abduction?"
Sir William wanted to know.
"I do not believe Ian could have carried this out alone, and the shopkeeper did say she was attacked by 2 men. Of course, she did confess her part in it all. The king has punished her, but gently. He is angrier at Ian for spoiling his plans to see Lady Cicely wed into the Gordon family. He is not certain he trusts them. 'Tis amazing how knowledgeable he is, in spite of his many years in English captivity." "I imagine all courts have a certain amount of intrigue,"
Father Ambrose remarked dryly.
"Aye, Fergus went with Ian, and then the 2 of them rode like the very devil to get her back safely to Glencorm."
Sir William nodded.
"And now I have the task of telling the king he won't give her back."
He shook his head.
"Is there a chance she will agree to wed him? If you think there is, Ambrose, I will try to prevent the king from sending a troop of men-at-arms to collect the lady and return her to the Queen's household, so he may have his chance with her. From what I saw this afternoon, they are well matched. He won't get entirely around her, as he's always done with the lasses." "Is it not true, cousin," the priest said, "that that which you fight for and win is more precious than that which is simply given to you?"
Sir William chuckled.
"You are on his side, aren't you, Ambrose? He's been such a rascal, emulating his grandfather his entire life. But now his heart is engaged, not just his cock," the priest said. "And she's a fine young lass, cousin. Why should the Gordons have her and her dower? Are not we Douglases just as good?" "Some of us, aye," Sir William replied. "But some of our clansmen are not in the king's good favour, as you know. Still, Glengorm's people have always been loyal." "We are too small a branch of the family to be bothered with," the priest remarked. "We haven't got a great amount of wealth or influence. We're plain border folk, and we want to be naught else." "The weather is not good," Sir William said. "The rain is icy, and the cold is deepening. I expect an early snow, and certainly that would prevent the lady from travelling in safety and comfort. But I will assure her I will return to the king with the laird's answer to his request, so she does not feel entirely deserted. This matter is aggravating the king, for he has greater problems in the north with the MacDonald of the Isles. He doesn't want to offend the Gordons, but neither does he want the distraction of this problem when he has more important matters that need attending. Of course, he can always find a suitable bride for the Laird of Fairlie from among the Queen's ladies. Her distant cousin Elizabeth Williams has just arrived at court at the Queen's request. Her dower, of course, is nothing like Lady Cicely's, if the gossip is to be believed, but she is blood kin to Queen Joan, pretty and most suitable.
I believe the Gordons could be placated with such a bride for the Laird of Fairlie. I will mention it to the king."
A hot meal of rabbit stew filled with carrots and leeks was served in round bread trenchers. There was also trout broiled in butter with dill and pepper. Fresh bread and cheese was upon the table, and finally Mab herself brought in a bowl of apple and pear halves stewed with sugar and clove. While Cicely preferred wine, the male guests enjoyed their October ale. Cicely noticed that Lady Grey ate very little and only sipped at her wine. "Are you all right?" she inquired solicitously. Maggie stood up. "Can someone help me to my bed?" she asked, suddenly pale again. She swayed slightly and her voice was tremulous. Mab and Orva were immediately at Maggie's side, helping her from the highboard. Cicely excused herself and followed, turning briefly to tell Lord Grey she would come back shortly to tell him what was happening. Then she hurried after the others. Ascending the stairs was difficult for Maggie. Her belly was great, and she was having difficulty putting one foot before the other. Halfway up the stairs she stopped, gave a gasp, and a stream of water was suddenly flooding the stone steps. "What has happened?" Cicely cried to Orva and Mab. "Her waters have broken, my lady," Mab replied. "The bairn wants to be born." "I told you," Maggie gasped weakly, then struggled with the two women at her side to reach the hallway above. Finally they attained the landing, and, half dragging the woman between them, arrived at the guest chamber prepared for them. Cicely had pushed ahead of them on the steps, and, dashing down the passage, flung open the door to the room, relieved to see a fire blazing merrily in the hearth. Mab and Orva quickly and efficiently stripped Maggie of all her clothing but for her chemise. They helped her to lie down upon the bed, which she did with a groan. Orva propped pillows behind her so she was half-seated. "I can do this myself," Mab said, "but I should far rather have the assistance of the midwife in the village, my lady." She looked anxiously to Cicely. "I'll send for her at once," Cicely said. "What else is needed now?" "Hot water, clean clothes, some oil for the baby's skin, swaddling, and there is a cradle in the attics that should come down," Mab said. "If Orva will remain with Lady Grey, I can organise those things more quickly, and Lord Grey should be informed that his bairn will be born soon." "I can do that too," Cicely said. She walked over to Maggie's side. "I'll be back quickly," she promised. "Are you in pain?" "Just in my back," Maggie replied. She grasped Cicely's hand. "Thank you," she said softly. "Now go and reassure my Andrew that I'm fine." She smiled a weak smile, but behind it was great strength, for Maggie was Highland-born, and Highland women were strong. Her own mother had birthed 8 sons and 4 daughters in safety. She could certainly birth this one child, Maggie thought, but she still prayed a silent prayer to St. Anne for herself and her child in this travail. Cicely ran downstairs to the hall, Mab lumbering behind her. She went immediately to Lord Grey. "Your wife is in labour, my lord. Your child has decided to be born here at Glengorm, and we are honoured." The Laird of Ben Duff was an older man without children who had been previously widowed. On a trip to the north he had met Maggie MacLeod, and they had fallen in love. Defying her family, Maggie had gone south with Lord Grey, and they had been married. There was no doubt that Andrew Grey adored his young wife.
"Is she all right?"
he asked anxiously. "Her labour has just begun, but her waters have broken. Mab is competent to deliver the child, but she has sent for the midwife from the village," Cicely explained. Lord Grey nodded.
"Can I see her?"
he asked. "I don't see why not," Cicely said. Lord Grey almost ran from the hall.
"I shall go to my church and pray for them,"
Father Ambrose said.
"I'll stop at the midwife's cottage if you want,"
he offered. "Thank you," Cicely replied. Then she joined the Laird and Sir William. "Maggie is going to have her baby," she told them.
"There hasn't been a bairn born in this house since Fergus,"
the Laird noted.
"May this one be the first of many. Will you give me many bairns, Lady Fair?"
"My lord, I have not said I would marry you," Cicely protested.
"You will have to if our bairns are to be legitimate,"
he teased her. Cicely stamped her foot at him. "The king wants me to wed fairly," she said.
If the king could give the Garden of Fairley another equally suitable bride,
Sir William asked,
would you consider my kinsman's suit, Lady Cicely?
Cicely looked surprised by the question. All the Queen's ladies but for me are Scots, she told him, and none have my birth or dower, Sir William.
Do you know the Queen's cousin, Elizabeth Williams?
He inquired of her. Aye, I do, Cicely said slowly. She was with us for a short time in Queen Joan of Navarre's household. When we were brought to Queen Catherine's court, she was sent elsewhere. Why?
She is now with our Queen Joan, and while she is not your dower, madam, she is bloodkin to the Queen, and would be a more than suitable match for the Gordons,
Sir William told Cicely quietly.
You will understand that my loyalty to my own kin leads me to suggest such a match to the king, so Ian might pursue and win you for his wife.
She was astounded by his words, and wondered if she should not be offended at his suggestion that she might be replaced so easily in the Laird of Fairley's affections. But then Cicely considered that Andrew Gordon had never declared his love for her, and as much as she disliked admitting to it, she suspected he was pursuing her for her dower and her connection to Joe. If the king decided to abandon her, which he might well do, for he did have greater problems to attend to, then he would see that Beth Williams's dower was good enough for the Gordons, and her blood tie to the Queen actually made her a better match than Cicely, with her large dower and close friendship with Scotland's Queen. The Queen would never desert me, Cicely said defiantly.
Of course she will not, for you are her friend,
Sir William noted.
But it is not the Queen who will decide this matter, Lady Cicely. It is King James. If he can put both the Douglases and the Gordons in his debt, he will do it, I assure you.
Aye, he would, and Cicely knew it. James Stuart was a charming man, but he was also a hard man who was determined to bring all of Scotland under his rule. The border lords would be loyal, even those with closer ties to England because of Joan Beaufort. But James would need to spend all his time and his energies to bring the North to heel before he would be satisfied. And while he loved Jo and would do much for her, he would not endanger his plans for her best friend.
You don't love Fairley,
Ian said. She glared at him. This is not your decision to make, my lord, Cicely snapped. If the Gordons will have Beth Williams, then they will have her, but it does not mean I must have you for my husband. Remember, the choice is mine to make, not yours. She hated being hedged in, Cicely thought. Ian had already realised that, and so now he said to her,
Give me a chance, Lady Fair. Are you not already mistress here and comfortable?
There is much to be done before Glengorm is truly habitable, Cicely said.
I will share your dower with you,
Ian Douglas told her. What? She looked startled.
You may keep half of your dower for yourself to do with as you choose. The other half will be mine. Sir William has heard me say it, and Ambrose will make it a condition of our betrothal and marriage,
the laird promised her. Cicely was very surprised by his words. She knew, without even thinking about it, that Andrew Gordon would not have suggested such a thing to her. She would have been dependent upon her husband for everything for the rest of her life. But if Ian Douglas meant what he was saying, then she would have the freedom within her marriage that she sensed she needed. You may court me, Cicely told him, but that does not mean I have agreed to wed you, my lord.
I understand,
he replied, his heart soaring with pleasure. He was winning her over at last, and soon she would be his wife. Sir William smiled, well pleased. Now all he had to do was convince the king that the Queen's cousin would be a better match for the Laird of Fairley, and that Ian Douglas was the right husband for Lady Cicely Bowen. The village midwife bustled into the hall. "Where is the labouring lass?" she asked. "Good evening to you, my lords," she curtsied. "Upstairs," Cicely said. "Lady Grey has gone into labour with her first child," she explained. "Her husband and my tiring woman are with her. Mab is gathering supplies." "My name is Agnes, my lady," the midwife said, and she curtsied to Cicely. The two women hurried upstairs. Mab had already seen the cradle from the attics brought into the bedchamber. Cissy had cleaned it thoroughly, and Shin had brought fresh straw in from the stables to line the cradle. The straw was covered by a piece of wool, which was topped with a softer cloth. A black iron pot of water was heating over the flames in the hearth. There were clean clothes and a little flask of oil on a table. Maggie lay upon the bed, groaning with her labour, but Agnes the midwife, upon examining her, nodded pleased.
"You'll birth this bairn in no time, my lady, and you're made for birthing, I'll vow."
"Cicely," Maggie called, "take my lord downstairs to the hall and stay with him. Look at his face. He frets and needs not." "I'll come back," Cicely said.
"Nay," Maggie told her. "You're still a maid, and I'm not being raised in a house with birthing women. 'Tis better you remain in the hall. I'll have them call you back when the bairn is born, and you'll carry it to its sire. Please."
"She's perfectly right," Orva agreed.
"I'm not needed here, as Mab and Agnes and Shin are perfectly capable. I'll go with you, and when my Lord Grey is settled with the Laird and Sir William, you and I will come upstairs to unpack your trunk."
"Very well," Cicely agreed. Lord Grey kissed his wife's damp brow and murmured something that caused her to smile. Then he departed the bedchamber, assuring Cicely he could find his way downstairs to the hall by himself.
"Go and tend to yourself, madam," he said.
Together, Cicely and Orva hurried to her chamber. The trunk the tiring woman had brought had been set at the foot of the bed next to the other little trunk. "You were wise to bring my possessions," Cicely said.
"I brought them all," Orva replied, "including your horses, my lady. I did not think it advisable to leave anything, for you know how some of the younger girls are."
"It seems I will be remaining at Glencorm, at least for the interim," Cicely said, and then she went on to explain the conversation she had had with Sir William and the Laird. "It is somewhat disconcerting to know I can be replaced so easily in the Laird of Fairlie's heart," she finished wryly.
"He had no care for you, my lady," Orva said. "It was your dower, not just your beautiful face, that attracted him, and frankly I'm not certain which came first, but I do know which he valued more, your dower."
"You did not say it before," Cicely accused her tiring woman.
"You appeared to be seriously considering the man, and I did not want to interfere with that decision, for your father made it plain that the choice was to be yours alone," Orva defended herself. "And the Laird of Fairlie was a gentleman who would have treated you well had you wed him."
"And the Laird of Glencorm?" Cicely asked.
"I do not know him well enough yet to render you my opinion should you desire it," Orva responded. "But you've been in his house for over 10 days now, and he has not attempted to force himself upon you. Indeed, he has given you free rein over his household and his servants. That alone speaks well of him."
"The house was a pigsty when I arrived," Cicely exclaimed. "There was no one in service but Mab and that wretched creature, Bethia, who was stealing from the Laird's stores to profit herself, and bullying poor Mab as well."
"And the Laird gave you permission to do what you would with his house?" Orva asked, curious. "He might have left you to languish in the wretched slough, but he didn't, did he?" Orva pointed out.
"Indeed. He told me that if I didn't like his house, to make it over to suit myself," Cicely admitted. "And now he says that half my dower portion will remain in my hands. I will confess to you, Orva, that this reckless rogue of a border lord is beginning to intrigue me, for I do not believe I have ever met a man like him."
"And I think your interest in him is far greater than your interest in your Gordon Laird ever was," Orva replied.
Cicely nodded. "Perhaps you are right," she said. "But I cannot help but wonder if my father would approve such a match. He is an earl, a noble of high rank. Ian Douglas is naught but a simple border lord. And how my stepmother will crow with delight should I wed a plain border lord. I'm certain she is already planning an important match for my baby half-sister."
Orva sighed. "May I speak plainly, my lady?"
And when Cicely nodded, she continued.
"'Tis true your sire is an earl who springs from an ancient line, but your mam, God assoil her good soul, was a daughter of your father's steward. They were bloodkin, 'tis true, but your mother's family were not noble. You were fortunate in that your father loved your mother and sought to wed her, that he saw you were made legitimate when she died and raised you as his own, that you were placed in a great household and became the dearest friend of a girl who is now a queen. It was unlikely that there was any great match for you here in Scotland. Lady Joan sought to have you with her because she was going into a strange situation and wanted her friend. And in England you would have had to be satisfied with a second or third son. Here at least you can wed a propertied lordling and be mother to his heirs. And that being said, you should marry the man you love, or at least one who loves you."
"I love no man," Cicely said.
"Mayhap if you gave your laird a chance," Orpha began.
"He is not my laird," Cicely responded firmly.
Orpha smiled and, opening the trunk, she began taking out the garments she'd so carefully packed for her mistress.
"Mab tells me there is a small chamber next to this one. With your permission, I shall take it so I can be within call."
"'Tis not my house," Cicely said. "You must ask the laird."
Orpha smiled again. Her mistress had always been a stubborn girl, but in the end she would come around. "And I will ask the laird," she thought to herself.
The two women unpacked the garments and put them away.
Cicely had to admit to being relieved to have her own things about her again. It somehow made Glengorm feel more welcoming. When they'd finished, Orpha said she would go to see how Lady Grey's labour was coming. She went first to the hall to request permission to use the small chamber next to her mistress, and the laird gave it to her with a smile. "I think my lady fair is happy to have you with her again," he said.
"You must not beat her again, especially before others," Orpha said quietly.
"God forgive me, but I lost my temper when she threw that little goblet," he admitted. "Do you think I hurt her?"
He looked genuinely concerned. Orpha gave him a small smile.
"Only her pride," she told him. "It is as great as yours, I suspect."
Then she gave him a quick curtsy. Orpha did not stop to speak to Lord Grey, who was deep in conversation with Sir William. She hurried back upstairs, stopping first to see how Lady Grey's labours were progressing. She arrived in time to see the infant slip from its mother's body, howling loudly. Not even waiting to learn the child's gender, she ran to fetch Cicely, who came swiftly.
"It's a boy," Agnes the midwife crowed. "And hear him howl, and look at that bairn's manhood. It's large for a newborn." She looked to Lady Grey. "Does the laddie take after his da, then, my lady?"
Maggie laughed weakly.
"Aye," she said. "Oh, give him to me, please." "A moment more, my lady, so he may be cleaned and swaddled, and you must be refreshed now that all is done," Agnes said.
"What is that?" Cicely was staring at a bloody mass in a brass basin.
"'Tis the afterbirth, my lady," Mab told her. "We'll bury it beneath an oak, so the bairn may be strong."
The infant was wiped free of blood and rubbed down with oil. Then he was wrapped in swaddling bands and brought to his mother. Maggie's eyes filled with tears.
"He looks just like Andrew," she said, sounding both pleased and happy.
She touched the baby's cheek with the tip of her finger.
"He's perfect. Take him to his father now, and then bring him back to me."
They handed the child to Cicely, whose face was suddenly filled with panic.
"I've never held a baby before," she half-whispered.
"What if I drop him?"
Maggie smiled. "You won't. Tell my husband to come back with you, and thank you for giving us shelter and such a good place for our son to be born." "There, dearie," Mab said. "You're holding him just right."
Cicely walked from the bedchamber, cradling the newborn infant in the crook of her arm.
Orpha moved ahead of her. They descended the staircase into the hall. The child had decided to howl loudly once again, and Cicely was terrified she was doing something wrong, but Orpha assured her she was not. As they entered the hall, Lord Grey ran forward.
"Is it?"
he asked. "A boy, my lord," Cicely told him.
Andrew Grey looked down into his son's face. Tears sprang to his eyes.
"Maggie?"
he asked.
"Well and anxious to see you," Cicely said.
"She said she would give me a son,"
Lord Grey said wonderingly. Then, pushing past Cicely and the baby, he ran up the stairs to see his wife. Cicely brought the baby into the hall for the others to see. The grey heir was suitably admired, and then Orpha took him from her mistress.
"I'll take him back upstairs to his cradle," she said.
Cicely suddenly found herself with Ian Douglas.
Sir William seemed to have disappeared. "They wouldn't let me see the birth," she said, not knowing what else to say.
"It's a fine, strong lad Maggie's given her husband,"
the laird said quietly. "You want children," Cicely said.
"Aye, don't you?"
he responded. "Aye, but I don't know how many, and I pray I'm not like my own mam. She died after I was born. If I loved you, I wouldn't want to birth your son and then die," Cicely said. "It would be far too sad, my lord."
"Could you love me, Lady Fair?"
he asked her. "I don't know," she answered candidly.
"But do you like me more than when I first brought you to Glengorm?"
he wondered. His warm hazel eyes searched her face. "I might," Cicely said, "if you did not smack my bottom publicly."
"Might I do it privately?"
he teased and chuckled when she blushed. "You are unseemly, my lord," Cicely scolded him, suddenly shy. He took her hand in his. Raising it to his lips, he kissed the back of it, and then, turning the hand about, he kissed both the palm and the wrist. "Oh," Cicely exclaimed as a shiver of pleasure travelled down her spine. He drew her close, still holding that hand, placing it upon his chest over his heart. He smiled gently at her.
"You are a prize to be treasured, Lady Fair. I am going to teach you to fall in love with me, now that Sir William has solved the problem of the Laird of Fairlie for us."
Then he took her face between his two hands and began to kiss her slowly, his warm lips travelling over her face first, and then reaching her lips. Cicely sighed. She was simply helpless to this man's kisses. She kissed him back, feeling his heart beneath her hand begin to race. He released her face, one arm slipping about her waist to bring her even closer to him, the other lightly caressing one of her small, round breasts. Cicely stiffened. Not even Fairlie had been so bold with her.
"Na, Lady Fair," he crooned against her mouth. "Am I the first, then?"
She was speechless with the emotions now overcoming her. Jo had never shared with Cicely the intimate details of her courtship, and Cicely had never asked, fearing to intrude upon her friend's privacy. Was he supposed to be touching her? Should the hand cupping her breast feel so good? "Should you be doing this?" she finally managed to gasp. "You are not my husband. Oh, blessed mother."
"It is part of courtship, Lady Fair,"
he told her gently. God's balls, her breasts were so sweet, perfectly round and firm yet soft. Unable to help himself, he pinched her nipple lightly. His cock was already straining against the fabric of his breeks. "Please," Cicely said. "I did not know, my lord." His hand fell away from her breast. So Fairlie had not gone as far as caressing her. That was to the good, for then his were the first hands to touch her, and now no others would. She was his alone. "Why have you stopped?" Cicely asked him.
"Because I would not frighten you," he told her. "No man has ever fondled you, my Lady Fair, but I long for much more. Do not, I beg you, keep me waiting too long."
"How can you know I have not been touched before?" Cicely demanded.
"Did you not tell me I did not know? Had another touched you as I did, you would have known that after the kissing came the caressing, Lady Fair,"
the laird said. "I am not easily seduced, my lord," Cicely said.
"Nay, you are not easily seduced,"
he agreed, his hazel eyes twinkling at her.
"If the truth be known, you have been extremely difficult to approach."
"You are a rogue," Cicely told him.
"Aye, I am,"
he replied, close to laughter now.
"But I suspect you are discovering that you like a rogue."
"You had no right to kidnap me, my lord," she said sternly.
"My name is Ian, and as I fully intend winning you over, Lady Fair, I should like to hear you say my name."
Cicely looked directly at him with her big blue-green eyes. "Ian," she said.
"How sweetly you say it," he replied. "Soon you will cry out my name in passion, my Lady Fair. We shall bind our bodies together, and you will cry my name."
His gaze had suddenly become very intense. "I am a virgin, you must know," Cicely said nervously, stepping back a pace. "I know nothing, but that if you become my husband, I must submit my body to you for whatever purposes you devise. I do not know if I am ready to consider such a thing." Now he laughed at her proper speech, which he suspected she'd been taught by some priest. A woman must submit. Coupling is for the purposes of procreation only.
"As you submit to me, so will I submit to you, Lady Fair. And there will be pleasure between us, for while the Church wants more souls to baptise, there is no reason we cannot enjoy each other while we give them what they want,"
the laird told her.
"For now, however, I am content to learn all I can about you, and you must learn about me."
Lord Grey returned to the hall.
"Maggie is well, and says we must have more bairns,"
he said, grinning delightedly.
"Our son is strong, but I would like Father Ambrose to baptise him before we return to Bendoff. And if you two will stand as his godparents, both my Maggie and I would be honoured."
"I've never had a godchild," Cicely said. "Aye, 'tis I who am honoured, my lord."
"And I also, old friend,"
Ian Douglas said, and he smiled at Cicely, for being godparents to Lord Grey's son was the first act they would perform together. Sir William left in the morning to return to Perth. He wanted to go home to Drumlanrig, but this duty came first. Lord Grey departed as well, so that his Bendoff folk might know of the new heir, and his home be prepared for his wife and son. But on the following day it began to snow in the borders. As much as Maggie MacLeod wanted to go home, now she knew that she would probably have to remain at Glencorm until spring, when her son would be able to make the day-and-a-half journey. Cicely was happy to have her company. And the Laird of Glencorm realised that it was very unlikely Sir William would be able to return from court with whatever decision the king rendered. Cicely would have to spend the winter with him, but she did not seem unhappy about the news. Christmas came. A Yule log was dragged through the snow into the hall. There was greenery hung, and candles that Cicely had made earlier in the month for the holiday. Father Ambrose had decided it was safe to wait to baptise Torquil Grey until his father could be there. On Christmas Day, Lord Grey managed to ride from Bendoff to join his wife and son. As he had a responsible bailiff, he decided to remain at Glencorm with his wife and son until spring, when they might journey safely home. Ian could not remember when his home had been so filled with life and laughter. His younger brother, Fergus, came from the village with his wife Marion, their 2-year-old daughter, and their newborn daughter, who'd been born on the first day of December, as had Torquil Grey. And for the first time in all of her life, Cicely felt as if she had a real family. Living in a cottage with Orva on her father's estates had not been the same. Neither had her formative years in Queen Joan of Navarre's household, or the brief time she'd spent at the court of England's French Queen Catherine, or her even briefer time at the Scots court. Maggie MacLeod and Marion Douglas were like sisters to her, and there were the children, little Mary Douglas, and the 2 wee bairns. Lady Cicely Bowen suddenly realised that she was happy, truly happy, for the first time in her life. She found the informality of Glencorm more comfortable than court life had been. If only she could decide what to do regarding Ian Douglas. She already counted Andrew Gordon gone, but had not really sorrowed over the loss. It was the Laird of Glencorm who was driving her to distraction. She couldn't make the most important decision of her life just because his kisses drove her wild. Or could she? But she had to admit to herself that she was coming to like him very much. Was he the man for her? Or should she return to court in the spring and seek further for a husband? She had to be sensible, practical. Certainly she wasn't some silly lass who could be easily cajoled. But in the meantime, his caresses were becoming bolder, and Cicely found herself considering that it might be very nice indeed to be seduced by Ian Douglas. Or perhaps she should allow Joe and the King to pick a husband for her, demonstrate her loyalty to them both for their kindness to her. But then if they chose her man, would he love her? Cicely had found she was becoming quite used to being loved, and she liked it. She wasn't certain what to do. But then Ian Douglas made the decision for them both on a snowy late February day, and her fate was suddenly decided. Chapter 9. The day had begun like any other winter's day.
Outside, the skies were grey and lowering, with promise of another snow to come. The ewe sheep were beginning to drop their lambs in the small barn that kept them safe from the predators outside. When Lord Grey had returned from Ben Duff at Christmas, he had brought with him 2 small white terrier pups, a male and a female, but half-grown, for Cicely. The active little dogs had bedevilled the larger dogs in the hall until the single big wolfhound among the pack had taken the little male terrier by the scruff of his neck, shaking him gently several times before he set him down with a warning growl. Witness to this act, Cicely had laughed until tears came to her eyes, but from that moment on the terriers had behaved. Now they followed her wherever she went, sleeping at the foot of her bed at night. The day was quiet. With little work to do, the villagers were cooped up in their cottages. The house servants, under Cicely's firm hand, kept the house in perfect order now, while Mab dozed by the hearth in her kitchen, the main meal of the day already in progress, as Bessie and Flora sat at the large table working and gossiping. Fergus and his family were back in their house in the village. Lord Grey and his wife were seated by the fireplace in the hall admiring Torquil, who, at 2 months, was becoming active. The baby had been baptised immediately after Christmas, for winter could be a dangerous time for a newborn infant. The wolfhound, 2 greyhounds, and a deerhound sprawled sleeping before the large open hearth, their snores audible. Now and again one would open an eye to view the infant, who waved his arms about as he began to discover what he could do. Cicely sat quietly sewing on some new shirts for the laird. Entering his hall, Ian Douglas looked about and found he was a contented man but for one thing. He was not yet a married man, and he very much wanted to be, but Cicely insisted that she was not ready to make the decision that would bind them together for life. Oh, she encouraged his kisses and caresses, but nay, it could go no further than that, she insisted. He looked at her now, her deep auburn hair plaited neatly into a single thick braid, her beautiful face set in serious contemplation as her head was bent over her sewing. He longed to take her to his bed, remove her gown, undo that braid, and spread her glorious hair about her shoulders. Then he would kiss her until she submitted willingly to him and admitted her love for him. The cock in his breeks tightened with his thoughts. Winter was half gone. Would she wed him in the spring, or would she return to Perth? Yet there was nothing for her there now, and everything she could desire here at Glencorm. And then, realizing someone was standing by his side, he looked down to see Orva. "You love her," Orva said quietly. "I can see it. You want her. I see that too. What is it that holds you back, my lord?" "She values herself so highly," he said. "I fear what would happen if I forced the issue between us. She would surely hate me." "Perhaps for a little while, or perhaps not," Orva replied. "I have seen her this way before. When my lady dallies, it is best for you to make the decision that you know she wants, but cannot quite bring herself to make. Who knows whether your kinsman has been able to convince the king to give the Gordon laird the Queen's cousin? And who knows if he will even want this lass? You had best set your mark firmly upon my mistress before the snows melt, if indeed you truly want her for your wife, my lord," Orva advised him, and then she left him to contemplate her words. The Laird of Glencorm stood for several more long moments considering what Orva had said to him. The tiring woman had raised Cicely, and surely knew her better than even his Lady Fair knew herself, and she was encouraging him to do what must be done if Cicely was to be his wife. Winter was half gone, but there was still time. The day ended with a faint smear of colour on the western horizon that indicated sunset. The hall was warm and filled with laughter as the 2 trestle tables below the high board were filled with the laird's men-at-arms. The supper was served and eaten. The laird's old piper Owen played, and to everyone's delight, Lord Grey and the Laird of Glencorm danced among the crossed swords laid upon the stone floor of the hall for entertainment. Finally the hall emptied but for Ian Douglas, who was seeing that the doors of the house leading to the outside were locked and barred for the night, and Cicely, who went about snuffing out the candles, extinguishing the hall torches and seeing that the fire was set for the night so that it would burn low but not go out. She looked about the hall, pleased with what she saw. The stone floors were clean, the furniture was polished, the tapestry hanging over the sideboard had been beaten free of years of dust until the subject of its design was once again visible to the eye. Soon the 2 chairs of the master and mistress that stood behind the high board would have new tapestried cushions, for she'd begun them just after 12th night. Turning, she stared into the low fire. She was not quite content, but she was happy. Feeling his strong arms slip about her waist, she leaned back against him. He bent down to kiss the side of her neck. The fragrance of white heather assailed his nostrils, and Cicely sighed. She was wearing a loose velvet gown called a hoopland that had a short waist and flowing sleeves, with a high collar that had a slashed opening at her neck. It was dull orange in colour and went well with her pale skin and auburn hair. One arm still about her waist, Ian slipped his hand into the opening of her gown and passed her chemise, cupping her breast in his palm. He kissed her ear now, murmuring softly into it as he felt her stiffen.
"'Tis time for this now, Lady Fair."
Gently, ever so gently, he fondled the soft globe of flesh. His calloused thumb stroked the nipple over and over again until she sighed once more. Ian smiled to himself. Cicely might not know it yet, but she was more than ready to be loved. Removing his hand, he turned her about, kissing her hungrily. Her sensuous little mouth yielded, her lips parting to let his tongue forage within her mouth, a skill he had only recently taught her. Their kisses were heated and grew deeper, more passionate. Cicely moved her hand to caress the nape of his neck, threading her fingers through his unfashionably long hair as he pulled her tighter against him. She could feel his hard body pushing into hers, his muscled legs, his strong torso. She pressed herself against him, the masculine scent of him filling her nostrils, rendering her almost dizzy with a sudden longing she'd never before known but recognized. How long had she wanted him? And why was her body suddenly reacting in so wanton a manner? Then, against her thigh, she felt a thick ridge of hard flesh. Never had she been held so closely, or felt a manhood pressing against her. Cicely knew she should thrust him away now, but she didn't want to, for that column of desire he exhibited excited her. For the first time in her life, Lady Cicely Bowen was pierced with desire and overcome with lust. His tongue swirled about hers, and she moaned deep in her throat. Together they slid to their knees on the stone floor before the warm hearth. "Ian!" she managed to cry before his mouth took hers again in a wild, fierce kiss. He pushed her back upon the floor, lying half atop her.
"Let me,"
he whispered hotly in her ear.
"Please."
His hands pushed her gown, her chemise up. Blessed mother! Cicely knew she should push him away. If he had her maidenhead of her, she was lost. Did she love him? Could she marry him? "Blessed Mother, help me decide," she cried out silently. But no immediate answer came. His fingers caressed the soft inside flesh of her thigh over and over again until she thought she would scream. It felt so good, and she wanted to know what came next. A single finger brushed up her slit, then pressed past her nether lips, causing her to gasp with surprise. He explored the wet flesh slowly, and then his finger touched the tiny nub that lay between those nether lips. He began to play with it, his fingertip teasing it until Cicely was squirming. Her eyes were tightly shut, so she did not see Ian watching her face as he brought her to pleasure, but her eyes flew open as she experienced it, and she blushed as he smiled down into her face.
"Was that nice, Lady Fair?"
he asked her softly. Wordlessly she nodded, her eyes closing again as he kissed her once more, and then she felt him probing her carefully, inserting a single long finger into her body. She tensed once more, but he